Chapter 51. Salvation. Teyvat continent. This is the first time anyone has heard these two words. But one idea suddenly emerged in their minds: this engraving must not be simple. These two words must contain an extremely special meaning, and may be what Kevin really carries. Not only that. This is very likely to involve the secret of Lin Hao in this life. He is too mysterious. He is also too indifferent and unwilling to reveal anything related to himself. Salvation. A flash of light flashed in Zhongli's eyes, and he didn't even notice the tea in the cup in his hand overflowing. He had never been so out of control. If Tian Taishui hadn't reminded him, all the tea might have been spilled. He put the teacup on the table. Immediately speak in the chat area, alcoholic. What do you think about this salvation? Wendy, it's hard to say, I can't be sure yet. Nisida, Isn't this an ordinary engraving? 13 heroes have them. Wendy, you are still young, you don't understand. Nisida, hey. Thunder movie, what do you mean? Is there any deeper meaning in this? Is it about Lin Hao? What happened to him? Wendy, you are a homebody, it is normal for you not to understand. Thunder movie, drunkard. Are you looking for death? Zhongli, it's okay, it's just some speculation. If it is confirmed in the end, your top brass will know. Wendy, yes, it seems that the arrival of God Lord Lin Hao is not a coincidence. Maiko Ye, of course it's not a coincidence. He came just for me, or for the Thunder movie. Does this kind of thing need to be so mysterious? Zhongli. Wendy, you are right, this is just one of them. Paimon, I hate this kind of person who only half talks and deliberately secretive 680, can you hack him to death? He seemed genuinely worried about being hacked to death. Wendy and Zhongli unexpectedly changed the topic at the same time. Everyone also continued to look at the exposed content in the sky. Kevin, who was in paradise, ignored Mei Yi's shock. Perhaps it was because every visitor would ask him the same questions, which made him too helpless and just wanted to finish what he needed to say quickly. Look for what you want here. The price it demands must be something you can afford. After leaving these words, he disappeared into this paradise in an instant. Mei Yi looked at Alicia standing aside. Alicia just shrugged, just get used to it, have no choice. Mei could only continue to delve deeper into these doubts and wait for the follow-up meeting to ask him properly. Just take a few steps. A cherry blossom fell on her shoulder. There are cherry blossoms flying in front. Mei raised her hand to pick up a piece of cherry blossom. Welcome to the trial, successor. My name is Sakura, and I exist here to pass down the skills of Setsuna to future generations. After seeing her, Mei felt fond of her for some reason. She was more happy to see Sakura than Kevin. Hello, my name is Raiden Mei. Sakura said directly, no need to introduce myself, a hairsker stepped into the past. This is news that every Yingja must know immediately. Mei said calmly, there's no need to be so nervous, right? Sakura shook her head gently, it may be true for us, but it may not be true for you, forget it, I may have said too much to the visitors who are meeting for the first time. Accept this seal first. I will not take a step-by-step approach to you. Since you have hairsker level reflexes, you should not be like ordinary people. Instead, you will become embarrassed because of this gift. Mei Yi looked at the cherry blossoms in her hand turning into an engraving, thank you, but since you said that, I don't dare to accept it. Sakura continued, this is the first thing I want to tell you. As long as you are still in this paradise of the past, you'd better not let go of your defensiveness for a moment. The cherry blossoms were falling, and the girl in front of him disappeared. Just as she appeared suddenly, she disappeared as suddenly. Her words caused waves in Yi's heart and planted the seeds of doubt. On guard? Who are you guarding against? These questions obviously cannot be answered here. Alicia. Mei turned around and found that the familiar fairy-like and cute girl was gone. Alicia. Her call echoed throughout the space, and apart from the roar of the monster, there was no other sound. This made her feel wrong. I immediately decided to go back first. Wait for her to return to reality. Surprisingly, he discovered that Alicia was waiting in the room. Alicia. Mei looked around, she's not here. She searched around and became familiar with every part of the hall. When she pushed open the door to the fourth room, the lounge. So you are here. Hi, Welcome back. Alicia leaned on the sofa and said hello, seeming to have no intention of standing up. Would you like to sit for a while? Eden's sofa is very comfortable. You won't want to get up when you lie down. Yi had a little temper in her heart. It doesn't matter, I'll be fine just standing. Alicia said with a smile, don't be so polite. Now you are the protagonist of the paradise, and everything in this hall exists for you. Mei Yi would definitely not believe this. But for a moment I didn't know how to answer the call. I can only look around. It is said that this was once a conference hall for heroes and warriors, but I always feel that it should have other uses. After all, as a conference hall there are too many living areas here. Alicia said proudly, this is also my idea. Use some small modifications to add a little cohesion to the team. Just some little ideas like this. After all, work is not everything in life. Occasionally, we also need to get together and have some relaxed and pleasant communication. In an unfettered space, everyone can reveal a side that is hard to see on a daily basis. Lying here and admiring this scene is a wonderful experience. Hey, I feel a little nostalgic for the past. Alicia stood up and touched the sofa in the lounge. His gaze also fell on the innermost part. Oh, by the way, I remember it seems to be this wall. There should be a set of stereos hidden behind it, and a super luxurious dressing table. No, I don't know if it can still be used now. Mei Yi crossed her arms and looked at her like this. It sounds like it's all someone's idea. Alicia seemed to be afraid of being overheard by others. Let's end this topic here. In short, for the rest of you, this is also a good place to stop and rest. Of course, if you want to see me, you can come here anytime. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Alicia hasn't finished speaking yet. The temperature in the entire lounge instantly rose, and the manic and passionate fire seemed to want to catch up with Mei Yi and drag her into the world of memories and Libe again. I immediately looked in the direction where the temperature was coming from, which was coming from the device in the middle of the hall. Oops, it seems he noticed you. Alicia left the lounge and came to the hall, stroking the hot device, and the blazing light gradually extinguished under her comfort. After a long time, there was only a strange heat left in the hall. ITB. I felt the temperature and understood, oh, they are other fusion warriors. So, including you, I only saw 4 people. Alicia quickly said, I'm not hiding it from you, but for some reason, visitors will be more likely to meet Yingji who has the same will as myself. If you want to have a deeper relationship, you have to at least be able to talk about it first, don't you think? But you were the first one I saw. Alicia said, isn't that because you and I have the best compatibility? No. This sentence was shouted by Paimon. Ever since Alicia came out, ever since I found out that Alicia was teasing me through the exposure system. She has always had a little bit of opinion about Alicia. Now he is also roaring at the sky. It's different. It's completely different. Mei Yi is much cuter than you. Paimon, this bad woman. How could she think that Mei Yi has the same will as her? She is lying to others. She must be lying to others again. Nisida, what little Paimon said makes sense, and this is indeed doubtful. Paimon, of course. I am the smartest, and I can see through such a bad woman at a glance. Zhongli, indeed, why would she say such a thing? Wendy, if you want to deceive people, there is no need to say this. I wouldn't do it. Zhongli, drunkard, use your deceptive thinking to analyze the reason why she said such things. Wendy, what did you say? I never lie to people. Paimon, he is indeed a master of deception. I almost believed him. Zhongli, indeed, you are better at lying, so her words must have deep meaning. Let me look at it later obviously. Even Paimon didn't believe it. Of course Mei Yi wouldn't believe it either. He asked, really? Alicia nodded, it's true. Maybe you haven't noticed it yet, but your subconscious has already made a choice. But occasionally, the exact opposite situation happens. Maybe you performed too well before, and someone noticed your existence and is eager to try. Mei Yi felt the residual heat in the hall. Are you referring to him? I think you might be able to make more preparations before starting your next trip. After all, the person you are about to meet is indeed somewhat enthusiastic. Enthusiasm? Mei Yi also wanted to ask something about this person. But obviously, Alicia didn't intend to say anything more. Based on Mei Yi's understanding, she should be looking forward to seeing Yingji. Nothing more was said. She is ready to enter the paradise of the past again to find the answer. Just came in. I found that the environment here was completely different. The endless fire was burning everything, devouring everything, and destroying everything. All the surrounding buildings were burned in the fire. And in front of the blazing fire, stood a man wearing a mask. The temperature on his body seemed to be hotter than the surrounding flames, which made Mei Yi wonder whether the temperature would become more comfortable if Kevin stood with him. Oh? A hairsker. The man noticed Mei. Hello, my name is Liden Mei. Your name is not important, hairsker. Besides, I have no interest in remembering the names of dying people. Following his voice, countless flame monsters burst out of the flames, roaring, and rushed towards Mei Yi. Ah ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The man was laughing wildly from behind, watching Mei Yi fight with the monster. Until all these monsters were slaughtered. An even more scorching temperature erupted inside his body again, and the originally dead monsters were resurrected. Go on, hairsker. Mei held a long knife in his hand, thunder and lightning exploded at the tip of the knife, and looked at the monsters that were besieging him again. Questions arise in my mind, who is he? Are there really such crazy people in Yingzhi? In the initial impression, Yingzhi is the last hero of the pre-civilization. Since he is a hero, at least he looks like a hero. Even Kevin is just a little colder. And the Yingzhi in front of him is simply the embodiment of pathology, a collection of anger, a madman, right? Not enough. Not enough. The man obviously saw Mei's movements become sluggish. Even if there is only one breath left, this battle will never end. Hairsker, show me your true ability and let me know that you are worthy of being beaten to death by me. Mei no longer hesitated. Boom. The power of the hairsker of thunder within the body is fully revealed. He transformed into the hairsker state, and the terrifying thunder completely defeated everything around him. That's right. Hairsker, just like you did in other places, turn this paradise of strife into a real hell. Mei ignored his words. Concentrate on destroying these monsters and Honkaimen. In just a few breaths, she killed all these Honkai beasts. Under the power of the hairsker, the Honkai beast could no longer be resurrected. Mei pointed the sword at the man in front of her. Your little trick is over. If you want to do it, then go ahead. Do it. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. If I really plan to do that, do you think you can still stand here talking to me now? My name is Kyunja, and I am a fusion warrior like everyone else here, the Ming of Destruction. I forgot the number, it doesn't matter. Seeing Qianji formally introducing herself, Mei Yi thought that she had gained her approval, so she introduced her again, the hairsker of thunder, Mei Yi of Thunder. Who knew that Kyunja didn't play according to the routine at all? He just snorted coldly, humph, a hairsker. When did Honkai start conducting archaeological excavations on the civilizations he destroyed? Mei put away her weapon. I am different from the hairsker you know. But you are still a 3.9 hairsker. Mei also discovered it and couldn't communicate with this at all. Kyunja was sarcastic to himself. A hairsker actually longs for human power, it's really ridiculous. Mei still tried to argue with him. I didn't come here to seek power. What do you want to seek, and what does it have to do with me? If you pass my test, then I will give you a chance, it's that simple. Paimon was anxious again. He shouted loudly, what's going on with these Yingzhi? Why is it so difficult to communicate? It makes me so angry. If I were Mei Yi, I would definitely give him a good beating. Ying held her hand and danced happily, wishing she could fly to the sky and hit the screen. Don't be impulsive. You definitely couldn't beat me in the past. I'm just so angry. Paimon stamped his feet and flew back with a puff of air. Compared to her, Mei Yi still knows how to deal with it. Following Kyunja's words, he provoked, the little trick just now, can it be called a test? Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to anger me, hairsker? I hate complicated things, and the simplest fight is the most effective test. If you lose, you will die, if you win, you will live, and then continue to kill, it's that simple. Hairsker, do you know how many people have fallen here? Faced with Kyunja's murderous words, Mei still remained calm. I only know that I will not be one of them. Kyunja turned around and walked into the flames. Then do your best to survive in this paradise, hairsker. We will meet again. Next time, let me see your real anger, maybe then I will be interested in trying your size myself. As he left, The flames also gradually fade away. That passage also appeared again. Mei Yi thought about what happened just now and felt a little unhappy in her heart. Chapter 52. She just returned to reality with a dark face. Alicia, who had been waiting here for a long time, came up and asked with great interest, "Looking at your expression, you must have seen Kyunja. What's going on with that man? I thought that the fusion warriors who would choose to leave memories would at least know how to communicate with others." Mei Yi asked the question she had been holding back for a long time with emotion. Well, to be precise, he had no choice at the time. Alicia added, "But that's not the point. You see, in our time, there was no hairsker as beautiful, gentle, and kind as Mei Yi. For us, this is also a brand new experience. This is the first time for everyone to make friends with the hairsker. As for Kyunja, he is actually a relatively reserved person. It's better to give him more time." Reserved? Mei Yi even doubted whether she heard it wrong. On the continent of Teyvat. Paimon's eyes widened and he pointed at the sky with his hand, as if to say, "Listen, is she speaking human language?" Ye Shenzi was also frightened by these words and asked Lin Hao, "Isn't it, were you so reserved in your last life when you cursed others?" Lin Hao was also speechless. "Don't get me wrong, he is indeed more reserved." Ye Shenzi stared at him, "Do you think I am a stupid fox?" At the same time, the chat area also exploded. "Nisida, did I hear you correctly? Reserved? Did she just say that GNG was restrained?" "Wendy, aha! He has nothing to do with the word restrained, right? Zhongli, generally speaking, I have never seen anyone so different from restrained. Funina, hey! Even I can't bear it anymore. These are all diseases, right? Nasida, it's rare that we have the same opinion. Even Kevin is much cuter compared to them. Keking, are these people really heroes from pre-civilization? Why do I feel like they all look like villains? Ganyu, I feel the same way. Paimon, that's right, that's right. These look more like villains than the young master. Dadalia, Paimon, I can't be called a villain, at least compared to this 1,000 calamities, I'm not like it at all. Kamizato Ayaka, I don't know why Kevin asked Mei to come here. Is it just to let Mei know that he actually has a pretty good personality? 23 Wendy, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Everyone in Teyvat was talking about it. At this time, Yi was also surprised. Reserved? Isn't he like this to others? Alicia thought for a while, it seems to be about the same. Mei Yi was speechless. Okay. But in a sense, he fits my impression of the pre-civilization era very well. Alicia quickly said, "Oh, that gives me a headache, it leaves a bad impression on you." Me, I said helplessly, "You know it's a bad impression." "Oh, anyway, this is for you, you may need this book." Alicia handed her the book in her hand. Mei remembered that this book seemed to have been in Alicia's hand just now, and it should have been prepared for her a long time ago. 100 Questions on the 1,000 Calamity Mask, From Beginner to Mastery. Author, Alicia. Alicia smiled and said, "Starting from scratch, this is a guide that teaches you how to get along with Kyunja. It's simple and easy to understand, and anyone can get started immediately. In Fire Chaser, this is a must-read like a survival guide with it, you can talk to him boldly. If it fails, don't worry, I will also provide after-sales service." Mei Yi looked at the book in her hand and hesitated whether to put it away. After all, she really didn't want to talk to that man again, if it wasn't necessary. "All right. In order to find the answer, just in case, I still have to put it away." Alicia nodded with satisfaction when she saw Mei put the book away. Right now, a burst of beautiful singing came from the device. The singing seemed to cleanse the soul, making all the negative emotions in Mei Yi disappear, and even made her fascinated and wanted to continue listening. But the singing soon disappeared. It's Eden's singing voice. I should have mentioned her to you, right? Well, Eden, let me think about it, how should I introduce her to you? This Alicia tilted her head, holding her cheek in her hand, thinking deeply. Then he slowly said, "Everything here is a gift from Eden. Without her generous support, the paradise of past times might even have been cut off during the project establishment stage. The wealth and fame she possesses are unparalleled even among the British. As a model, artist, musician, manager, and designer, before civilization entered its end, she had many great names in the world. Identity. If I am the embodiment of cuteness, then Eden is synonymous with beauty. She is someone who complies with people's desire for beauty and achieves it to the extreme. She is one of the symbols of that era, a superstar who illuminates the world. World superstar. Mei Yi was shocked. There are actually people like this among the fusion warriors. Incredible. Totally can't believe it. Especially the 1,000 calamities he just encountered. Plus Kevin, who was so cold and silent. At one point, she and everyone in Teyvat thought that there were no normal people among the fusion warriors. Alicia sighed, well, even though I am eloquent, I can't tell you how good she is. Why don't you go see it with your own eyes? I will. Mei blurted out. Alicia warned, be careful. She has a career that is not inferior to that of you and me, but don't be charmed. The more you say this. Mei became more and more curious. Not even less curious than looking for answers. She decided to explore now and see her with her own eyes. Step into the paradise of the past again. Go in the direction where the song is coming from. The clear notes danced between the keys, melodious and melodious, like the salute of the rising sun or the elegy of the sunset, guiding her and bringing her to Eden. Before I even got close, I heard Eden's moving voice, when the stars dim and the wine cup dries up. My king, why do you want to stay in this desolate country? In order to wait for the triumphant song to be played, in order to find the truth. Eden noticed Mei Yi approaching. Hello, visitor. Her appearance appeared in front of Mei's eyes and also appeared in the sky above Teyvat. This moment. Everyone believed that Alicia was not lying. Eden is exactly as she described, even a little reserved. This also made many people subconsciously say, there are really normal people among Yingji. Mei Yi also had this emotion in her heart. Eden looked at her and said politely, sorry, I was a little distracted just now. Such kind words are completely different from Kunja. Even though it was Mei Yi, her tone was much softer. It's okay, I hope I didn't disturb you. My name is Lei Dian Mei Yi. With a faint charming smile, Eden said elegantly, hello, Miss Yi, I am the fourth Eden of Zuhuo Yingjin named Gold. Yes, Ellie took this for me. I guess she is referring to the wealth I have. Although I have lived in a palace as magnificent as a palace with 1,000 windows, and tasted unparalleled fine wines in the world, good food, but I wouldn't think so of myself. I am just a singer on the stage, a star shining for the audience. Whether it's the endless wealth or this golden inscription, they are just external things generously given to me by others. Mei Yi looked at Eden in front of her and was stunned for a while. It's not because her appearance is too beautiful, it's just, she's surprised that there is such a normal person in the paradise. Come to your senses. He quickly changed the subject. What you just said was the kingdom after fall, the final act, an opera of our time. Eden answered directly. Mei Yi continued to ask, is that also a piece of music you have performed before? Yes. The scene from that time seemed to appear in Eden's eyes, the stage was so bright at that time, and the cheers of the audience were so loud. It was really an era worth remembering. As she spoke, the light in her eyes began to dim, but after a collapse, that era died. Just like in the words, the starry sky dimmed and the wine cup dried up. I'm very sorry. Mei apologized quickly. A gentle smile appeared on Eden's face. You don't need to apologize for the bygone era, Miss Mei. Just go find the answer you hope for. Everything here has long been like the past. Mei said quickly, but if I have the chance, I still hope to listen to the songs of your era. Thank you for saying that. If you have the chance, you may hear it, but for now, please continue your journey. May the melody you play be as beautiful as this wine. With Eden's blessing, her mark has fallen on Mei Yi's body. It wasn't until Eden left for a long time that he came back to his senses. Teyvat continent. Paimon, wow. She is really nice, I like her so much. I never thought there are normal people in Yingji. Walnut, Eden, is she a singer from another world? Her singing level is indeed slightly better than mine. Wendy, it's unbelievable. Is she really Yingja? Her singing voice is no less than my piano sound. Nisida, what a beautiful singing voice. What a gentle person. I like her very much. Barbara, if she were in our Mondstadt, she would definitely become a big star. Zhongli, it's really unexpected. I once thought she might have a change of heart, but I never thought she would leave so gracefully. Wendy, the stone is also tempted. Zhongli, drunkard. I haven't settled the matter with you for using my signature back then, right? Wendy, hey, look. Eden, in the screen. Mei has returned from the paradise of the past. As soon as he entered the lounge, he saw Eden taking a nap on the sofa with a wine glass in his hand. SHH. Alicia whispered to Mei, come here, come here. Mei came to Alicia and Eden's side softly. Alicia whispered, Eden will become very cute now that he's drunk, watch out, she personally demonstrated, coming close to Eden and shouting coquettishly. Eden opened his eyes drowsily. Ellie, hello. Eden, my good Eden, I heard Phyllis say that you gave her another beautiful gem. Eden recalled it drunkenly, yes, I remember the one the speaker gave me when I performed for the regional counselors at the National Theatre in Thakur. That kind of ruby has the least crystal magnesium, and it can only be mined in that area. I saw that Phyllis seemed to like it very much, so I gave it to her. Alicia deliberately said, wow. That must be very beautiful, right? I want to see it too. Ellie, you can go to Phyllis' place to see it later. Why don't I show you this one now? She took out another gem, although this aquamarine is more popular in magazines, but as if the manufacturer was angry with nature, in order to make the gems more shiny, they invented this rose-cutting method. This is the world's first rose-cut gemstone. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Really? Thank you. Eden, you are the best. Alicia took the gem and hugged Eden to thank her. Eden also smiled, it's nothing, Ellie. You know these are all foreign objects to me. Alicia asked Eden to rest for a while. He came to Mei and said in a show-off manner, hey, it's cute, isn't it? She likes to talk to you about this when she's drunk, and she also gives you some gifts. Mei looked at her with disgust, as if to say, how could you take advantage of others' danger and defraud the people you trust? Alicia quickly said, don't look at me like that. I will obediently return it to her in the future. Although she usually won't take it. Hey 607 Mei could only shake her head helplessly. And in the Teyvat chat area. Wendy, I really want this kind of friend. Wyatt Zhongli, do you only hit me every time you get drunk? Zhongli, I'm just a guest at the rebirth hall. I don't have mola to give you. If you want anything else, I can satisfy you. Wendy, other things? What are they? Zhongli, for example, the sky moves all things. Wendy, hey, who cares about broken stones? Can't you do the same as Eden and give me 10 points of treasure cloth? You can also let me exchange for some water. Zhongli, no. Wendy, I want a friend like Eden. She is now my favorite person in paradise. Zhongli, don't forget, these are memories and have long since died. Wendy, it's okay, I know. If I'm mentally prepared, no matter how deep I get into the drama, it won't affect me in the end. Zhongli, that's very good. In fact, everyone in Teyvat continent understands this. They know that they are just bystanders, just watching this story, so they can freely express their opinions in the chat area. After all, they are all prepared and think that they will not invest too much emotion. Certainly. This is just their current thinking. They will eventually understand their naivety later. In the lounge. Alicia heard the sound of Eden sleeping. He held the gem in his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Yi asked doubtfully, what are you doing? Alicia asked curiously, strange, Eden obviously likes gems so much, why can't he see them? Mei was speechless, she can't see it with her eyes closed. Yeah, that's why I'm even more curious, how did he do it? ITT. Alicia came over and said with a smile, you are also interested, right? Do you want to come and try it with me? Excuse me. Mei decisively turned around and prepared to leave. She didn't want to do anything to Eden while she was sleeping. Alicia quickly grabbed her, oh, don't go, I was just kidding. Mei just looked at her speechlessly. Alicia said, okay. As an apology, let me introduce you to an expert in this field. Sui from Tianhui, the most intelligent person among the 13 heroes. Well. At least that's what everyone but himself thinks. He is always kind to his visitors. I think you will be able to get along with him very happily. By the way, if you can figure out why he can see things with his eyes closed, be sure to come back and tell me. Mei also understood. This is Alicia guiding her to get to know Yingji. Although this is one of her own purposes, if she wants to find the answer, she must understand these heroes and get the clues she wants from them. Chapter 53. Thank you, Alicia. After May thanked her, she went to the installation in the hall again and entered the paradise of the past. Although I don't know how Alicia got in touch with these heroes, as long as I follow her guidance, I will meet new heroes. Really? It didn't take long. She saw a certain man under a big tree. The man was leaning against the tree, eyes closed, as if taking a nap. As soon as May came closer, the other party suddenly spoke, "Welcome, visitor. Liden May. I have met your future. You know my name." All the heroes who passed by were introduced by her herself. The man still closed his eyes and said in a particularly soothing voice, "In this paradise of the past, everything is born of cognition. From the moment you visit the world, you have become a part of cognition. When we meet for the first time, I am the pioneer, Zuhuo Yingxia, the seventh. However, I would like you to call me directly by my name, Su." Yi recognized it. "You are the fusion warrior named Tianhui. Su said softly, "Names are just external things, and there is no need to affect your understanding. You and I are both seekers. Since we have the same will, it's good to use our names to match each other." May was a little surprised. "I thought calling the mark was some kind of rule, but Alicia seems to care about it." Su explained, "Alicia's persistence has its own reasons. The name had a necessary meaning at the beginning of the birth of this group, and it was her foresight that gave us the opportunity to survive. But to you, we are just shadows of the past, and the cause and effect have long since become lost history. So there is no need to stick to complicated etiquette. You have more important things to explore." He opened his palm and sent a new leaf into the distance. "Visitor, if you want to question that dusty past, please follow this leaf bodhisattva. It will point you to the path when the awakened one comes in your thousands of lives." May watched the leaves floating in the direction and the road gradually extended. This made her curious. "Aren't you going to give me a test?" Su shook his head slightly. "Suffering is a trial, and tranquility is also a trial. The test for you has already begun, and it will continue forever. To gain insight, listen, and feel, every time you stop and every step you choose, yourself will be tempered and shaped. One day, the answer you seek will appear in your heart. And I will witness your path together with this world." The words fell. The power of the seal poured into Mei Yi's body. When she came back to her senses, the figure under the tree had long disappeared, just as peaceful as when he appeared. "It seems, only 1,000 calamities is special in the paradise of past." Mei murmured. "I embarked on the path guided by Xin Yi, and in that direction, searched for clues about the promised land and the previous civilization. Until we came to the end of the road. She just decided to return to reality. Same as before. Alicia is still waiting here, and her enthusiasm also surprises Mei Yi." "You met her, right?" Mei Yi nodded. "Just like the name Awakened One, he is a quite detached person." Alicia asked, "So she can really recognize you?" With her eyes closed. "Gee, I'm just curious. Does he call you by your name when we talk?" "Yes." Alicia showed a tormented expression. "I really want to know, how did So do it? Could this be his ability as a fusion warrior?" See her in distress. Mei Yi also decided not to disturb her. "Leave here quietly and go find others." After the previous first meeting, some British people have already arrived in this hall. In order to find the answer you want. She began to try to talk to them, trying to figure out the answer she wanted. As the conversation deepened, she became more and more confused. Moreover, all I got from them were just a few clues, so I had no choice but to keep asking a few of them. Let's sort out the information at hand first. She found a place where no one was and sat down, and began to think about it carefully. What is the existence that people call the will to destroy? Finding the answer to this question is the original purpose of my trip. But, after I came here, I realized that what Kevin wanted to show me was far more than that. The paradise of the past, the memories carried here are all-encompassing. Even though they are messy and broken, they can be connected to form a complete history. For example, the origin of the ranking of the 13 heroes, such as the truth about the tragedy of restraint that Kevin did not dare to face. But these are not what she wants. This is a scene that really existed in the past. It is the legacy left by the people who fought against Honkai to the end. If I can figure out the meaning of this inheritance, I will get more than just an answer to a question. May's eyes looked at the name in the information Mebius. Now all her information and clues are terminated in front of this name. There is no doubt that this is someone's careful layout. Guide her through this wilderness and move towards the node she has drawn. It seems that I need to give her an answer and tell her that I am ready to face the owner of that name. May put away all the information. Walk towards the lounge again. Open the door. As always, Alicia is here waiting for her. Ah, you are here. Don't wait for Mei Yi to speak. She continued, I sent everyone away. Looking at your expression, do you have something you want to say to me? DB. Really? He still couldn't avoid her gaze. This information has just been collected, and Alicia has already made preparations. Mei shook her head and put these thoughts aside temporarily. I want to talk to you about Mebius. I knew it. Alicia asked, how much do you know about her now? Mei recalled the information he had collected from other heroes not long ago. Mebius is also a fusion warrior, numbered CM003. Plus Kevin, Sakura, and you. The four of you formed the original fusion warrior troops. Alicia was like an examiner, deliberately asking her, that's right. Let me guess who told you. Kevin? It's not like that. He rarely does it now. It was mentioned so long ago. That's Sakura? It's possible. She is very gentle to visitors and always responds to their requests. Is my guess right? Mei crossed her arms across her chest and stared at Alicia. She only told me my number, and you told me the rest yourself. Haha, Alicia smiled sweetly. I thought you had no memory, but it seems you remembered what I said. I'm so happy since this time. Mei is used to Alicia's way of speaking. He directly continued to talk about the information he learned. From various indications, she should be responsible for some ulterior research work at the Fire Chaser Moth. Which also includes the creation of fusion warriors. Alicia nodded. Yeah, you got the answer right, but not completely. Creating fusion warriors. It would be ambiguous to say so. After all, the birth of this technology is the result of the joint efforts of many people. But for its application, Mebius is indeed much more enthusiastic than his colleagues. So a more accurate statement would be to create fusion warriors. However, you are already very close to the truth, so I'll give you this share. Thank me very much. After listening to this, Mei was a little hesitant. Alicia asked with concern, what's wrong? Is there anything else you don't understand? Actually, there are some rumors that you don't seem to have a good relationship with Mebius. This news has nothing to do with the answer Mei Yi is pursuing, but she is inexplicably interested in it. Alicia was surprised and said, the relationship is not good? How could it be? Everyone here regards each other as important companions. Mebius may be different from us, but I have been since joining the Fire Chaser Moth. I've known her since, and we've always been good friends. Good friend? Yi smiled inwardly and did not dwell too much on this issue. Returning to the topic again, Mebius. Everyone is alerting me to her existence, but they avoid talking about the owner of this name. Unlike you, she was born in the shadows. Existence. She is the dark side of the Fire Chaser. I probably understand why you hid her from me. The things that have happened on this land may be far more complicated than I and people of this generation imagine. But because of this, I must step into real history and face the dusty past. Alicia, I need Mebius's memory. She didn't know if Alicia would agree. But now, all she can ask for is Alicia. Well, I've been asked so much by you, how can I bear to refuse? Come, get ready, let's go. Unexpectedly, Alicia agreed to her without hesitation. Mei Yi couldn't help but be stunned for 2 seconds. Alicia couldn't help teasing, how is it? Are you very touched? Teyvat continent. Paimon was stunned when he saw this scene. Could it be that she isn't actually a bad woman? As a bystander, Paimon watched Mei Yi work hard to collect information bit by bit, and watched her argue with each other due to communication difficulties in Kyunja. Seeing her getting cold feet while chatting with Kevin, she couldn't get the answer she wanted for a long time. Watching her worryingly guessing at the meaning behind Sue's words. Look at her there. Now that I have finally collected some information, I can finally move forward with the answers I want. I thought Alicia would tease her. As a result, he actually agreed immediately. It's not like other Yingji who hides and tucks away at all. How could this not surprise Pai Meng? Ying, did I really see it wrong? Just when Paimon began to doubt his life. In the sky scene, Alicia, who was taking Mei to find Mebius, suddenly took out a bow and arrow and stood on the opposite side of her. Paimon was confused again. It's not, she is still a bad woman after all. Her little brain couldn't keep up with the changes in the scene. Ying could only comfort her, if you don't understand, just ask in the chat area. I don't think it's that simple. After saying that, he ignored Paimon and continued to watch the subsequent development. Obviously, Mei was also surprised by Alicia's behavior. Alicia takes air the smile of the past, this must be the first time I take out a weapon in front of you. How about, is the bow suitable for me? Occasionally, I will step on the battlefield myself. This one is my favorite. The color matches the uniform very well, and there are many echoes in the small details. It is very elegant. Mei Yi also put her hand on the weapon, ready to unsheath it at any time. It seems that this is the so-called test. Ha ha ha, Alicia smiled and reassured, don't be nervous. I don't mean to stop you, I just want to add some blessings to your next journey. Courage, wisdom, beauty, you already have everything you need to face Mebius, but out of a serious and responsible attitude, I want to give you another small gift. For example, I'll help you gain some experience in being an enemy of Yingji. I frowned slightly, you mean, Mebius is my enemy? How should I answer you? Alicia thought for a moment. Enemies? Not at all. Yingji and his successor should never have such a relationship. But Mebius can't help but do something that crosses the line, and our Miss Mei is so eye-catching. So, let's share some tips on getting along with her, let's have a relaxed and happy conversation between girls, shall we? Okay, this is also an opportunity for me to see what kind of person the second number one who once stood side by side with Kevin is. I said directly. Rent your own hairsker form. Alicia became shy when she saw her hairsker form. Oh, it's really embarrassing to be praised like this by you all of a sudden. However, compared with Kevin, I can't. Maybe, it's still a little bit weaker. But I will try my best. Alicia, I will never let you down. As the words fell, the two looked at each other. Attacks were launched at the same time, the roar of thunder swept across the entire space, and endless thunder and lightning burst out from the blade. Facing Yingji, Mei Yi used all her strength from the beginning. As for Alicia, looking at the violent thunder, she was as usual, without any panic. She just raised the bow and arrow in her hand and shot an arrow seemingly lightly. The terrifying power was revealed instantly. Wherever the arrow passed, the thunder was completely annihilated and disappeared without a trace. Mei Yi clenched the handle of the knife and slashed at the incoming arrow. Ding! The two collided and made a crisp sound. Feeling the power from the arrow, she was shocked. This power is far beyond that of an ordinary lawbreaker. Even in the full power state she is currently using, she can only barely resist it. How strong is it? Is this Yingji? I'm going to get serious. Along with Alicia's light voice came dozens of arrows. Mei Yi even doubted life. Is this really the Alicia I know? Is this Yingji's true strength? No. You can't be distracted, you must defeat her, you must transcend her to find the answer. Boom! A thunderbolt tens of meters thick fell from the sky. Along with the thunder, there was also a powerful electromagnetic storm. Shitong rolled towards Jianzugzu. Oh! Obviously, Alicia is interested in Mei's attack method, it's not bad here, right? She suddenly turned around and shot an arrow at the blind spot in the sky behind her in a very short period of time. Ding! The familiar sound was exactly the sound made by the collision between Qi and Mei Yi. But Mei Yi did not stop attacking. With the blessing of Hairskir's power, she was extremely fast and kept looking for opportunities to attack. In just tens of seconds, the entire space was completely destroyed by the battle between the two. The buildings of the pre-civilization era were all reduced to ruins. The people of Teyvat continent were all frightened when they saw this battle. Gyalo Paimon swallowed subconsciously. Is she so strong? She was the one who was the most enthusiastic about complaining just now, and she was the one who complained more happily than anyone else. Now I see this terrifying battle of strength. She was completely frightened. She knows that I call her a bad woman, so she won't come to kill me. Ying touched her head and said, no, this has all happened in the previous life of Lord Lin Hao. What about the chat area? Dadalia, hey, Why doesn't anyone say that her strength is so terrifying? Zhongli, is this the strength of Yingji? Any Yingji who comes to Teyvat can surpass the gods. Chapter 54. Wendy, no, it's time to run away, have you noticed? Zhongli, yes. Alaya, have you noticed? Every arrow that Alicia shoots is very clever, aiming at the point that can make Mei Yi uncomfortable. Zhongli, this is a gap in experience. It is more of a guide than a battle. Alicia is not serious. Paimon, what? What? This bad woman isn't serious yet. Thunder movie, it's true that I'm not serious. The gap in combat experience between the two is too big. Li Ji, is he really that strong? Not even the Thunderbolt can match him. Zhongli, what scares me even more is that such a powerful Yingji can't even defeat Honkai. Wendy, it seems we know nothing about Honkai. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, perhaps, we should be glad that Teyvat has not collapsed, denying that no one can resist it. As the battle between Alicia and Mei gradually becomes more intense, the people of Teyvat were all frightened. They knew how powerful Kevin was and how powerful the Hairsker was, but when Alicia collided with the strongest Hairsker in battle, only then did they realize that they had completely underestimated Yingji. Even Alicia said that she was weaker than Kevin. So, just how powerful is Kevin? The previous battle with Hollander, now that I think about it, it was just like playing, right? Even the previous battle against the Hairsker of consciousness with a Hua body was not serious at all, right? Now, they could no longer imagine how powerful Kevin really was. And in the screen, the battle intensified, and Mei gradually mastered the battle with Yingji, and her own energy level was rapidly improving. Although I was still pressed and beaten. But Alicia suddenly said, "Oh, lose, you are too good, right? If others find out, Yingji will have to be replaced. However, after all, I am facing the Hairsker, so I performed pretty well, right?" Mei Yi also changed from the full Hairsker state back to her normal state, and sheathed her weapon. "You didn't fight me seriously at all, Alicia, you were just defending against the game." Alicia smiled, "Oh, you didn't use all your strength, didn't you? Maybe it's because we have a tacit understanding, and we've all finished clicking. In short, you should have no problem facing Mebius now." The stream of light followed her guidance and intertwined into the shape of a door in the air. "Well, it's agreed. She's on the other side of the door. Go forward boldly. But don't be too proud. Although she is only the 10th, she is still one of the heroes after all." Mei still looked at her and did not go to the door. Alicia asked curiously, "What's wrong? Could it be that 417, can't bear to leave me?" Mei Yi just asked, "What else will I encounter next?" Alicia still responded as before, "Then you have to find out on your own really." Mei Yi had already guessed this answer. "Then let me ask another question. What is the meaning of the existence of this huge memory retrieval device in the paradise of things past? As a database, its operation method is too inefficient, as a trial place for inheritance, its cost is too extravagant. I don't think your proposal out of interest will be approved by everyone. For you, its construction must have some important meaning, and that is the real reason why the world snake has preserved it to this day. This is something that every visitor should know at the beginning of their journey, but I still know nothing about it. Or, is the answer to this question itself a secret?" A trace of surprise flashed in Alicia's eyes. She didn't expect that Mei Yi was so sharp and could find so many clues in such a short time. "Oh, what secrets can there be between us? The meaning of the existence of paradise? Well, I have to think about this carefully before I can answer you. Perhaps, I can't give you a correct answer. Because in the hearts of different people, the paradise of past has completely different meanings. For Eden, it is the precipitation of the beautiful past. For Thousand Calamities, it is the continuation of a war. For Mebius, it is the derivative of the Stigma project, the sustenance of her lifelong dreams and pursuits. And for Kevin." Only when she talked about Kevin, she was silent for a moment. "For Kevin, it may be more like a symbol of Yingji's existence in the world." Kevin. Mei Yi also grasped this point keenly. "It seems that Kevin outside does hide a lot from himself." Alicia continued, "But if you want to ask me what I think, it's actually simpler. It's a storybook that records a wonderful fairy tale about an era. A journey in the whole of a person's life. This view is markedly different from that of several others. I do not quite understand you." Alicia patiently explained to her, May, when you mention our era and the fire chaser moth, what do you think of subconsciously? Is it smoke and war? Or is it ruins and scorched earth? Or is it death and sacrifice? Everyone seems to say this, Kdia, but it is actually wrong. In that dying apocalypse, people will still discuss what to eat for breakfast tomorrow and how to spend the subsidy at the end of the month. People will still discuss dreams and plans that will take years, even decades, to realize. Even on the day when the end comes, there are still people who have hopes for tomorrow. When civilization is crumbling in the darkness, there is still light emerging from it. It was in this world that there were once 13 amazing people. Even though they knew that civilization had been destroyed, they still chose to fight with all their might until the end, but would rather keep their proud lives etched in history forever. Among what was recorded in Paradise Past is such a simple story. I was silent. The answer was beyond her expectation. It was also beyond the expectations of everyone in Teyvat. Some people feel that the tip of their nose is sore. Some people felt a glimmer of beauty in the afterglow of the doomsday. Some people also lamented. It turns out that in such despair, people still have the light of progress in their hearts. Soon everyone thought of another question. Since everyone still has expectations in that kind of apocalypse, how did Kevin become so evil? You know, the previous exposure. Kevin in this world is quite crazy and desperate to destroy Honkai. With this question, everyone continues to watch the exposure and feels that there will be an answer soon. After Mei Yi was silent, she asked in a soft voice, is it just this reason? Alicia nodded slightly, that's it for me. Don't you think it's very my style? There is pain and failure, betrayal and separation in this story, but at the same time there is also happiness and joy, tenderness and touching. Sadness will not disappear out of thin air, but warm feelings will always be treasured in my heart. So I said this. Leave our memories behind. What we want to pass on to future generations should never be just hatred and mission. Only by appreciating the splendor of this era can people in the future understand the meaning of our fight. Just let the textbooks teach you the cold knowledge and techniques. What the heroes should inherit should be the glory of being heroes and the reason to fight. It is our final soul that pays for it during this journey of chasing fire. And you who will come later will witness the footprints of our lives and the imprints of our souls, and find the answers you seek in them. Alicia looked at the door in the distance, or at something behind that door. Turning back to Mei Yi, he said, behind that door, Mebius is waiting for your visit. But she is not the end of your journey. You will transcend her and move on to a longer and deeper past. Move forward. Perhaps you have the opportunity to go far enough and see the truth buried by history, the turning point of human destiny. For everything the fire chaser has done for human civilization, there are also the irreparable mistakes it has made. But no matter what, our era is over, and we have worked hard to complete our respective missions. Even if the world was not saved by heroes, but at least you were born. This is also the result we hope for. Humanity has been given another chance. Of course, the new era will definitely encounter all kinds of troubles, ups and downs, and tribulations that will stop us from moving forward. But that is the problem you have to solve, and you must be able to give your own answer. It is not to be pushed or carried forward, nor to follow the path chosen by others. But with this idea, what do I want to do, what should I do, I decide my own destiny and my own mark. Use your own will, move towards the goals you set for yourself, and use your own free way to do your best to live the life of I as the protagonist. You see, I am like this, and everyone is like this. The era I know, and the 13 people it gave birth to, are all like this. Thousands of trajectories are intertwined and lingering, giving birth to the miracle of 100 flowers blooming. I wonder if Ying Ji's story can give you some inspiration? I think the answer is yes. This is the best, isn't it? So, the question of what the meaning of Elysium is has never been answered, at least not in my opinion as the proposer. Its meaning should be decided by each visitor, and everyone will get their own answer. After witnessing the truth of everything, do we choose to continue someone's ideal? Or do we break out of the cocoon and transform into a butterfly in the darkness, opening up a path that we have never considered? With my rich imagination, I can come up with dozens or even hundreds of conjectures. But what I say doesn't count. You have the answer in your heart, and that's the most important thing. Anyway, May, I am very optimistic about you. After all, you are just like me. She is also a beautiful girl who is cute, kind, innocent, and strong. No matter in the past or now, there is nothing a cute girl can't do. This is the only thing that will not change no matter what. After hearing these words, Mei couldn't help but smile, and she was also filled with emotions. But in the end it just turned into a thank you. He felt that this was not enough. This is the first time I have heard you say so many words. Alicia smiled sweetly. Hey, are you not used to it? Just think of it as a reward for defeating me. Oh, actually I'm quite nervous. I don't know if I conveyed what I wanted to say well. And you? Nervous? Mei looked at Alicia carefully, but there was nothing called nervous about her. I didn't see it at all. At least, I understand why you are second. Another leader of the Yingxia, you do have the background and qualifications to match. Rice wife. Narukami Taisha Shrine. After listening to Alicia's words, Ye Shenzi was also deeply moved. For her who was already paying attention to Alicia, these words simply fascinated her. This is Alicia. It turns out that I was such an outstanding person in my previous life. I really deserve to be the former leader of Yingxia and now the second in line. Lin Hao looked at this narcissistic fox in surprise. Where did it say Alicia was her previous life? I don't remember. The system has not been exposed either. How did she identify it? Being watched by him, Ye Shenzi couldn't help but shudder. This guy's slight mood swings are always accompanied by changes in temperature. What's wrong? My lord God. If you look at me like this, I will be shy. Don't imitate Alicia. Why? She is so cute and I am so beautiful. Is it normal for me to imitate my previous life? Lin Hao sighed. I remember reminding you many times not to overdo it. Don't wait for him to finish. Ye Shenzi interrupted, that's not okay. This is my previous life, and such a beautiful girl, how can I bear to let people not pay attention to her? Look. She pointed to the chat area, where all the familiar names were lamenting Alicia's words. Even Paimon was saying that he seems to have fallen in love with Alicia. Lin Hao closed his eyes silently. When you want to cry, come close to me and I will freeze your tears. Nerve. Ye Shenzi complained and couldn't wait to look at the screen. Alicia, she really likes it. In the screen. Alicia accepted Mei's compliment calmly. Thank you, I feel the same way. Mei Yi almost forgot her character. Alicia continued, however, I still don't like such a serious atmosphere. Forget how I looked just now. Let's go back to the previous mode of getting along. Is that okay? Whatever, as long as you're happy. Hey, I'm very happy all the time. Who wouldn't be happy when I get along with you? Even though Mei Yi became indifferent after becoming the Hairsker of Thunder, the soft part in her heart was also hit by Alicia. No. She thought of Sakura's words. Vigilance is a must in this paradise, as it is for everyone. While she was lost in her own thoughts. Then, I will go back to the hall and wait for you. I hope you can have a good time with Mebius. Along with her words, pink light spots gathered in Mei Yi's hand and gradually condensed into the shape of a flower. This is crystal flower. Alicia said, just think of it as a small gift, as a commemoration of your temporary graduation from Alicia. To this question today, you may get a completely different answer from someone else in the future. This is a long journey. You may stagnate or even achieve nothing for a long time. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. You don't have to get something or achieve something before you can move forward. Empty, confusion, hesitation, and self-denial, these processes also have their own meaning in a person's life, just like what the 13 people here have experienced. You see, they have lived so proudly, carried it out from beginning to end, and played the ode to civilization with their lives. This is the story of the people called Yingji, and it is the unfinished journey of the 13 chasers. But Mei, your path will continue, won't it? Then, just follow your heart and move forward. Follow the footprints under your feet and witness the journey of chasing fire. Finally, cross the final tombs of the deceased, to create a future that we cannot prepare for. Mei looked at Alicia's leaving figure, chewing carefully the profound meaning contained in her words. It's just that, right now, she still doesn't understand the expectations contained in it and its deeper meaning. Chapter 55. Mei looked at the door. I know I don't have much time to think about this matter. In pursuit of the answer, she crossed the door and stepped into the deeper shadows. As everything around you gradually becomes clearer. The whole world seemed to be shrouded in green, and she herself was on the platform. No. This is, hand? Mei immediately put his hand on the handle of the knife. Oh, what a rare visitor! A voice very similar to Alicia's speaking style came from above. Who? Mei immediately pulled out his weapon and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Shocking discovery. He was actually on the platform in the hands of this person. Hey, don't be so nervous, big sister, I won't eat you in one bite. Or, you are actually thinking about how you can eat me in one bite, Lu. Bye. After listening to her words, Mei responded coldly, sorry, I don't have that interest. Igog. Sister, you are really cold to me. But they have been watching you since the first time you entered the paradise of past, right? Snort. Mei sneered, watching? I think it would be more accurate to say spying in secret. What do you think, Mebius? Although I was really shocked by this picture just now. But Mei quickly adjusted her mood and saw at a glance that this woman was the Mebius Alicia and the others mentioned. Mebius's original smiling face also disappeared. Hey, it's boring. It's rare that I want to leave a better first impression on others. Well, wait. A possibility suddenly occurred to her. A smile appeared on his face again. Maybe you just don't like this type? Then. Big sister. It's so dark here. It's so scary. Big sister, please take me out of here, okay? This way of deliberately imitating a little girl by taking advantage of her small body made Mei very speechless. Enough. Mebius was also disappointed by her indifferent attitude. Hersker, didn't anyone tell you that when you are a guest in someone else's home, you should maintain due respect for the host? Home. He, don't you already know who I am? Or have they actually told you nothing except the name Mebius? Mei said coldly, they really didn't tell me much about you, but almost everyone reminded me to be more careful with you. If that's the case, then why are you here, and why are you talking to me so unguardedly? Mei suddenly realized something. But, it's too late. Shadows spread out from under the platform, covering her skin. Mebius's seductive whisper was like a snake, seeping through the gaps in her mind. Come on, my cute little white mouse. Mebius, you. Mei still wanted to struggle. However, my body felt extremely heavy, and my consciousness began to fall into darkness uncontrollably. Before completely losing consciousness, I only heard the last words, come here, it's there, let's go deeper, it's there. Infinite engraving, I will give it to you, as long as you take another step, just one step. Mei's consciousness completely disappeared. Next moment. What appeared in front of him was the extremely familiar hall. I returned to reality? Why? What was that just now? Before she could understand the situation, Mebius's voice came again, oh, you woke up so quickly. Big sister. Hearing this sound, Mei immediately assumed a fighting stance, ready to explode with thunder at any time. Mebius, however, seemed not to notice, and leisurely approached her from the side, observing her carefully. It seems that the Hersker is indeed different. I am more interested in you. It is also thanks to you that I can appear here. Mei asked her, why do you want to hinder me? Mebius said in surprise, obstruction? How could it be? Did you faint too quickly and didn't hear the last words I said? The end point you want to reach is exactly the starting point of where you are now. Ah! Absurd. Mei had already explored everything in this hall and talked with the heroes, but she didn't get the answer she wanted at all, so she went to the paradise. Tell her now that the answer actually lies here? Mei would never believe such words. Mebius looked at her deeply and changed the subject. Oh, don't be so angry. Sister, do you care about what just happened? Actually, my engraving is a little different from others, especially in the way of inheritance. How about we go deeper? Infinite engraving. I will find the most suitable way for you, and then give it to you. Mei frowned and was about to speak. Alicia jumped out, ah! Look who is here. Isn't this dear Dr. Mebius? I didn't expect to meet you here. I thought you would only appear in green places. Woolen cloth. Alicia. Seeing her arrival, Mebius' tone became normal. Alicia said with a smile, I'm so happy to see you, but Mei and I have agreed to do something happy together. Hey, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. 11 Okay, can you return her to me? We have an appointment. Mebius's snake eyes stared at her closely. Alicia, what does this have to do with you? Alicia looked directly into her eyes, still with a faint smile. Well, Friendship? A very close relationship? No, it should be said to be a super close relationship. What do you think? Shut up. Mebius said angrily, if I were you, I wouldn't show up everywhere, a traitor. Who had been beside him, noticed the 3 words betrayer. Obviously this is an important clue. Especially, she looked at Alicia. Alicia's eyes seemed a little nervous. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Before she could confirm, she heard Alicia say, betrayer? What are you talking about? I'm not so, I can't see what will happen in the future. But, I believe in myself and Alicia, just like I believe in everyone here, including you. Oh, wait. Could it be that, the betrayer refers to Mei Yi? Don't think so. I still have you in my heart. Mebius was speechless by her words. He could only look at Mei Yi and remind her, listen up, the new girl. As soon as she said it, she realized that she had forgotten her disguise, and quickly changed her tone and said in her voice, no, it's the big sister who can discharge electricity. You must be careful about this person. In the paradise of past events, she will always be the one who is least trustworthy, even just a little bit. Mei said bluntly, I will not accept the answer forced on me by anyone, I will find it myself. Mebius chuckled, I won't spend my time and energy trying to convince you. It was just a well-intentioned reminder, but you'd better be smart, otherwise, you will pay for it sooner or later. Cost. She seemed to remember something that had happened. There was sadness in his tone, yes. We have all paid the price for this. Mei stared at Mebius's leaving figure. But he cares more about the betrayer. Nisida, betrayer? What does this mean? Paimon, I can't tell clearly. Does this mean Alicia is actually a bad woman? Yelan, according to my analysis, there must be a secret hidden in Alicia. Of course, this Mebius is not a good person either. Keiching, the relationship between the Yingxia and the Ji is too chaotic. If it were like our Kixing, wouldn't there be a tragedy? Nazida, no, but now it seems that this betrayer will be a very important clue. Eightfold Divine Son, hey? Lord Lin Hao also said similar words to Mebius before, telling me not to pay too much attention to Alicia, otherwise I will regret it. Zhongli, why? Is it because of this betrayer? Wendy, even Lord Lin Hao said this? Then I have to pay attention. Funina, what the Lord God said? Then I must study carefully why he reminded me like this. Lin Hao, he never expected that he was really kindly reminding them not to pay attention, but in the end, these people all paid more attention. In the screen. Wait for Mebius to leave. Alicia breathed a long sigh of relief, hey, it was really dangerous just now. Mebius can always do something beyond my imagination. Unfortunately, I just can't hate her and I can't bear to say anything to her. Bad words. Mei crossed her arms and stared at her, really? But in my opinion, your relationship is not as harmonious as you said. Alicia quickly said, oh, I really like her. Look, she is so small that you can't help but want to bully her. She is so cute about the betrayer in her mouth. Seeing Alicia's deliberately cute look, Mei understood, it seems you don't want to talk about this, or it's too early, right? Mei continued, in any case, this will not affect my judgment of you. Your memory is still stored here, which means there must be a deeper secret behind this matter, and I will personally uncover it. Well, I knew you were the best to me. Alicia showed a satisfied smile and then left here. Just now she just saw Mei Yi being entangled and came to help her. As she left, new questions appeared in Mei Yi's mind. Think about it. Perhaps we can only ask him this question. In the lounge. As soon as Mei came in, she could feel the temperature drop suddenly, of course, in a spiritual sense. Please give me flowers. I've already met Mebius, Kevin. Kevin is still cold. He is obviously a memory, but he still seems to be exuding a chill. You don't have to tell me your itinerary, Raiden Mei. It's meaningless. Mei Yi has also gotten used to it, but there are some questions that only you can give the answer to. Leader of the Heroes. Heard this title. Kevin could only ask, what do you want to know, really? You guessed it right. Kevin attaches great importance to Yingji, which also makes him willing to take responsibility as a leader. Mebius, the madness and malice she shows makes it really hard to believe that she is also one of the heroes. Or, is it just because she created this paradise? Or, is it just because she was also one of the survivors of that tragedy? Kevin replied, there is no need for your doubts, Raiden Mei. Before you came to this paradise of the past, you should have known the meaning of its existence. The Yingji who exists here, no matter what path he chooses, his ultimate goal will only be to defeat Honkai. There is no doubt about this. And Mebius, the same is true for her. It's just that the path she chose, there are really not many people who can understand her. What about Alicia? Mei asked the question she really wanted to ask. Kevin didn't expect that she would suddenly ask this name, so he hesitated subconsciously. Mei Yi caught this change. You hesitated, Kevin. Why? Kevin asked, what do you want to say? Mei said, when he met Alicia, Mebius used a title that really concerned me, betrayer. Zero. Although in my opinion, Mebius is not credible, your hesitation just now is undoubtedly confirming the authenticity of this title. Kevin, Mei, X. He wanted to refuse to answer by remaining silent, but Mei Yi kept staring at him and refused to give in. He could only reply, Mebius is right. Alicia, she is indeed a betrayer, but she has never stood in any position against human beings. From the beginning to the end, the path she chose has never changed, and the same is true for her purpose. Long before we met, she had already carried the cross of suffering. And this was the truth that I didn't discover until the end. I don't want to discuss this anymore. Let's leave it at that. Compared to these answers, what worries Mei Yi even more is Kevin himself. In just a moment, his tone changed. This was the first time she had seen this man look so painful and sad. What exactly happened between Alicia and Kevin? Wendy, hey. Nazada, hey. Zhongli, hey. Xiaogong, that was Kevin just now? How could he show such an expression? Wendy, Sister Xiaogong, remember to maintain your formation, we are also very surprised. Nasada, it seems, Kevin and Alicia are indeed having an affair. The betrayer, did he betray Kevin? Wu Dao, cheating. Zhongli, Lord, the betrayer here is not such a superficial matter, but it should be a very serious matter to make Kevin show such an expression. Nasida, I guess it was her betrayal that led to the demise of the previous civilization. Funina, absolutely not, otherwise Alicia would not appear in the paradise of the past. Nasida, betrayer, this word carries a very heavy weight. Look at Mebius's reminder, and then think about the reminder from God Lord Lin Hao. Funina, it seems so. Zhongli, the incident is still full of mysteries, but I have an intuition that by uncovering the truth about the betrayer, I may be able to find the answer. Dadalia, hey, Mr. Zhongli, everyone, have you forgotten that this is supposed to expose Kevin? Wendy, of course we know this, but you haven't noticed that the things in this paradise are closely related to Kevin? If you unlock the answer to the paradise, you can find out who knows Kevin. Everything. Paimon, those are not important. Who can tell me whether this Alicia is a bad woman? Nazada, it's very possible. Funina, I can't tell. Zhongli, keep reading, I believe Mei will find the answer at this time. Mei Yi has been surrounded by countless mysteries. If you want to find an answer, you will encounter another mystery. If you solve a mystery, you will discover a deeper secret. Now, all she can do is continue to explore the promised land. Only there can more clues be found. Then, she went to the paradise of things again. As soon as she entered the paradise, she discovered that this time the king of music was completely different from before. Chapter 56. The buildings of the old era collapsed, and the original color of the sky was reversed, just like the end of the world. Did I reach other areas, or? No, Elysian days, it did have some problems. As soon as Mei Yi murmured to herself, someone responded to her. She immediately became alert, who is it? He glanced around and found no one, but the voice came again, it's too late to explain. In short, there are some problems with the memory that makes up your area. At the same time, your consciousness and self-perception has also been affected to a certain extent. So, please don't trust your common sense next. Mei listened to the sound carefully. While she was talking, she could occasionally hear the sound of equipment operating, as if it was in a certain computer room. Follow my instructions and I will bring you back to reality. Why should I believe you? Mei still remained vigilant. In this paradise, She has met many heroes, and she also knows that not all of them have good intentions. She must be vigilant and careful. Well, you don't have to believe me, just do as I say. Generally speaking, this will be more efficient. But you should at least identify yourself. It's impossible for me to obey someone I've never met. Alas, the other party sighed, obviously troubled by this kind of communication. There should be no difference to you if you don't know the name or an unfamiliar name. Experimental subject, what you should pay more attention to now is your own situation. I frowned. This is a strange voice. Is it another Yingji? Or a member of World Serpent? Zats. Moreover, the name experimental subject had to remind her of Mebius. Between thoughts. The space of the paradise of pasts has also changed. In the past, when she went deep into the -7 paradise, 2 roads would usually appear. Depending on the road she chose, different scenes would appear for her to better explore the clues of pre-civilization. It's just, now 3 paths suddenly appear. The voice appeared again, judging from the observed energy reactions, there should be some abnormalities in the teleportation anchor points in that area. Can you get closer to them? I need more detailed data. But it's best not to activate any of them before I give you instructions. There is no better choice now, so she can only follow the other party's instructions for the time being. Okay, I'll go take a look. Come to the 3 teleportation anchor points. Mei is near the leftmost one. The voice came again, there should be no problem here. Judging from the composition of the memory, the area connected to this teleportation anchor point seems to belong to Tianhui. Mei Yi carefully studied the teleportation anchor point. The more I looked at it, the more something was wrong. What was displayed on it was not his imprint at all, and there was a faint uneasy feeling coming from the anchor point. Observation data shows that only it is connected to the normal area, and the other 2 are very dangerous. Mei Yi was a little skeptical. Are you sure? In my opinion, it is the most problematic one. That means your common sense has begun to go wrong, experimental subject. The results of data observations are absolute. Leave that area as soon as possible, otherwise, no one knows what will happen. Look at the 3 anchor points in front of you. Mei hesitated. She wasn't sure if this man could really be trusted. In the end, she chose an anchor point and entered the passage. For a moment, the surrounding scenes all became normal, and everything became familiar to her. What she said is indeed correct, but, who is she? Mei originally wanted to ask some questions. Until she ended this exploration and left the paradise of the past, she never heard that sound again. Get out of the device. Blood pressure, body temperature, heart rate, and various vital signs are stable, and monitoring is over. Familiar voice. Mei hurriedly looked to the side. Is there anyone there? How could there be no one? She glanced around the entire hall, and the voice just now was clearly in front of her. When she looked in front of herself, in front of her knees to be precise, she finally discovered the existence of that person. She raised her hand that was at the height of Mei Yi's thigh and waved, "Hello, experimental subject, welcome back to reality." This voice, was that from just now? Sorry, your appearance is a little unique. I didn't notice it for a moment. The other party didn't care about this kind of thing. Instead, he asked, "You did what I said, why?" Mei Yi replied, "It was a vague intuition, it just pointed to the path you pointed out." Obviously. This answer was not what she wanted, and she said with some disappointment, "There is no scientific basis for judgment, but fortunately, you still chose the route with the highest probability of survival in the simulation results, although it was only 34.7%. Mei Yi said, 34.7%. This is already a very high probability for me. What about the other 2 paths? The maximum is only 30%. It seems that, these 3 paths are actually similar. She did not delve into this issue, but looked at the little man in front of her with interest. So, can you introduce yourself now, stranger? I am Klein, Dr. Mebius' assistant. I am currently mainly responsible for the daily maintenance of the Paradise of the Past. Mei Yi asked, the defender of the Paradise of the Past, so you are also the 10th of Yingwei. She couldn't imagine that such a small girl could be one of the heroes. It's not just her. Now Paimon was also extremely surprised, unable to believe that in another world, a person with the same body shape as her was actually Yingji. This shocked her deeply. Next moment, Klein took out a pen and started recording, record, the abnormal conditions in the paradise may cause some irreversible damage to the visual or logical processing functions of the experimental subjects. Mei Yi. This clearly means that there is something wrong with her eyes or head, so she is asked if she is Yingji. $73. She quickly stopped Klein from continuing to record. I know you are no longer a hero. Then why do you exist here? Klein's answer, because this is my job. As you can see, I am an armed doll designed and manufactured by Dr. Mebius. Like you, I am a real existence. But you don't have to use any honorific for elders, just call me Klein. Mei nodded to show her understanding and introduced herself. Hello, Klein. My name is Leiden Mei. Klein said, in terms of efficiency, there is no need for you to introduce yourself. The moment you entered the paradise, I already received the highest level alert. No one thought that there would be a Hersker as the successor. Came here. I carried out emergency maintenance on the paradise, otherwise, you might see its defense measures. This is something Mei doesn't know. If you think about it carefully, it is quite normal. Civilization has existed in the paradise of the past, and it is an important property of the world snake. It would be strange if there are no defensive measures against the Hersker. It sounds like I should say thank you to you. Well, you're welcome. Mei, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing her silence, Klein said, if you have no more questions, experimental subject, then let us talk about your next work. I.e. Klein nodded, well, preliminary inference is that the abnormal phenomenon you just encountered should be the rejection of the Hersker in the paradise of past. In order to repair these anomalies as soon as possible, I hope you can help me get more observation data in the promised land. Mei crossed her arms, looked down at Klein and asked, why should I help you? Klein replied, because now the only successor in the paradise is you. Despite this, but, I refuse. I didn't come to this paradise to do this kind of thing. Klein's eyes widened in disbelief, rejected. Why? Why, can you refuse other people's needs? Shouldn't, you should take it down first and then complete it on time? Even if the other party overthrows all the previous ideas and starts all over again, you shouldn't refuse, right? Mei Yi was surprised, are you living in hell? She waved her hand. I don't want to waste too much time on this kind of thing, in short, these abnormalities do not hinder me too much, and I have no reason to help you. Klein said, if your exploration only stays in the current area. Indeed. Okay, it doesn't matter. I will try it myself. After saying that, she was ready to leave. Wait, Klein. Mei Yi took a step forward and stopped in front of her, you just mentioned the current area, which means that there is indeed a deeper place in the paradise that I have not yet reached. Klein nodded, yes, but now the paradise has become more and more chaotic. Before the anomaly is completely repaired, it will be very difficult to maintain the stability of the existing area. If that's the case, Klein, I can help you. Going deeper into the paradise is originally one of the purposes of my trip. But if I find that fixing these anomalies does not help me at all, then that's the end of it. That's enough. Thank you. Klein thanked him and slowly stretched out his hand towards Mei Yi. It seemed that he wanted to slap something on her waist, but maybe because of his height, he still didn't estimate the distance well. Klein's hand failed to touch Mei Yi's waist, but instead slid down and slapped her on the legs. Faced with Mei Yi's question, Klein showed rare embarrassment, no, it doesn't matter, the position is not very important and will not affect its function. Mei Yi looked at the device on her leg with suspicion, and then at Klein. Klein quickly changed the topic, it's a bit difficult to explain. Just think of it as an additional component that can only be used in the paradise. When an abnormality occurs, you can use it to actively communicate with the outside world. Communication. I will respond as soon as possible. I see. Mei Yi no longer wastes time. Turn around and enter the paradise of the past again. Really? Before advancing very far, anomalies appeared again. And the anomaly this time was completely different from before. The monster that was supposed to attack her completely ignored her, as if, treating her as the same kind. Mei immediately reported the matter to Klein. Klein responded, there should be some problems with the function of the paradise itself, so that it can no longer reproduce the people and monsters in your memory normally. Although the data has not been analyzed yet, there are probably two possibilities now. First, there is a problem with your own thinking, which caused you to mistake those Honkai beasts for your companions? I said directly, you can rule out this possibility now. Klein said, but, another possibility has also been ruled out. If there is no problem with your own thinking, then someone can only modify the logic of the simulated memory of paradise. But, now the only successor in the paradise is you. After the data analysis is completed, I will inform you of the results as soon as possible. Now please continue to explore. For the rest of the time, I encountered several abnormal problems in the paradise. There is an abnormality in the anchor point, there is a sudden change in the weather. When she finally came out of the device in the paradise of past, Klein was already waiting here. How's it going? Klein replied, combined with the data analysis of these observations, I can now tell you with great certainty that there are obvious traces of man-made artifacts in these anomalies. I frowned, you mean, someone is deliberately obstructing the normal operation of paradise? Klein nodded, yes. While paradise was reacting to Hairsker, someone took advantage of this opportunity and hid his changes to the data. Can it be traced back to the source? Yi asked quickly. Klein shook his head, not yet. The methods used by the other party are very clever, and tracing the source will take a lot of time. In comparison, I think it is more important to restore the data to the state before it was modified. But I'm sorry, even I couldn't do this. Although those abnormal conditions will not appear again, their past existence still caused permanent changes in the paradise of the past. You should have seen a strange anchor point in the paradise of the past. The area connected to the anchor point was originally prepared for thousands of tribulations, but was abandoned a long time ago. But now, there is nothing there. There's a whole new area that even I don't know what's in it. As for what you want to find, the way to the deeper parts of the paradise, that special teleportation anchor point, it suddenly disappeared. May analyzed, in other words, the missing anchor point is most likely connected to that brand new area. Clay 2.0 Yin replied, I'm not sure, but this is the most likely hypothesis. Okay, I understand. Let's go and take a look now. Mei Yi said as she prepared to enter the paradise again. Please wait a moment. Klein pulled the stockings on Mei Yi's legs. Well, someone came to see you when you were not here just now. Hey? Is it Alicia? Where is she? I looked around and found that she really hadn't been seen during this period. No, that person is from outside the paradise just like you. Outside? Well, you can go to the lounge and have a look. She should still be waiting for you there. I walked towards the lounge nearby. Open the door. Seeing that extremely familiar face made her feel friendly. He couldn't help but joke, why are you here? Wait, are you also a memory? Raven, you died in the line of duty. Raven, it's been a while since I last saw him, and as soon as we met, he was told that he was dead. Wouldn't you know if it's true or false? Come and confirm it yourself. As he spoke, the Raven was ready to take out his weapon, as if he was going to fight. Mei Yi immediately said, no need, what are you doing here? Raven put away the weapon and said casually, I just came to visit the juniors to see if our Miss May has been entangled by any bad people again. Alas, it turns out that you don't seem to welcome me. Okay, then I'll come back to you when everything is over. Wait a minute. Have you ever encountered any abnormal situation in the paradise before? Mei Yi stopped her. All the cotters of World Snake have experienced the baptism of the Promised Land. Naturally, Raven has also been here. She must know a lot of information. This is a good opportunity to find out information. Raven asked back, abnormal situation, which one? Were you also blocked by that masked man? Chapter 57. Hear the Raven's description. The arrogant and angry faces of Kyunja suddenly appeared in the minds of everyone who watched the exposure, such as Mei and Teyvat. They all said subconsciously, he must be right. Although this person can indeed be called an abnormal situation. Mei shook her head, no, that's not it. You should have met Klein, the administrator here, right? In her words, there was something abnormal in the paradise of the past itself. Klein? Never heard that there are administrators here. Raven asked back, and continued, I have indeed seen some abnormal situations in the paradise itself. But, is it what you said? One kind, I can't say for sure without seeing it with my own eyes. Well, I don't have anything else to do anyway. Why don't you, stay with you? Mei Yi was surprised, you came here for a vacation. Raven chuckled and said, assisting in repairing important assets of the organization, isn't this a very important job? Mei Yi was speechless and mixed with helplessness. It's up to you, just don't hinder me. Yes, yes, it all depends on you, Miss Mei. Raven said and left the lounge with Mei Yi. According to Mei Yi's current plan, you must first go to the paradise of past things to find the mysterious anchor point. Only by entering that area can you know what is happening and who is planning everything behind the scenes. The Raven followed Mei into the paradise. Raven stayed on the sidelines the whole time, watching Mei fight against the monsters in the paradise, watching her go deeper into the paradise, watching her search for clues to investigate. Whoosh! A black feather landed in front of the anchor. Mei Yi looked at the Raven not far away, and withdrew her hand that wanted to trigger the anchor point. The way the world snake cares for its younger generations is really special. I'm not lying to you. Even now, that's why I'm here. Oh. Mei Yi looked at the weapon in her hand, not believing that she was simply here to visit him. Raven just continued, I have been hoping that something else can hinder you. Then I don't need to stop you personally like I am now. Mei asked, why? Ah. Raven was a little surprised. I thought you 23 would just say, you can't do it. Okay, it seems I'm being pretentious. Mei Yi looked at her and put her hand on the weapon. Her meaning was very clear, let's talk business. Raven could only say, let's put it this way, some people think you have crossed the line. Crossing the boundary. Mei Yi was even more confused, it seems that we have different definitions of boundaries. In this paradise of the past, I haven't gotten many valuable things yet. Who knows, I am also following orders. Maybe he did this not because of what you saw, but because of what you are about to see, because of the changes here and unexpected situations. A thought appeared in Mei Yi's mind, did you cause the abnormality in paradise? Do you think it's possible? I want to bring you back, but there's no need to use a method I'm not good at. Raven couldn't help but sigh when she thought of what would happen. Oh, otherwise, you just talk to me directly. How about we just go back? We can all save some time. Mei Yi refused directly, you know my answer. The reason why I am here is because Kevin has hidden too many things from me. If anyone wants to stop me from going deeper, it just means that I am getting closer to what I want. Answer. Tay. The Raven sighed helplessly. There's nothing you can do, even if you're just pretending, I have to stop you from trying, otherwise you won't be able to do the job. The words fell. Where she stood, the color of the pale winter sky emerged. It was a place where crows often sounded, a sound of predators that could not be concealed. Mei Yi looked at her posture, are you sure you're just pretending? Raven did not hide it, although I don't like this place very much, this time, is a rare opportunity. This kind of battle that leaves no room for us, if it happens in reality, I'm afraid we can only let it end with the death of one party. Without the key of God and the staff of Underworld, we will soon know how big the gap is between me and a hairsker. A crow sounded. Raven was the first to attack. In this paradise of the past, she also had the power of the seal, but facing a hairsker, and a fully fledged hairsker, she had to use all her strength. That's what she thought. But actually less than 3 minutes passed. She was pinned against the tree by Mei. Paimon, this is the end. Wendy, I thought there would be a battle that wouldn't lose to Yingji. How come it's over now? Dadalia, this Raven looks even worse than my Demon King's weapons. Paimon, son, please stop bragging. I'm still better than you. Zhongli, obviously, this Raven is not fighting seriously, but... Drunkard, have you noticed? Wendy, damn it, you mean the power of engraving. Zhongli, that's right. Even though Raven did not use all his strength, the power of the seal is indeed mysterious. Compared to the hairsker's power, perhaps the power of the seal can be reproduced. Thunder movie, it's time to run away. Your idea is too dangerous. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, this kind of thing must never appear, especially among the fools. Wendy, aren't there a lot of fools in this chat area? Funina, don't worry, we still have Master Lin Hao. If the fools dare to mess around, Master God will definitely take action. Dadalia, I didn't see anything. When the other fools in the chat area saw Zhongli's words, they wanted to try that aspect. As a result, Fu Ningna said Lin Hao to the Lord God. Facing that guy, they didn't dare to mess with him at all. In particular, the power of the seal is related to the 13 heroes. If they are involved, I am afraid that the godwife will burn down the entire country in one piece, right? By then, the Winter Kingdom must not become a sea of embers and silence? Thinking of this, they felt chills all over. Decisively choosing to ignore the previous chat like Dodalia, Kuwazako didn't see anything. And in the screen, Raven felt this gesture of his own. This scene is really nostalgic, isn't it? Back in Chongkong City, she also bullied Mei Yi, who had not yet become the Hairsker of Thunder. Unexpectedly, not long after, she became the one being bullied. Mei ignored her words and went straight to the point. The person who thinks I have crossed the line, who is he? The Raven didn't hide anything. It's the Grey Snake. As for the reason, it's useless to ask me. You know what his character is. No one can ever know the things he doesn't want to say. However, you should be able to guess some clues, right? Or maybe, even now, you still haven't been able to deduce the nature of the paradise. Mei Yi replied, based on the information I have so far, this place should be part of the Stigma project. That's right. Raven said, that's why, even though the starting point is different, I still agree with Grey Snake's decision. I don't know why the Lord asked you to come here, but the gifts that the paradise of the past can give you should be pointless. A facility created by fusion warriors, the people it serves should naturally be fusion warriors, or in other words, people who are destined to become fusion warriors. Let's put it bluntly, the real meaning of the existence of the paradise of the past is to release some kind of restrictions for those who have awakened the stigmata. Mei confirmed her guess, you have indeed reached the end here. I can't tell whether that's the end of this place, after all. Just when she decided to give me that inheritance, I refused, and then left here without looking back. Why? Mei couldn't understand. The Raven snorted contemptuously, it's more like a monster than a warrior. I don't want to be like that kind of exaggerated posture. If it's the first time I see it, may make some people interested under the shock, but that will definitely not include me. Before coming to the paradise, I had already decided this when I saw that gesture for the first time. For me, the definition of living well has never included giving up my identity as a human being. Mei was silent. She felt like she had come into contact with an absolutely core secret. Maybe it's a secret that I shouldn't touch. Raven noticed her thoughts and asked, what? Do you think it would be better to go back with me from the beginning? Yi's eyes gradually became firm. No, I don't care about gifts at all. Seeing with my eyes is the whole purpose of my coming here. So, are you still going to stay here? Mei Yi nodded, well, until I feel there is no point in doing this. What about you? Raven sighed, hey. I've already lost. It's almost time for me to go back to work. Oh, no, I still have to find someone, and I may have to stay for a while. See you later. She directly left the paradise area of the past and returned to reality. Mei continued to explore deeper, trying to find the special teleportation anchor point. But unfortunately, there is still no gain this time. Compared to the special teleportation anchor point, she now has more questions in her mind. Back to reality. She eagerly found the Raven. Ah, you're back. Raven was sitting in the lounge and had just finished reporting to the Grey Snake outside. Speaking of which, there is something I didn't have time to ask clearly just now. You said that you had seen the form of lifting the ban. Are they other cotters? I mean, those who have been baptized Te. Raven hesitated for a while, but still didn't hide anything. Well, since he asked you to come here, there should be nothing that can't be said. The one who showed that attitude, is the Lord himself. Kevin. This answer was completely unexpected by Mei Yi. Raven continued, I grew up in an organization, so it was inevitable that I would be exposed to some things I shouldn't know too early, including his other side. Mei Yi wondered, what you saw should be just the records, right? After all, Kevin has only been back from the Quantum Sea for a few months. What I saw was not just a record. After the Lord returned, Grey Snake donated the body of Honkai beast Chi-Yu to help him recover from his weakness. At that time, it was just for a moment, maybe because of the sudden increase in power, he couldn't control himself. Although the time was short and only part of the body changed, the danger and terror he showed at that time, you can't see it anywhere else. Danger, terror. Mei chewed these two words. You really don't know how to use these two words to describe he looks like his usual self maybe. She recalled what happened at that time and felt lucky. Fortunately, I rejected Ying Ji's gift. If I had crossed that line, I would no longer be who I am now. This statement made Mei even more concerned. She let Raven play by herself. He came directly to Kevin. He started, I finally confirmed one thing. In reality, you have not recovered all your strength, but even so, no one can force you to your extreme. That special gesture. Actually, Mei didn't know what that special gesture was at this time. But she still said it deliberately. Really? Kevin couldn't remain silent. Who told you? Mei recalled her previous exchange with Kevin. Thinking about all the riddles and prevarications Kevin has been asking me outside. I have been dissatisfied for a long time. Just follow the way he said it, this is not something you should know. Kevin, Mei clearly felt a trace of astonishment flash in his cold and empty eyes. Although it was only for a moment, she was still caught by her. She asked interestingly, how is it? How does it feel to guess the riddle? Kevin. He has returned to his previous coldness, it's best this way. If I had to change into that posture. Raiden Mei, then I'm afraid your world would have come to an end. It's the end, and you won't have the chance to explore the past here. Really? Mei has already proven her suspicion, that's your limit. It seems I don't need to ask any more questions. Strength never needs too much explanation. But there is one more thing. Is that Honkaimon-like posture a trait shared by all fusion warriors, or, is it just an exception? He's not an exception. It doesn't matter if you don't want to answer, I've already. She stared at Kevin, was she hallucinating just now? Why do I seem to hear the Riddler give an accurate answer? She confirmed in shock, you said, it's not an exception. Kevin said, this shouldn't surprise you. No. I was still a little surprised, this is an easy answer to guess. I'm just surprised, that you would answer my question directly. Kevin still looked cold, this is not the first time. I want to remind you, Lin Hao, just because you have a trait does not mean you have to reveal it. If I were you, when I met a boundary breaker who would do this, I would just try to avoid them. Not everyone will treat you with the same attitude as me. Huh? I once again felt that there was something wrong with her ears. Your attitude. A different attitude from yours would only be a good thing, right? Kevin, you will know. I was speechless, this guy started again. She decisively chose to leave. Returned to the lounge. Raven was holding a brightly colored cocktail and lying lazily on the sofa in the lounge. When he saw her arriving, he asked, how's the inquiring going? Mei sighed, I heard some, very shocking words. Would you like a drink to relieve yourself? Eden's collection is full of rare and good wines. I said, I don't drink. The Raven sighed, that's really a pity. These are the few relaxing and happy things that are rare in the paradise. I said unceremoniously, if you don't block my way next time you meet me, it will be easy and pleasant for me. Raven finished her cocktail. That's not okay. Work is work. Work. If you stay here like this, don't you have nothing to do? What can I do? It happens that the world snake has been very idle recently and has not done much. The most recent task was one that Grey Snake personally took charge of a few days ago. He said he was accompanying the Lord. Voidmanzo was returned to Otto. Voidmanzo. The speaker has no intention, but the listener has intention. I frowned, always feeling that this matter was not that simple. Chapter 58. What's wrong? Sure enough, you are still worried about your old friends in Hyperion. Mei shook her head, compared with this, I am more concerned about Otto's movements. That man, like your lord, has always acted carefully and did not do unnecessary things. Their sudden unnecessary transactions now always make me feel abnormal. Raven said jokingly, then, why don't you go and ask the Lord yourself? Mei also had this intention. Tij. Before that, she had to put a temporary end to things in the King of Music. And now is the best time. According to the investigation during this period, the key information she has is the special gift from Mebius, the consciousness transfer experiment, the dangerous area in the paradise and the special phenomenon of the fusion warrior called man-made collapse. Attitude. The only one who can connect all this now is Mebius. Leave the Raven behind again. Mei starts to look for Mebius. She is indeed like a real snake, often lurking in the dark. Yi also asked several Yingzhi before finally finding her. Mebius, it's really not easy to find you. Mebius' snake pupil shrank, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Haha, big sister, it's you who has been avoiding me, right? You don't dare to get close to me, but you go everywhere to inquire about me. Haha, big sister, don't you think this is like a secret love? Actually, you don't have to do this. Those interesting things. I have been waiting for you to accompany me. I could no longer bear the way she spoke. Can't the communication between us be a little normal? I came to you for business. Debt. Moebius returned to his normal tone. How did Alicia do it? Could it be that I didn't imitate her well enough? Mei was surprised. You can still imitate someone you hate. Moebius said frankly, of course, who makes people always be unnecessarily wary of me. If imitating her brings some help to my experiments, then of course I don't mind trying it. It's just a little uncomfortable. But, it doesn't seem to be of any use to you, forget it. Mei was a little surprised. Moebius clearly kept saying that he hated Alicia. But she is so good at imitating her way of speaking, and. In her eyes, it seems that Alicia can easily make people let down their guard. Alright. Moebius said seriously, little guinea pig, let's talk about your so-called business. You should also know that for me, there is only one so-called business, and that is to let you lie in the laboratory. On the operating table, let me study carefully. What are the differences in a living Herrsker's body? Let's give it a try, how about it? Okay. Mei agreed happily. Hey, okay, I knew you would refuse like before, so why are you still wasting your time? Before he finished speaking, Moebius was suddenly startled and looked at Mei in astonishment. What did you say? Mei said again, I agree, Moebius. This is what I call business. It's been a while since I've been in the land of past times. If this is the only area it can show me, then I should have reached the end countless times. That final gift, I should be qualified to accept it, right? The lighting in the room did not change at all, but Moebius's snake eyes suddenly shrank into a thin line, looking at the person in front of him as if he was sizing up strange prey. And for people who know biology, they may suddenly realize, snakes with such pupils often only appear in the dark. Herrsker, didn't you say, that's not what you want? That's right. Mei said bluntly, but I'm ready to leave. The information buried in the paradise is too broken to find the answer I want here, maybe 5. Before leaving, I think, at least I should witness with my own eyes the significance of the existence of the paradise of the past. Oh? Is this really what you are thinking in your heart, Herrsker? Moebius stared at Mei with his snake eyes. She seemed to be able to see into Mei's heart and use this to judge whether her words were true. But the result is, she wants to leave the paradise. Mei continued, of course you can think this is a lie, Moebius. But without evidence to refute me, it is the only truth. Moebius withdrew her gaze. Okay, let me regard it as the truth for now. It doesn't matter to me anyway. But, have you really thought about it carefully? For others, that gift is a means to unlock the restriction, but this kind of thing, no Herrsker has ever experienced it. In other words, this is an experiment that has never been done before. Even I can't guarantee what will happen. So. Mei stared at her with a smile on her face, Moebius. The known results are of little value to us, aren't they? The two of them have their own secrets, but they act like good friends. Not a moment. Moebius left the hall and went to the Elysian Fields to prepare the so-called laboratory Mei is preparing to enter the paradise. I saw Alicia rushing over in a hurry. Obviously, she had learned about this from somewhere. You shouldn't provoke Moebius, Mei. If anything happens, just come to me. But now that things have become like this, don't worry, I will protect you. Looking at Alicia in front of her. Mei's tone was also softer, thank you, Alicia. Drop this sentence. She also stepped into the paradise. After this period of exploration, she is already very familiar with this paradise of the past. Just half an hour. I came to the mysterious anchor point, activated the anchor point, and stepped into the mysterious and unknown space. The sight suddenly turned into green. As soon as I came in, I heard Moebius's voice, I didn't expect you to come so late. It made people a little anxious to wait. Mei would not be polite to her, if you can't wait, you can leave first, I don't mind. Moebius's style suddenly changed, hey, how could it be? You are my most important friend, how could I bear to leave you alone? Mei scanned around the space. Except for the green patch, there is nothing else. Moebius, Aren't you going to conduct experiments on me? But there is no operating table here, and it doesn't look like a laboratory at all. Operating table? The experiment I want to conduct is not that simple. Ha! Yi sneered. Sure enough, the so-called gift was a lie from the beginning at this point. Mebius no longer hides his purpose. Do you still remember what I said to you when we first met? Big sister, what I want is for you to take me away. Here it is. I looked at her coldly. Stop joking, Mebius. You are the master of this place, you don't need me to do it at all. Wait a minute, the one you want to leave is the king of past music. That's impossible. After all, you're just... I paused again. She knew what she wanted to say, but at the same time she suddenly understood what the clue she had been missing all along was. The grey threads she noticed were actually the truth that Mebius had already handed over to her. Mebius had been tempting her, using vague truths and answers as bait, and lured her into his palm step by step. Now, Mebius finally succeeded. Her laughter fell on Mei Yi's body piece by piece, like a shadow of fear, passing through the skin and slowly seeping into the nerves. It's not just Mei. Now, on the continent of Teyvat, countless people all felt chills on their backs and chills all over. This feeling is like being bitten by a poisonous snake, and you don't even know it. As the toxin attacks little by little, by the time you learn the truth, it's already too late, and there is no possibility of escape. Paimon, this woman is simply worse than Alicia. She is simply the worst bad woman. Wendy, wow, it's so scary. If little Paimon is thrown in, he will definitely not survive a day. Paimon, as a singer, I should throw you in. This bad woman must like experimental subjects like you. Wendy, don't, I will be scared too. Zhongli, Mebius planned to use consciousness transfer to occupy Mei Yi's body and leave the paradise of the past. In order to achieve this goal, she spread the bait little by little, taking advantage of Mei Yi's eagerness to seek answers, and completely captured her. It is indeed true. Where's the snake? Funina, I finally understand what Kevin said. No wonder he said, not everyone will treat you with the same attitude as me. Nazada, I understand. In fact, this land of past events is to whitewash Kevin. It uses other heroes to compare it with others to tell everyone that Kevin is actually a good person. Keking, indeed, compared to Mebius, Kevin is really a good person, but he is a bit crazy. Paimon, I don't care. Anyway, from now on, there is one more bad woman I hate. Ying, I can't understand. Ying Ji is a person like this. How can he be called a hero? Yigenzi, my poor god, did you die like this in your last life? Thunder movie, son of god. I won't die, and neither will Mei. Just wait and see. In the sky exposure screen, Mebius's laughter kept coming, as if Mei Yi had been sentenced to death. She stared at her prey like a winner, showing off her achievements. Haha, big sister, I have been waiting for you to discover this by yourself. But well, it may be too late to regret it now. Oh. A living hairsker, such a perfect body. This is really the most precious gift I have ever received. Tell me, after leaving the paradise of past memories, should I go and say thank you to Kevin first? Mei Yi also completely understood. I see. This is the plan you have been secretly preparing. I should have discovered it long ago. The purpose of giving the infinite seal to me is not to help me, but to let my body can adapt to your consciousness earlier. I guessed it right, Mebius. Mebius praised, you are really smart, little guinea pig. If we didn't have this kind of relationship, I would probably name you as my student. Mei, who was still panic-stricken at first, suddenly calmed down. It would be better to say, the panic before was just an act. Sorry, Mebius. If this is all your plan, I can only say that you have found the wrong person to compete with another consciousness in the body for control of the body. I am not inexperienced in this kind of thing. Test. Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest thing Mebius has ever heard. What are you talking about, big sister? I have no interest in sharing a body with you. The experiment will be over soon and I can leave here. There will only be one person. Why don't you seize the time and say goodbye to your own consciousness? Mei Yi decisively pulled out her weapon. It's you who want to say goodbye, Mebius. Don't use this kid's disguise, let me see your true face. Oh, you even know that? You are such a curious child. Until the end of your life, you want to discover more secrets. Okay, then I'll satisfy you. Let me show you, a true fusion warrior. With Mebius' laughter, her body suddenly melted into a pile of green liquid. Green lightning burst out from the liquid, and an even more terrifying monster emerged from the green liquid. Calling her a monster might be too cute. An indescribable feeling poured into Mei Yi's heart. She couldn't help but say, now I finally understand why the raven rejected your gift. This is the true posture of man-made collapse and fusion war. Mebius was already in an artificial state of collapse, but he still imitated Alicia's way of speaking. Oh, you regained your composure so quickly. Not bad, you did it awesome. Mei Yi calmed down completely and said, although it is indeed surprising to see it with my own eyes, it's nothing more than that. Haha. But that's it. You really like to joke, Sister Hairsker, don't you think you still have a chance to stop me? In the past 3 Yingxia teamed up to what you can do you think you can do it alone? If you don't try it, how will you know? Rumble. With the sound of thunder, the moment Mei turned into her full Hairsker form, she turned into a bolt of thunder and struck Mebius, Lin Hao, with a knife. She knew very well that she must go all out to face such a hero. Haha. Let's see whether the person leaving here today will be Thunder Mei or Mebius. T41444144. The sound of electricity sounded from all directions with her voice. Just when Mei was about to hit her, countless green thunderbolts instantly gathered in front of Mebius, blocking the violent longsword with the power of the Hairsker of Thunder. 2 completely different currents collided together, and red thunder and green lightning liquid sputtered in all directions. Don't wait for Mei to evacuate. A piece of green lightning liquid suddenly appeared at her feet. This moment, Mei Yi felt the danger. The electromagnetic barrier in the body appears instantly, wrapping himself in it. Next moment, a giant thunder snake made of green liquid that was over 100 meters long emerged from the ground and swallowed Mei Yi in one gulp. Little snake, don't damage her body, I still have to use it. As Mebius spoke, the thunder and lightning in his hand turned into a scepter and was thrown towards the big snake's belly. Boom! Red thunder exploded, exploding the snake's body instantly. But then came Mebius's thunder scepter. The actual combat experience of the heroes is too rich. Ding! The expected scene did not appear. When Mei Yi broke through the big snake, she had already blocked the weapon in front and resisted her attack. The power of your scepter is much weaker than other arrows. The battle with Alicia made her grow a lot, enough to cope with this battle. Stop it, King! Just as the two were fighting again, Klein's voice suddenly appeared, this is not you at all. This is not the choice Mebius would make. Stop it! Mebius, who entered the man-made collapse, ignored its voice and continued to attack Mei crazily. Klein? How could you? Mei couldn't ignore the voice. Chapter 59. As Mebius' assistant, her appearance really surprised Mei. Dr. Mebius, stop it! No matter how Klein called, Mebius never stopped thinking, and even became more and more crazy. The snake condensed with green lightning attacked Mei Yi again. If it wasn't in the memory space, Mei Yi would have wanted to use Kurigara to fight against this monster. Not only that, but several dolls were drilled around this space. This was Mebius's plan to come here in advance. With the help of the doll, Xebeus became more and more powerful. Several thunder snakes condensed in the air, rushing towards Mei Yi. Mei Yi used her own speed to dodge continuously in the space. At the same time, she had to pay attention to the dynamics of Mebius's body. She is like a snake, always looking for the best opportunity. Sudden. The bodies of these thunder snakes trembled strangely, and then moved towards Mebius uncontrollably. The changes are so fast. Even Mebius didn't expect that he would be attacked, and he would be paralyzed for a while and unable to move. Mei reacted, it's, Klein, you. There is no time to explain. Unlike you, I am limited in what I can do. I will help disrupt the doctor's puppet. If you still can't stop her, just find a way to leave. Thank you very much. Mei Yi whispered softly, flew into the sky, spread out his arms, violent red thunder and lightning spread all over his body, and Guo took a stance to draw his sword. This is exactly the move he used when fighting Kiana. But now she is using all her power. It's over, Mebius, boom. Thunder exploded, and Guan Wenshan directly penetrated Mebius's body. Mebius's man-made collapse also gradually disappeared and returned to its original small appearance. Mei Yi watched Klein approach and did not stop him. In order to thank it for helping them defeat Mebius, they should be given time to communicate. It's all over, Dr. Mebius. Mebius' anger was mixed with confusion. Why, you should be able to understand me, 50,000 years ago you knew I was going to do this. You never opposed me, why, now, you want to hinder me again? Klein replied, because, the real Dr. Mebius, had already given up on this plan when she told me about it. The real Mebius? Klein, what do you mean? I am the real Mebius. Klein just looked at Mebius 173 lying on the ground. Before this, I thought so too, there is no difference at all between you and the doctor. Thoughts, behavior, character, are completely consistent. So, just as she regards me as the continuation of Klein, I have always regarded you as the real King Mebius. But now. Enough. Mebius scolded, Klein, in your eyes, I am a person who will never change. No, I never had such an idea. But what you did today, this is definitely not a choice Mebius would make. Klein continued, Doctor. She is just like other human beings. No matter what changes she undergoes, she will always retain some unchanged parts. And this is precisely the relationship between you and her. The difference. Mebius sneered, the difference between me and her? What a joke. Klein saw such a tough-talking Mebius. He could only say helplessly, I know I can't convince you, but fortunately, the doctor will always be fully prepared. She once left something and entrusted me to hand it over to you. Ignoring Mebius's venomous tongue, it released the holographic image left behind. Those were exactly what Mebius recorded when he was about to die. When the hologram appears, Mei and everyone including Teyvat were stunned. The woman in this image is so intellectual and gentle, she looks like a real big sister, completely different from the little Mebius in everyone's impression. What exactly is going on? This question arises in everyone's mind. Mebius in the video also began to narrate, when I first became a fusion warrior, I didn't think it was a very scary thing. At that time, I would even feel happy about my ability, it gave me unlimited life, allowing me to explore all possibilities of human evolution. N. Mebius in the picture has shrunk in size and completely transformed into the current Mebius. I became what I am now. It was at this moment that I finally realized one thing, resurrection from the dead is not the same as infinite life. I'm still going to die, literally. But when will that be? After I die 10 times? Or 100 times? 1,000 times? Was it when I regressed to a baby? Was it when I regressed to a baby? Or an embryo? Or a cell? I don't know anything. I just remember, that was the first time I felt the fear of the unknown. And this fear, soon overwhelmed me. So, while seeking evolution, I began to frantically search for a way to make myself truly immortal. I wanted the shadow of death to never catch up with me. But, what's the point? At that time, Daozhu asked me, Doctor, what is the purpose of pursuing eternal life? Rice wife. In the pure land of one mind. When Lei Qianqian heard this question, he was shocked and murmured, what is the pursuit of eternity, for? She wanted to know if her answer was the same as Mebius's. Mebius in the video continued, at that time, I searched all the words in my mind, but I still couldn't piece together a complete answer. Yes, why exactly? People are bound to die, right? Then what is my persistence? For the first time, I started to doubt myself. Sounds stupid, right? But that's not the stupidest thing. I never thought that what really made me wake up in the end would be Alicia's death, the person I once hated the most. Her death made me finally understand one thing. Those who are driven by fear but don't know where they are going. When I laughed at them, I didn't realize that I was one of them. I never realized that I am actually a loser. At that time, I finally heard another voice in my heart, only death is eternal. Lei Movie didn't know how Mebius, who was lying on the ground, felt when he heard these words. But there was a storm in her heart. Eternal. That's what she's been pursuing. As Mebius said, she was driven by the fear of her sister's death to pursue the eternal loser. What is true eternity? Is there really anything that lasts forever? She looked at the scene in Ishan Pure Land. Yes, this place had not changed for hundreds of years, but, with the exposure, didn't her heart change? Is there really only death? She looked at the exposure screen. There is a question that I suddenly want to know, how did Alicia die? Why would a persistent and crazy person like Mebius change? It's not just her. Including Wendy at this time. My heart is full of emotions. He walks the world as a good friend, using this method to show him the prosperity of the world and realize the thing called freedom. But, he knows very well that he is not what Mebius calls a loser. At this moment, he also became curious, how did Aaliyah die? What kind of death would make Mebius have thoughts similar to his own? There are many people who think like this on the continent of Teyvat. But not surprisingly, in the end everyone was curious about, how did Alicia die? Look to the sky again. Mebius in the image had already finished what he wanted to say. Mebius, the other me in this world, please say goodbye to me properly, okay? Mebius, who was lying on the ground, stretched out his hand toward her. The moment she was about to touch it, she clenched her fist, and the green liquid turned into an arrow, which instantly penetrated the holographic image and said, destroy all these data. On the continent of Teyvat, those who were feeling, thinking, and feeling sad just now were all confused. Paimon kept shouting, CDBJ bad woman. Super bad woman. But, the only response she received was Mebius's laughter in the sky. OP. Hey? What's that look in your eyes, Klein? Mebius stood up from the ground and asked, do you think she would choose death, really out of her own will? What did you say? Klein was shocked. Mebius laughed and said, he. It seems that you really didn't realize it. Think about it, Klein, the last time she came to the paradise of things to synchronize her memory was at what time? Klein replied, it was just now that Alicia. It suddenly reacted, you. Could it be that? Mebius smiled and nodded, well, he is indeed my favorite assistant, he understands it very quickly. Yes, when synchronizing, I took advantage of that gap. A small seed was planted in her memory. Thank you, Klein. It wasn't until today that you finally let me know that not only has it taken root and sprouted, but it also seems to have yielded quite a harvest. Klein, Mebius continued to ask, Klein, do you know why I am willing to read it all? A snake will not let go of its prey. What it is best at is waiting. It was the same before, and it's the same now. Klein suddenly realized something was wrong, the data in this area is slowly disappearing. During the time just now, you have been trying to slowly delete this area Tet. Mebius smiled in triumph. Haha. That's right, Klein. There are still a lot of things you want to learn from me, but, don't worry, this will not have any impact on you. At most there will just be some minor data corruption. You may experience some symptoms similar to amnesia, but that shouldn't be considered a bad thing. I think you wouldn't want to think back on how your new hairsker friend died in despair, right? Mebius looked at me aside, haha. Sister hairsker sister, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect that something like this would happen, making you an audience member for so long and watching a boring farce. Yi sneered, ha. I thought I was already an outsider. How could it be, Sister hairsker? You have always been my favorite rat, but, in my laboratory, there is a biting rat. But they all have to accept the punishment. Then. Goodbye, Sister hairsker. A passage appeared behind Mebius, those interesting things that we couldn't complete today, let us continue on another day of course, the premise is, you if you can still get out of here alive. Mebius. May turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the road where Mebius entered. Wait, experimental subject. Klein stopped her, don't catch up anymore. That area has disappeared, and the doctor has also left here. I stopped immediately. In front of her, the space began to disappear. All the data was gradually disappearing and eroding towards them. The place where they could fit was getting smaller and smaller. We still have time, I'm helping you find a way to leave the paradise. Damn it, has this teleportation anchor been turned off by the doctor? Mei looked at Klein's anxious and busy look. Asked, Klein, I remember that you like to use probability to tell me how dangerous the situation is. So, what is the probability that we can leave here alive now? Mei, this is really an unexpected probability. She said softly, very good, thank you for the encouragement you gave me. The success rate is 0, but you are still looking for a way to get us out of here. I finally seem to understand what Kevin means. I believe in myself and you, far more than I believe in these boring data. Mei closed her eyes. The next moment, a violent arc of electricity suddenly surged from her body, becoming the only light in this boundless darkness. Klein wondered, are you releasing the Hersker's power? This is a space made of memory, and the Hersker's ability is nothing at all. The next scene shocked Klein completely. This, impossible. The door, actually opened? In this space, there is a road leading to the outside world? Klein reacted, oh, it was her, your power that made her notice this place at the same time. Inside the Paradise Hall. When Mei Yi and Klein quietly returned. Alicia was chatting with Mebius not far away. No, Mebius. How could someone who can interest both you and me be so easy for you to succeed at? Mebius said dissatisfied, Alicia, there must be a limit to your self-righteousness, right? Do you really think you can save her? Ah, by the way, didn't you always want me to wear pink clothes? Are you convinced? I'm in a pretty good mood today. If she comes out of the paradise alive later, I'll tell you right away, how about it? Mei heard this. I knew I couldn't remain silent any longer. He came over and said directly, okay, then you can wear it. What? Mebius's eyes were wide open and he couldn't believe it at all. Alicia said with a smile, look, Mebius, what am I talking about? A cute girl's heart is always capable of anything. Mebius stared at me. This is impossible, why can you come back alive? Mei Yi shrugged, who knows, maybe, it's just luck. Mebius gritted his teeth, luck? Are you kidding? That was a dead end that she carefully prepared. A dead end. It's impossible to escape from there unless, etc. She looked at Alicia, is it you? Alicia. Det. Seeing Alicia's appearance, she understood everything and turned around to leave. Hey? Mebius, don't leave in a hurry. Mebius. Alicia kept calling her from behind, but the more she called, the faster Mebius walked. Alicia said helplessly, hey, it's true, he walked away without looking back, Chapter 60. How much does she hate pink clothes? She would be so angry. But, her angry look, is actually quite cute. It looks like a little pufferfish, full of energy. What do you think, Mei? He looked at Alicia, who was deliberately imitating Mebius and puffing out her cheeks to make a cute sound. I chose to ignore this scene. Instead, he asked, have you already known the true purpose of Mebius? Alicia put away her cute look, oh, Mei, why do you think so? If I knew, I would have gone to help you a long time ago. What I said to Mebius just now, didn't you have everything? Did you hear that? She told me everything because she thought she could finally leave the paradise of the past. How should I put it? It's like, your cat scratched the curtains in your house, and came to show off to you with a proud look on its face, similar feeling. Listening to this metaphor, Alicia clearly regards herself as her thing, and this metaphor is too unimagery. I said, I can only say. Fortunately, Mebius has left. Alicia smiled and said, if she were here, I wouldn't have said that. Maybe I would change the metaphor to a snake and then say it. Who knows? Okay. Mei, don't always look so serious. The battle is over. You have successfully defeated another Yingji. In the past, this was something that no one would dare to think about. Moreover, she is much more serious than me. You have also seen it, right? That look. Mei knows that Alicia is referring to man-made collapse. As Kevin said, man-made collapse is the strongest posture of a fusion warrior. She nodded, Del. The mood has just relaxed a little. Then I heard Alicia say again, so, Mei, you can be a little more proud and happy. It doesn't matter even if you want to jump for joy, right? I looked at her speechlessly. Even after being together for so long, she still wasn't used to Alicia's ways. No. Maybe it's not that I'm not used to it, but that I've always been wary. While she was thinking, Alicia continued, oh, can it be said that, you have been waiting for me? You want me to take the initiative and give you a big hug? Class 89. As she said that, she moved closer to Mei Yi, yes, if you want. I immediately took a step back, no need. This is nothing to celebrate. The battle with Yingji is not the purpose of my trip. From the beginning, I came here to explore the truth, and this has never changed. This was her purpose all along, and it was precisely for this purpose that Mei placed herself from the perspective of a bystander, never truly integrating into the paradise of the past, and did not want to form any bonds with the heroes. At least, that's what she's thinking now. I didn't know until recently that heroes like Mebius, who have ulterior motives while passing on the legacy, maybe not a few. She stared at Alicia. Take you for example, Alicia. Isn't your real purpose just like the bow and arrow in your hand? It always leads to action. Alicia said with a smile that never changed. Me? I am the same as you, I have never changed. As a bystander, I quietly appreciate the changes and surprises you have brought to the paradise. These alone satisfy me. For her words. Me, I still had a doubtful attitude. Don't believe it easily. Mob. Now she has more important things to do. The scene changes. She had already appeared in the familiar and dark corridor and returned all the way along the corridor. Teyvat continent. Lay movie became anxious when he saw this scene. Why did you leave? I still want to know about Alicia's death, which must make me understand what eternity is. No. I must know what will happen to her. Lei Xingqing hesitated to leave this pure land. Sudden. She thought about the chat area. The Son of God will ask God Lord Lin Hao, what is the ending of Alicia? Wendy, little fox, please ask God Lord Lin Hao, how did Alicia die? Nisida, is this the end of the land of things gone by? Haven't we found the answer yet? Kamizato Ayaka, this feeling of neither getting better nor getting better is so uncomfortable. Zhongli, little fox, you'd better ask God Lord Lin Hao to tell us the final result. Funina, Alicia's death must be crucial, I really want to know too. Wendy, little fox, please go faster, this is very important to me. Thunder movie, Son of God. Speed up. Yadi Shenzi, you are so impatient, why don't you come out and ask yourself? Ye Kamiko sent a message in the chat area, but it attracted more inquiries from people, some whom she knew, some whose names she had heard of, and some who had even heard of them. Not only that. She even heard the witches not far away talking about each other, wanting to know Alicia's ending. The reason is rare, this woman is too dazzling in the paradise of the past. Her beauty, her character, and even her purpose are all too dazzling. Much to the interest of the onlookers in Teyvat. Ye Shenzi pushed Lin Hao, stop pretending to be cold here, I'm asking you, what is her ending? Lin Hao let out a long sigh, it's best for you to stop here and don't explore, speak English. Ye Shenzi was not so polite to him. After all, she wanted to know too. Lin Hao reminded again, Son of God, listen to me and don't delve deeper. Ye Shenzi frowned, come on, I know you won't say it. She directly posted Lin Hao's answer in the chat area. In an instant, countless people complained. Wendy, what do you mean? Playing the Riddler here? How about revealing it? Zhongli, what if we have to go deeper? Nazida, I just said that Kevin is not a good person, and even the reincarnated Lin Hao is not a good person either. Dadalia, damn. Is it so difficult to reveal it? It's the best for us. What is good for us, we don't know. Paimon, I can't help it anymore. I can't bear it anymore. Master, let's go and question him. Wendy, it's just a rice wife. It's not the first time I've been there. It's time to go away, let's go in the sun. Zhongli, Master, I want to ask for leave. Hudao, it's approved, go to Dao wife and teach him a lesson. Wendy, Ray movie, come out here and teach him a lesson together. Funina, calm down, everyone. Wendy, calm down? How do you tell me to calm down? This is our biggest concern. Arataki Ito, where are you? I'm almost at Narukami Taisha Shrine now. Kuki Shinobu, alas the boss ran too fast and was frozen in front. Kamizato Ayaka, I feel a strong chill covering the whole Inajima. Xiaogong, wow. It seems like it's winter now. Wendy : Yeshenzi, Lin Hao just said that if you insist on asking, he doesn't mind accepting your challenge, even if it's together. As long as you can defeat him, he will tell you. Dadalia, I'm just following Wendy's words to heat up the atmosphere in the chat area. In fact, I don't really want to know the results or anything like that. Wendy, hey, I was joking too. Hudao, there is business coming from the Palace of Life and Life again, and I can't give you any more leave. Paimon, why are you all so cowardly? Zhongli, generally speaking, we are not scared, but we believe that the exposure system will give us the answer. Wendy, that's right. That's right. What the kid said is right. Payman: okay, okay, I'm not the most anxious anyway, I'll just continue to watch the exposure, Although that is what is said. But in private, Wendy and others still gave Lin Hao a warm greeting. And in the sky, the exposure continues. Yi walked out of the corridor and came to Kevin. Have you found the truth you want? Raiden Mei. Mei was silent. The truth? I fully understood it, and I almost lost it. She sorted out her thoughts, the more I dig into the past, the deeper the roots of the truth are hidden. Even, occasionally it will lead me in some less glorious directions. But maybe those are the things I want you to see, Kevin said. Mei thought about her words for a while. She didn't want to discuss this issue for the time being. Did the world snake give the void manzozo to Otto? That's right. Kevin nodded. Mei Yi asked, do you know what Otto is going to do? I know. Kevin saw the worry in her heart and added, what he really wants to do will have no impact on World Snake, nor will it have any impact on your former companions. It may even be a little embarrassing. Mei looked at him, you know, my habit is to confirm in person. Kevin interrupted her, that man's plan has already started. If you go now, it's too late. No, Kevin. Even if time is tight, I will use my own way to confirm the situation. Use my own way, to help my companions. As soon as the words fell, a strong magnetic field instantly covered every corner of the world snake base. The ancient walls flashed with strange fluorescence, and the instruments that transcended the times also stagnated. Kevin observed with great interest the method chosen by the Hersker of Thunder. If this continues, you will destroy this place. Let me take you to a place where you can unleash your power, please give me flowers. As his words fell, a gap opened in front of Mei Yi. Feeling the breath coming from the gap, Mei Yi recognized it at a glance, Sea of Children. You are worthy of your purpose, Hersker of Thunder. Kevin took the lead to step into the quantum sea, and Mei followed suit. She directly releases all her Hersker power. The consciousness also came to a pure white nothing space. Here it is. Hearing Kiana's voice, Mei explained to her, it is deep in the heart of the Hersker, where our spirits can communicate with each other. Mei? Kiana was also in disbelief when she heard this voice, am I dreaming? Mei said calmly, if I say yes, you don't want to believe it, right? Sure enough. It's reality. Kiana said with happiness in her tone, this is like, a place where you meet those memories or soul fragments, right? Mei Yi nodded, it's a bit similar. It's just, we are all our true selves, our true wills. This was originally a space created by the so-called collapse will. I accidentally discovered its existence before, and thought ways to use it like this. Broken will. Isn't that super dangerous? Kiana was anxious. Mei comforted, it's okay, Kiana. It can't affect me, but we don't have much time to communicate like this. You should be facing the threat of Otto. How is the situation? The Dean, Brynja, and the squad leader, they tried their best to create opportunities for everyone to move forward. The anti-entropy seniors, Seal, Rosalia, Lilia, and those who the Valkyries who still belong to the Destiny have provided everything they can in their own way for the current situation. Now, Yolandel and I are heading to the final battlefield together, fighting side by side for a common goal. This should be, the last battle. Kiana simply explained everything. After hearing this, Mei Yi also roughly understood, Yolandel. As a companion, she is very reliable, you can trust her. In this case, let me help you. Conquering thunder and lightning, accept my power. No matter how many times you lose your sword, I will reforge it for you. Thank you, Mei. Okay, go quickly. Time is running out, isn't it? Mei Yi urged her to leave. Kiana hesitated and said, Mei, it doesn't matter, I understand everything, Kiana. I have a lot to say to Mei Yi, but I'll leave it until the next time we meet. Then. I'm leaving. Just wait for my wonderful performance. Don't lose, Kiana. Of course. After all, if Mei is here, it is equivalent to having the strength of 100 people. Haha. Mei Yi smiled, okay, then you can feel it. The power of 100 people. The words fell. All of Mei's power to conquer the gems poured into Kiana's core. After Kiana leaves, Only then did Mei Yi look into the depths of this space. She continued to go deeper inside. In this pure and peaceful space, time seems to slow down. I know I can see you again as long as I come here. She looked at the illusory figure in front of her. Kiana has returned to reality, and what I can do, has been done. So, next, let's talk about you bar. Otto is not afraid of you, neither am I. I have many questions to ask you. For example, who are you, Broken Will? The scene changes. Kevin has already returned to World Snake Space with Mei Yi. Kevin, you have a way to observe Kiana's battle, right? Faced with Mei Yi's problem, Kevin chose to respond silently. As for Mei, she has long been accustomed to the Riddler's methods like Kevin in the Paradise. He continued, I don't think you will be completely unconcerned after returning the Void Manzo to Otto. It's impossible for you to not care about his plan, or whether the ultimate goal can be accomplished. Kevin, why did you do this? Is it because of Shishi's good intentions or to remove the obstacles of the World Serpent? Or, is it just to achieve something you want to do but fail to do? Thunder and lightning me, I guess you won't be willing to leave until you know the final result. Kevin stopped her from continuing. After letting her enter the paradise of past events, there were some things that he had no intention of hiding from her. Grey Snake. Kevin's cold voice came out. As if he had been waiting for help, Grey Snake immediately walked out. Lord, we are ready. Next moment, Mei Yi saw Otto's figure appearing on the screen behind her. Really? Just as she thought. It is impossible for the World Snake to not pay attention to such a battle between anti-entropy and destiny. They are even monitoring the whole battle to see who is the final winner, right? Chapter 61. That's Otto. Mei Yi looked at Otto in the picture, and it was completely different from the image of Otto in her memory. Let me explain it to you, Raiden Mei. Grey Snake came over and said, this is Otto stealing the power of the tree of imaginary numbers. It seems that I don't need to explain in the screen. Otto was already so proud that he complained to himself, annihilation returns here, and new stars are born from it. Since this power does not belong to mortals, nor to the Hersker, it is the original posture of imaginary authority. The embodiment of truth in the world, this is the power of false gods. It's noisy. Yolandel directly interrupted him with the spear in her hand. Kiana also joined hands to attack. Facing the two attacks, Otto still smiled, come on, my heroes. I have been waiting for the fall for too long. It's so noisy, can you please shut up? Kiana couldn't help but scolded. Otto didn't care at all, okay. My acting skills do make me feel uncomfortable sometimes. Having said that. But Otto still didn't shut up, your power is indeed much stronger, but, this is the real power of authority. The words fell. The entire space began to rotate and fold, as if falling into an illusory world. It is impossible to determine where is the reality and where is the abyss. If Kiana and Hollander make the wrong move, they will fall into the abyss of imaginary numbers. Kiana. I couldn't help but become worried when she saw this. But looking back at Grey Snake and Kevin, these two people were very calm, as if, not worried at all that Otto would win. Why is that? She couldn't help but think of what Kevin had said before, what he really wanted to do would have no impact on World Snake, nor would it have any effect on your former companions. It might even be slightly beneficial. What exactly does it mean? 6, 8, 7 Mei Yi continued to look at the battle on the screen. Kiana and Hollander cooperated very well, and soon found Otto's location in this chaotic and upside-down world. And Otto has already noticed their arrival. I have been baptized by the tree of imaginary numbers and am infinite. How you want to conquer? Let me wait and see. Unlimited. When Kiana and Hollander heard this, 2Zi used his most powerful calendar area. The power of the Hersker intertwined with the power of the Stigmata, and they moved in two directions, breaking through Otto's defense. Even so, Otto still had the tone of wanting to be beaten. Stigmata, Hersker, you want to surpass me with these imaginary shadows? If you can do it, then I will be happy to accompany you. Mei found something unusual. As a bystander, she clearly felt that Otto was not normal. These words were all said too deliberately. According to Otto in the past, he was cunning and elusive, and would never tell his enemies his true situation and true power. Something is wrong. He hasn't used Void Manzo yet. Be careful, Kiana, hey. As soon as Mei shouted these words, she saw that Otto was defeated by Kiana and Hollander together. The armor composed of imaginary creations on his body was all shattered. He himself was also beaten back from the pseudo-god state. Got you. Kiana pointed the big sword in her hand at Otto. Otto got up from the ground with difficulty. It's not over yet. Yet. Kiana would not hold back on Otto. All her tragedies were caused by this guy. The sword filled with flames fell on Otto's head. Kiana found that her sword was actually blocked by the imaginary number creation, and the armor that was shattered just now was being regenerated and repaired. Otto coughed and said, "It's useless. As long as this space is still bathed in the gift of the tree of imaginary numbers, my authority will continue to regenerate. You can't kill me. I can't be reborn. The power of wholeness is absolutely unlimited." Seeing that Kiana and Hollander were still attacking themselves continuously, Otto's eyes fell on Kiana. "You can't do it just by relying on the mere hairsker of the sky." Kiana was already angry. Under these words, there was also a complete explosion of power. Hollander understood even more, and threw the spear in her hand, pinning Otto to the wall. "Kiana, now. Let your authority be buried with you." Kiana roared angrily, using the power of the space hairsker to directly reorganize the imaginary space, and Otto completely lost the power of authority. "Really?" Mei Yi understood. "Absolutely right." She asked Kevin, "Kevin, did you already know that Otto was seeking death?" Otto's reminder just now was too obvious. If he wanted to kill two people, why didn't he use Void Manzo? Why did he constantly expose his weaknesses and provoke Kiana to kill him? It's not that Kevin didn't answer. But the next picture has already given the answer. The picture has returned to the original church, and Otto's voice has returned to normal. "Well done, Bianca, Kiana." The two people who had just relaxed immediately became alert. "Don't be nervous, two powerful warriors. You did reverse the rules of the false god in an instant, turning my spirit into the lonely ghost I am now. Soon, everything will be settled according to your will, so before that, I want to congratulate you. Congratulations on your victory over domination and restraint. Congratulations on preventing me from destroying your history and compatriots. Of course. I also congratulate myself. I can finally say the final farewell to my life without any regrets." Hollander asked, "Bishop, we stopped that crazy plan you talked about. Now, is it time to tell us your true purpose?" Stubborn boy. To be honest, from the beginning of today, I hope that all of you can stand on the opposite side of me and treat me as a heinous person. Although the former did succeed, the latter also failed. Oh, should I feel annoyed or relieved? Anyway, you did defeat me, and you also defeated him behind me at that moment. This is a remarkable achievement. Using those experiences, you will eventually defeat Honkai and bring lasting light to the world you cherish. And I will finally have the opportunity to do something similar to the world I cherish. To be precise, I will hand a lost torch back into her hands. At this moment, Kiana, Hollander, World Snake, everyone in Teyvat continent all thought of the answer. That was Otto's only purpose, to resurrect Karen Kislana. Haha, it seems you have guessed the answer, right? That's right, before I was crushed by you, even though I was infinitely close to God, I was ultimately just a slave to the tree of imaginary numbers. I was firmly bound to the original world, even though I did have the ability to reshape it. Power, but no freedom at all. So, I made such a bet from the beginning. I bet that human will can create instant miracles and make the laws of the tree of imaginary numbers chaotic and subdued in that short moment. Kiana Kislana. The child I once called K423. In the past, the power of love allowed you to do this. Now, I have proven that anger can do the same thing. I bet my last hope of resurrecting Colin on this, and the facts have proved that I did win the bet. Only the hairsker of the void can create a miracle that renormalizes the imaginary space where everything that was originally infinite stagnated in an instant. It allows those wedges of the world, the origin that I carefully selected, to take root and sprout in new soil. This is something I can't do no matter what when I hold the power but am a slave. Thank you for allowing me to witness the miracle that only belongs to me and her at the last moment of my life. I will eventually die with all my sins, and for those of you who still choose to move forward, the ladder to conquer the collapse of the sky has now revealed the first stone steps to you. The road is winding and almost. It can't be done. But at the end of it, there is light. Farewell, heroes. Tell Teresa, it's a pity that her grandfather can't attend her coronation ceremony. At this point, all sounds have disappeared. Obviously. Otto is completely dead. When Mei saw his final scene, her mood was also complicated, but she would not sympathize with Otto, Kiana, and the others for their suffering, or the departure of teacher Heimko. Mei took a long breath. Get ready to leave here. She suddenly noticed something was wrong. Why Kevin and Grey Snake didn't leave? And what is Kevin's purpose in giving the Void Manzo to Otto? Just wondering. I saw Grey Snake adjusting the equipment. Another picture appeared on the screen. It was an indescribable space, and in that space, Otto was moving forward with difficulty. This is Kong Manzo, the face passed down from the past. Mei Yi looked at Grey Snake and Kevin in confusion, but they did not answer. But Kevin. Mei noticed that he, who was not interested in the previous battle, was actually interested in the current scene. She also looked at the screen. Life is really a fragile thing. Otto murmured to himself as he walked. When I was a child, my sister died on the battlefield. They told me that her soul is immortal and her spirit goes to heaven. Generation after generation, human beings are always willing to deceive themselves with such lies, believing in the so-called afterlife and the eternity of consciousness. They disguise the world as if there is no death. Until death suddenly invades their lives and falls on the people they love, even at this time, they will deceive themselves even more, believing that they can transcend all things and that their firm love can last forever. Indeed, love, and even broader emotions, they can cause miracles. But the creators of miracles can only be people who are still alive at that moment. As an ordinary person who has been deceived by them. I have also imagined that the human soul exists in a higher dimension, fantasy. I hope that one day, my loved one can return to the world with a new body and live in a better future. It's a pity that the rules of the world are not like this. Death is indeed the dissipation of consciousness, the end of everything. We cannot continue the starlight that has disappeared. When we reverse time, awaken the silent island of graves, re-inject the evergreen water of life into the past that buries everything. The two divided road will unfold again there, and the choice of life and death will form two worlds from then on, and the price is just one person's death, one person's destruction. And the collapse that was originally intended to kill us. It's a pity that by the time he realized this truth, Otto Apicalis was already a world-famous villain. He was already thoroughly hated by the power he needed most. From head to toe. However, it does not matter. She did prove that anger out of love can have the same power as love. Behind such a hero, Teresa, my dear granddaughter, you are growing into a great leader. Given time, you will eventually make people forget your grandfather, and let his right and wrong, his merits and demerits, be annihilated in history and disappear into conversation. Eat fruits and vegetables other than bitter melon occasionally. You always stay up late, your body should be supplemented with more nutrients. Did you know, for tomorrow's coronation ceremony, Grandpa will hold your hand and sew the Archbishop's shoulders. If you don't mind it, then use it to start your own era. Get rid of those stains that Grandpa left on it. Teresa. My old friends, Immortal Red Kite, Hairsker of Reason, they are truly good people and will definitely help you find your own path. And Bianca, my last student, I manipulated your life and planned your destiny. While I showed my sincere love for your cultivation, I also used you as a pawn to take what I wanted. Ask for it. Do you know? Everything I have shown you in the last 10 years is just so that someone can build a wordless monument for me after being wiped out like this. I don't need anyone to judge me. After all, these long and short 500 years are just all a man can do for his own wishful thinking. He has now reached the end of his journey. What he wants to accomplish, what he wants to witness, what he wants to redeem. They have taken root in the tree of imaginary numbers, just waiting for the lost messenger to deliver the last message before everything ends. At that moment, it will not be too early or too late. It will become a requiem that transcends death. It will become a hymn for the arrival of miracles. The world will only be for one person at that moment. $. Let the imposed sin disappear, and let the terminated will continue to move forward. Despicableness will be taken to the grave by me, light will reach into the future because of you. 5.9. I fooled my friends, my loved ones, I fooled the world and its rules, just to give you, the only real one, a second life. I'm back, Colin. See here. Grey Snake smiled and said, interesting. Otto is aware of the methods we left behind in the void, and treats us as his last words? Lord, we want to send this to Will, the new Bishop of Destiny. Have a share. Kevin just replied with a cold voice, okay. May noticed. Kevin's attention now is not at all on Otto's last words. But, what he will do next? She immediately looked back at the scene. Otto's eyes were obviously different, his pace gradually accelerated, and his words were also different. Only when a person truly wants to change the world will he discover his personal power, how small it is. The saint sacrificed everything for the people, but what she got in exchange were ruthless shackles and nooses. The world is so chaotic. It is neither fair nor reasonable. It persecutes heroes and nourishes evil types. It is full of ugliness and no beauty remains. In front of him, countless chaotic monsters were born out of thin air. They had no consciousness or intuition, and only instinctively blocked those who wanted to get closer. That's Void Manzo. May noticed that Otto's Void Manzo, which he had never used, appeared in his hand at this moment. Fee flows. Kevin gave him the Void Manzo just for him to use at this time? Why would Kevin do such unnecessary things? Otto is dead, so what happens next should have nothing to do with him. It is even less likely to be related to the Stigma project. Mei Yi couldn't understand it at all. In the picture, Otto took out the Void Manzo and used Mimicry Skyfire Holy Judgment, let the evil people cut off the malice in the world. Chapter 62. This is Otto Apocalypse, whom Mei has never seen before. He faces hundreds, thousands of humanoid imaginary creations alone with one man and one sword. Not only were these monsters in pain, not only were they tired, but they were not afraid of life and death. They were like crazed dead soldiers, rushing toward Otto without risking their lives. They roar. They roar. Just to expel and kill this foreign object that is close to gods and close to the tree of imaginary numbers. Otto held the heavenly fire holy judgment in hand and jumped towards the group of monsters without hesitation. Boom! Infinite flames burst out from the Mimicry Skyfire holy judgment, like a nuclear bomb, instantly wiping out the monsters in the entire area. Otto moved forward again. Just take a step. A hand from the ground grabbed him, and then monsters appeared again around him. These monsters slaughter and kill endlessly. Otto pierced the ground with an arrow, cutting off the monster's hand, and then the light flashed past, and the Mimic Skyfire Holy Seal transformed into the Mimic Black Abyss 100 Flowers, and stabbed the monster in front. He looked at the imaginary tree in front of him, which was very close but still separated by the chasm. This is the distance between her and tomorrow, this is the world's ruthless counterattack against her. But her followers will never give up because of this. Just as he wills. Mimicry. Black Abyss Flowers penetrated dozens of monsters and reopened the blocked path forward. Near. Just get close there. In order to achieve his true purpose. Otto ran forward again, wanting to get closer. Sudden. A shadow blocked his way. Wrong. It's countless shadows. Otto glanced at the shadows on the ground and raised his head decisively. In the sky, countless monsters rushed towards him densely. Just as he said, with just one step closer, this cruel world would launch a crazy counterattack against him. But, so what? Otto jumped back, and all the monsters fell where he was. Mimicry. Black Abyss 100 Flowers once again transformed into Mimicry. Xianyuan Sword. He held a Xianyuan sword in each hand and rushed towards the monsters in front. Every time the sword fell, one monster would be destroyed. Every time the Xianyuan sword is damaged, a new Xianyuan sword will condense in his hand, and there are several Xianyuan swords around him to kill the monsters that sneak attack. This scene completely stunned everyone. Even Mei Yi couldn't help but marvel, I never knew that Bishop Otto was so strong. The same is true on the continent of Teyvat. Alaya, compared to him, can I be called a proficient in all martial arts? Zhongli, is this Otto? I didn't pay too much attention to him before, but I didn't expect his belief to be so deep. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, isn't this the person who was punched to death by my little friend? His strength is so strong? No. It should be said that it is obsession. His obsession is too terrifying. Shen He, is this the power of love? Walnut, come on Otto. Don't let this BD world look down upon you. Nazada, although you are a heinous and evil person, at this time, I hope you can achieve your goal. Funina, come on, Otto. Let this hateful world understand that people can also surpass gods. Paimon, you BD Otto, don't lose. Ying, come on, at least for this moment, I think you are worth it. Originally, everyone absolutely hated Otto. Although there are not many scenes in the exposure, every time he appears, what he does is disgusting. But this moment, just for a moment, everyone is willing to cheer for him. Hope he can succeed. B. The world is like that. When you see hope, it will give you deeper despair. Otto finally fought his way out of the monsters. But he saw the monsters he had split in half, the ones whose legs he had chopped off, all the monsters he had defeated were all gathering and merging in front of him. In just a few breaths, it turned into a giant monster hundreds of meters tall. The monster roared and slapped him. Otto, whose body was already overstretched, could not dodge at all. He could only block the mimic Xianyuan sword in front of him in an attempt to resist the blow. The moment the slap hit, the mimic Xianyuan sword instantly shattered. Otto was also knocked away by this blow. The distance was stretched again. He got up from the ground. Xianyuan sword appeared in his hand again, and with a wave of his arms, countless dust flew up, covering the sky and blocking the monster's view. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several golden chains sprang out from the dust, and before the monster could react, they firmly bound it to the ground. This is exactly the oath of mimic Judas. Otto took advantage of this opportunity, rushed towards the monster, came to its head, and thrust the cross, the oath of Judas, into the monster's head. Click! The monster's head cracked in response. The whole body also fell to the ground helplessly. Now, Otto was no longer able to support his body. He could only use the direction where the monster fell to get closer to the final goal. The erosion of imaginary numbers has turned his head into a creation of imaginary numbers. He got up from the ground with difficulty. Staggering, stumbling, step by step, towards the tree of imaginary numbers. Over there. Just ahead. As long as you reach out, you can touch the place. He raised his hand. A moment. Blood splattered everywhere, and countless black threads penetrated Otto's body. Consciousness gradually fades away. I can't give up, Karen. The corner of his mouth trembled slightly. Before he was dying, he saw Karen and the most beautiful smile. 100 years of long-cherished wish, 100 years of obsession, just for her. In order to give this smiling person a second life, Otto forcibly gathered his consciousness again and let his already dilapidated body move again. Every cell seems to be roaring, squeezing out the last bit of strength from itself, just to fulfill a century-old wish. Voidmanzo responded to him. Countless rays of light swallowed up all the black threads and wiped out all the monsters. Once a person's soul is gone, he cannot come back to life. The world allows consciousness to match new containers, but does not allow containers to collect dissipated consciousness. To save the only her, I can only create new possibilities in the past. Otto finally picked up the mimic Skyfire Holy Judgment. Throw all the treasures of emptiness to the ground. Step by step towards the tree of imaginary numbers. Put your hands on the tree of imaginary numbers, let it grow new branches, and create new possibilities from the past. This other future will be her time control this moment. Otto disappeared. But Kevin, who was in World Snake, still used the power of Voidmanzo to see the last scene. That was Otto holding the Heavenly Fire Holy Seal in his hand, descending from the sky. Destroy the Honkai beast that killed Colin. Even in the past 500 years. He has never forgotten the place where Colin died, nor the place where the Honkai beast stood. Only these 500 years of obsession allowed him to accurately hit the Honkai beast. The light dissipated, and all of Otto's existence also disappeared. There is only one sentence, Colin, live on. It floated gently into Karen's ears. He succeeded. All of Teyvat. All cheered. Paimon, he succeeded. He actually succeeded. Wendy, congratulations Otto, you have fulfilled your long-cherished wish. Zhongli, Bishop Otto, I would like to toast you and congratulate you. Xiaogong, great. Otto succeeded. Walnut, Bishop Otto is so awesome. Nazada, is this okay? Is he really an ordinary person? Ye Shenzi was extremely emotional when he heard Otto's last words. This man she had never paid attention to finally did something so unbelievable. Modify the world and create the future. It's incredible. If it were me, would I be able to go back? In the pure land of one mind. Ray Movie saw this scene. I also have mixed feelings in my heart, if I can also modify the tree of imaginary numbers, then can the real her also live? Funina, with a human body, surpassing the gods, Otto. You are the second best in my heart. Nazada, ah. Then who is the first? Funina, of course it's Kevin. Nazada : See the word Kevin. Everyone in the chat area reacted suddenly. Wendy, I was so excited watching Otto that I almost forgot about Kevin. Where is Kevin? Many people are like Wendy. They all look towards the sky. I want to see what Kevin is thinking now. In the screen. It wasn't Kevin who showed up. But it is the void of Manzo that falls in the space of imaginary numbers. He looked lonely in the direction of the tree of imaginary numbers, and said to himself in Otto's voice, "Congratulations, old friend, you did it successfully. It turns out, that's what you meant that day. It's a pity that I didn't understand it at the time." It seemed that he was trying to make the people in Teyvat understand what he was talking about. The screen also jumps to the past. That's what happens after Kevin returns it to Otto. Otto looked at Void Manzo in front of him. "Hey, old friend, are you okay?" Void Wanzang sneered, "Ha, didn't he see through your trick and kicked me out?" Otto smiled and said, "Trick? You mean the time I half-jokingly said to him that you could secretly replace me as the Bishop of Destiny? You are joking, my old friend. He is Kevin Caslin N.A. He doesn't know what your true value is? You have all the knowledge he needs to understand the world in the past 1500 years. Oh, I'm really worried about how the world snake, who has obtained your knowledge, will destroy this world after I leave. After all, if you think about it, it's only because my plan has objectively exhausted all the Honkai energy that the imaginary number invasion has not come to everyone." Kong Manzang imitated his tone, "Ah. If you really want to be good to this world, you should have announced your resignation as the Bishop of Destiny 60 years ago. It's a pity. The first law of this generation otherwise, his status in your heart is not as good as that of a replicant child who will never grow up." Otto said half-jokingly, "But aren't you also the first Hersker who fights for mankind? After I leave, how about you assist Teresa?" Void Wanzang didn't want to be fooled. "Come on, my whole body has been stained with your color and breath for the past 500 years. Do you really believe that they will be willing to cooperate with me? Will they obey my words?" Otto said bluntly, "I don't believe it. You wouldn't really think about them anyway, no." "Yet." Void Manzang admitted, "Yes, I only serve the concept of human beings. In this way, I am quite similar to the World Snake Group. Maybe. But except for Kevin Kislina." Otto thought of the man, "That's why he will let you back and acquiesce in your plan to assist me." Thinking of Kevin, even Void Manzo couldn't help but be silent for a moment. Then he continued, "Indeed, he even took the initiative to get me out. Maybe I have indeed lost my use value, but to him, what is the use of it? Benefit?" Otto explained to him, "It's very simple, because he envies me, so he is willing to be my beauty. Although relatively speaking, I should actually envy him more." "Ah." Void Wanzang was extremely shocked. "Have you forgotten how he despised you the last time we met?" In order to remind Otto of the scene of being scorned, he even imitated Kevin's words, "Obey or destroy, choose." After realizing that Otto didn't care at all, he asked again, "It's easy to understand that you envy him. Why should he envy you?" Otto said, No. You seem to have completely misunderstood, Kuroyuka him. Our envy of each other has nothing to do with power. It's just because I can do what he can't things, and he also did something that I could never do 50,000 years ago." Void Manzang didn't understand at all. "Put away your riddles. What on earth are you referring to?" Otto smiled, don't worry, my old friend. You know, it is impossible to go back 50,000 years from today, but 50,000 years ago in an era when technology was more advanced than today, he did not choose to do anything similar to what I choose to do now. Otherwise, he and I would not appear in the same world at the same time." Void Wanzang snorted disdainfully, "Are you trying to say that he is actually a person who always cherishes his own life?" "AAA." Otto couldn't help laughing, "How is that possible?" "On the contrary, Void Manzo, it is precisely because that man regards his own value as extremely low, that he envies me, and I will envy him even more." The screen disappears. Returning to the imaginary number space again, the Void is still lying here alone. After reading this, everyone in Teyvat continent understands. Completely understood. Wendy, no wonder Kevin helped Otto. Sure enough, it was because he envied him, because Otto did what he wanted to do but couldn't. Paimon, so, Kevin envies Otto because Otto can save his lover at all costs like this, and even change the world. So why does Otto envy Kevin? Zhongli, I envy Kevin and Mei to be together. Paimon, ah. I almost forgot, it seems that Otto has never confirmed his relationship with Colin. He is so miserable. Wendy, little Paimon, let me test you, why didn't Kevin do the same thing as Otto 50,000 years ago? Payman, this, I don't know. Singer, please tell me why. Wendy, the answer is, I don't know either. Kamizato Ayaka, wait a minute, it suddenly occurred to me that Kevin is the previous life of Lord Lin Hao, and Mei is the previous life of Lord Thunder God. Could it be said, that our world is it a world created by Lord Lin Hao just to be with Lord Thunder God? Wendy, this is absolutely impossible. Why don't you think about it, why did Kevin rush into the tree? Zhongli, this kind of thing can only be known after the subsequent exposure. When everyone is chatting. The picture in the sky has also returned to the world snake, and the picture on the screen has been cut off by the fluctuating imaginary number space. I said meaningfully, Kevin, it seems Otto has succeeded. Okay, I know. Kevin's tone was cold, but Mei Yi still felt a hint of sadness from it. She wanted to ask Kevin what he really meant by doing this. But now, she gave up. Based on her understanding of Kevin, she would never tell her at this time. To this end, she wants to find the truth herself. While going to the Elysium of the past to seek the truth about the Honkai will, he also stopped by to ask Kevin why he did this. Make up your mind. She turned around directly and used the dark corridor. But Kevin, still sitting on the stone throne, let out a faint sigh after a long time. Chapter 63. Kevin's sigh penetrated the corridor and drifted into the paradise of the past. He stood up slowly and said to the grey snake not far away, both dominance and restraint have been killed, and we are ready to deal with the hairsker of corrosion. Grey snake's pupil shrank. He hurriedly asked, Lord, has the law of corrosion arrived? Yes. The only answer he received was a cold and emotionless voice. It was as if, the moment Otto achieved his goal, the last trace of emotion deep in his heart completely disappeared. The exposed scene in the sky returns to the paradise of the past again. Raven was bored because of Mei's departure and wanted to relieve the past. Come to the hall. Touch center device. Hey? Why can't the anchor point be used? What do you mean? When she left, the paradise of the past also closed. Thinking about her makes me a little angry. Angrily, he found Klein. Hi. Klein, what are you busy with? After seeing her, Klein continued busy with his own affairs without raising his head, and at the same time replied, Hello, Raven. As you can see, I am performing necessary inspections and maintenance on the paradise. The battle between Raiden Mei and Dr. and Mebius seems to have had some irreversible effects on the paradise itself. For example, Raven was a little curious. Klein replied, there were some data anomalies in the system. The earliest error occurred in the boot directory of Paradise 12 hours ago, but it was restored after about 1.4 seconds. But similar situations occurred a total of 7 times today, and they disappeared so quickly that it was difficult to collect useful information. Raven asked, do you think these abnormalities are related to Mei? It's just a guess. Klein stopped what he was doing and thought about it. This kind of thing has happened in history, and it is somewhat related to the activity of the memory, and now in the paradise, what is most likely to attract their attention? Of course it's Leiden Mei and her hairsker identity. The Raven understood. To put it simply, she was being targeted again. The unknown Yingji is obviously information that Mei Yi will be interested in. But she was not here at this time. If I can sell her a favor, many things will be much easier in the future, right? Thinking like this, Raven said, I have a suggestion. How about I help you conduct an on-site investigation? Klein hesitated and wanted to refuse, but it was inappropriate to let it go now. Finally agreed, okay, I have restarted the lobby anchor, please, at least, don't turn the investigation report into an accident report. I just assume you care about me. After finishing speaking, Raven returned to the hall, activated the anchor point, and entered the paradise of past events. Looking at the surrounding scene, there is no change at all from when I arrived before. Hi, how are you? Suddenly a voice interrupted her thoughts, and a pink and cute girl appeared in front of her. Are you Alicia? Alicia said happily, oh, this must be the first time we have met, but it seems, you already know me very well? Let me guess, Did you secretly ask May about a lot of things about me? Yet I understand, after all, I have been watching you, Natasha. The people of Teyvat continent came to the paradise of the past when they saw the picture. They had already realized that Alicia, whom they liked, was about to appear, but no one expected that the way she would appear would be like this. But no matter what, as soon as she appears, some Alicia fans who are separated by the barriers of time, space, and the world will start cheering. And in the screen, Raven was not so happy. This is really an honor. I thought you were not interested in me. After all, I only met those 4 when I was undergoing the trial. No, just those 5 heroes. Alicia quickly said, "Ah, do you care so much about this matter? It's just a little bit, really just a little misunderstanding." Misunderstanding about the hat, right? Raven knew about this. May once told her that Alicia likes cute girls. As long as she takes off her hat and shows her true self, Alicia will definitely appear. This is exactly the case. Alicia said with a smile, "Look, as soon as the misunderstanding was resolved, didn't I appear in front of you right away? I'm also trying to make up for my little mistake. I know that you are just like Mei Yi, and like me, a gentle, kind, beautiful and lovely girl. Just forgive me, okay?" Raven said decisively, "No. I thought Alicia would give up." Unexpectedly, she came closer. "Oh, you are such a duplicitous child. At this time, you have to follow your heart. Don't worry, listen carefully to your own voice." Raven looked at her like this, and it was really difficult to refuse. "And I just said it was not good, but I was actually joking. I understand, I forgive you. Thank you. I knew you were the best to me." Raven, she finally understood why Mei Yi was a little unable to resist. Alicia continued, "Then, let me send you some sincere blessings to convey my feelings. You will definitely not refuse, right?" Following her words, the power of the engraving also poured into the Raven's body. She was shocked inside. Gaining recognition so easily. Just taking off the hat. Recalling the time when Kyunja blocked the road and chased her, Mebius almost sent her to the test bed and turned her into a monster. This moment, the little grudge she had towards Alicia completely dissipated without a trace. Alicia also asked, "How is it? Isn't the girl's heart very sweet? Doesn't she feel like she has been reborn? Such a memorable first encounter. Just take these blessings as a good start for us to meet each other and deepen our relationship. You see, you and Mei Yi are super good friends, and Mei Yi and I are also super good friends, then of course we can become very good and very close friends. There is still a lot of time, let us get to know each other slowly." After saying this, Alicia left. Raven didn't even get to say thank you. He could only shrug helplessly and sigh. "Alicia is such a wonderful person, but I can be sure that she has nothing to do with the anomalies in paradise." Then, she continued to go deeper into the paradise. The scene changes. Came directly to the hall of the paradise of past. Mei has returned to the paradise of the past. Now there is one thing she urgently needs to figure out, and that is seeing the Honkai consciousness in the white space. At that time, she tried to communicate with the other party, but there was no answer. Found a circle in the promised land. Finally found Kevin in the intelligence room. "Kevin, I have something to ask you, and I think only you can give me a more accurate answer." She asked directly, "Did the so-called Honkai will already exist in your era?" Broken will. Mei was a little surprised. "You don't know this name?" "Well, maybe in the past, people had another name for it. It is the concrete expression of the concept of Honkai, the only existence that controls all the Herskers. Perhaps, you can understand it as the god of collapse." Kevin said, "Well, some people do compare Honkai to gods and the Herskers to God's apostles. But this is just a metaphor after all. In order to fight against it, some people need to set a target, an enemy that can be imagined and understood by everyone. They firmly believe that only in this way can the soldiers be united. As for whether the target is God or some kind of consciousness, as long as it is convincing, it doesn't matter what it is." "I understand," Mei explained, "but what I want to ask is, maybe it's not a metaphor. The person who originally proposed this metaphor first told the world about it in this way after witnessing the so-called collapse of the will. The possibility is there," Kevin said, "a reasonable inference, but unfortunately it does not hold true." "Why?" Mei asked hurriedly. Kevin replied, because it was the fire-chasing moth who originally proposed this metaphor. And the one who denied it, was also the fire-chasing moth. Really? This answer is the same as Mei Yi expected. In the perception of Kevin in the paradise of the past, he does not exist. By the way, she also wanted to ask this Kevin why the Kevin outside gave Otto the void manzo. Look back. Kevin doesn't know where to go again. She had no choice but to go back to the lounge to sort out her current questions and answers. As soon as he walked into the lounge, Eden said hello to her. "Ah, Miss Mei, long time no see." Mei Yi also smiled. "Eden, you are drunk again." Eden said with a hint of drunkenness, "Miss Yi, congratulations, you finally got what you wanted." Seeing Mei Yi's confused look, Eden couldn't help but said, "Well, could it be that I guessed wrong? There is obviously a bit of rare joy in your voice. It seems like old friends are reunited and a close friend is reunited. If I say something wrong, Miss Mei, in this generation, just think of it as my own punishment." "Ah. Miss Raven gave me this glass of wine. I really can't refuse." I watched her finish the wine in her glass. But he suddenly remembered, "Raven? By the way, you have been in the hall, did you see where the raven went?" Eden replied, "Ah, of course I saw it, she seemed to go to the depths of the paradise. I remember, Ellie also exist. Raven and Alicia." The combination of these two people surprised her. Eden said gently, "Don't worry, Miss Mei. As long as Ai Li is here, Miss Raven won't be heavy." After saying that, she poured herself another glass of wine. "Well, this glass is dedicated to Ellie and to Miss Raven." Mei Yi quickly stopped her. "Eden, you really can't drink anymore. You are already drunk." Eden rarely stopped moving. Then, she shook the wine glass gently and looked at the sparkling wine in it. "Miss Mei, do you know? In that bygone era, I drank all the wine and dew in the world. And the cup in front of me. Indeed, it can be called a fine wine. But compared with those fine wines, it is still much duller. But it is a glass like this wine, but I don't want to put it down no matter what. It keeps tempting me, making me drink a little more, and crave a little more, those tastes that only exist in the new world." I was silent. Now she can't persuade her no matter what. I can only give her some advice. He left the lounge alone. Host, what if? When she learned that Raven and Alicia were together, she had a very bad feeling. After arriving at the lobby, go directly to the Paradise of Rebirth. Under normal circumstances, Alicia would definitely be waiting for her at that place. But wait for Mei to arrive. Only to find that Alicia was not there at all. It is so strange that she will be absent from work for a day. It seems, the only choice is to go back and look for it. Mei Yi returned directly to the hall. After searching around, I was surprised to find that Alicia was teasing a drunken Eden in the break room. "So you are here, Alia." Alicia turned back to look at Mei. "Hey, Mei. Why are you back so soon? I thought you would stay outside for a while." "Oh." Yi also teased, "That means you don't welcome me back." Alicia chuckled, "How could that be? I just think that it is a rare opportunity to reunite with an important person, so I should spend more time with him." Yi said in surprise, "How do you know?" Alicia deliberately asked, "What do you know? An important person? Reunion? Or getting along?" "Don't wait for Mei Yi to speak." She said the answer herself. "Wrong. I don't know anything. I only know that Mei is happy now. Her thoughts are written on her face. The last time you smiled like this was when you were with me. Well, maybe you were a little happier than then. If you want to talk about that person, I don't mind. It's better to say that I'm as curious about her as I am about you." It was Yi who was said so by two people in a row. They all wonder if they are really acting too obvious. Or, are these heroes too keen? After all, Kevin didn't say anything. She also immediately changed the subject. "Let's get down to business. During my absence, did anyone see you and Raven together?" Alicia quickly said, "Mei. Do you know that this kind of statement can easily cause misunderstanding? Or, is this really what you care about? You are actually a very possessive person. A strong girl. Where is she now?" Mei Yi was not in the mood to joke now. Alicia noticed this. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Unfortunately, I have no clue about this matter for the time being. It's strange, I have been paying attention. He looked at her, but after passing by Phyllis' shop, she disappeared. Mei Yi was surprised, the raven, disappeared. Alicia nodded, so, I am planning to visit a friend to see if she knows anything. Sorry, I can't accompany you for the time being. While I'm away, you can also investigate again. Mei Yi is so powerful, maybe she can get Natasha back without my help. After saying that, Alicia left in a hurry. From the look on her face, she was clearly very anxious to find that friend. Tit. Mei Yi doesn't have the energy to care about this now. The raven, obviously just wanted to be lazy here, so why did he enter the past for no reason? No. She had to investigate for herself. Return to the hall again, touch the device in the middle, and enter the paradise of the past. According to Alicia, the raven disappeared in Phyllis' shop. Although Alicia is not credible, but now there is only this clue. 10 minutes later. Mei Yi has already arrived at the store. After some investigation, there were no clues except the raven feathers on the ground that proved she had been there. I shouldn't have gone in the wrong direction, but this is clearly a dead end. Could it be that Alicia really disappeared as she said? How could it be possible? Checked again, the result is still the same. There is no point in continuing to waste time here. Mei Yi could only choose to return to the hall again. As soon as I arrived at the hall, I saw Alicia holding a loudspeaker and shouting, "Hey, hey, 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 hey." When she saw Mei Yi appear, she said happily, "Ah! Mei Yi, you are back. The Miss Mei Yi who held Mebius down is back." Mei Yi quickly asked, "What are you doing?" This speaker is. Chapter 64. Alicia put down the speaker in her hand. "I got this from Phyllis in exchange for 3 crystal tweeds. It's durable, the sound quality is clear, and the sound is super sweet. Use it to give our powerful and lovely Mei Yi. It's perfect for publicity, isn't it? Look, there is also a recording function. Just click here to play it automatically." While talking, Alicia also gave a special demonstration. Her voice also came from the speaker, "Ah! I really want to touch her horns. I care so much, I care so much." Mei, needless to say, who she was talking about. After all, up to now, in the entire paradise, including Yingji, whom Mei Yi has seen, she is the only one with horns on her head. Alicia was also a little confused, with a little embarrassment. By the way, look, it also has a recording function, just click here can play automatically this moment." Many people in the entire Teyvat continent were dumbfounded. Ye Shenzi was also trembling with laughter. He pulled Lin Hao and said, "My previous life was too interesting and too cute. You asked me not to pay attention to her. How is this possible? Who would care about such a cute girl? Don't you like it?" Lin Hao also couldn't agree more. Yes, she is always like this and can easily win the favor of others, but because of this. In this way. Ye Shenzi stared at him, waiting for his follow-up. 1 second. This guy had absolutely no intention of following up. This made Ye Shenzi very unhappy. "Can you stop the Riddler? I finally discovered that the exposure system is absolutely right. Kevin is your previous life, and the Riddler looks exactly the same. Lin Hao, there are some things that even he doesn't want to mention, even if they are just remaining memories." Ye Shenzi is also used to it. Waving his hand, "Forget it, I know I can't ask you here. Fortunately, there is a chat area. Maiko Ye, Alicia is so cute, I like her so much. Wendy, little fox, since you like it so much, why not ask your god master to get Alicia's memory to Narukami Taisha's shrine? Maiko Ye, this is a great idea. If Alicia becomes a shrine maiden, many people will come to Narukami Taisha's shrine, right? Wendy, but you have to be careful about your god being snatched away by her." Ye Shenzi, it's strange to say that Kevin is clearly in love with Mei in the exposure, and therefore treats Mei better, but why? Lin Hao every time mentions Alicia mood swings are greater. Zhong 003 Li, it's not just Lin Hao, but also Kevin who was exposed. I think. This is why the exposure system deliberately played Alicia. Nisida, if I guess correctly, it must be related to the death of Alicia from the former civilization. Ye Shenzi, we all know that she died in the former civilization. I can only reveal the secret later. I still want Alicia's memory to come to me and become a shrine maiden. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, if you do it, please bring Xiaoxi over and let me raise her, and I will teach her. Gan Yu, Zhenjun, you still remember this. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, that's natural. I feel that I haven't taught you well. You haven't learned my ability to chat. This little knowledge is quite talented. Ye Kamiko saw that the conversation topic had strayed away from Alicia. Just look at the exposure again. Now she is very interested in Alicia. In the screen. Alicia pressed the speaker switch again. A strange voice came from inside, well. How do you use this thing? Can, you know? Forget it, just throw it aside for now. Maybe someone wants it. I was also curious, who is this voice? Alicia raised her horn and said, okay, let's get down to business now. Do you remember the friend I mentioned before? Her name is Pato Phyllis, the owner of the Paradise store. Phyllis is not very good at fighting, but her ability to collect intelligence is the best among us. Although we don't know Natasha's whereabouts yet, she can definitely help you find someone. She seems to be purchasing goods for the store recently. If you can meet her, you can ask for her help. Okay, I'm going to continue promoting it. Watch Alicia go to other parts of the hall with the speaker. May also thought for a while, Pato Feliz. Let's go to the paradise of things past later. Now she wants to ask for more news in the hall. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. A sudden burst of laughter interrupted her thoughts. After coming back to his senses, he looked ahead. Just 2 meters away from her, Kyunja, who appeared at some point, was looking at her and laughing wildly. What happened? You don't look like someone who would start a conversation by laughing. Come here, Hairsker. Mei Yi did not pass by. I should have told you, my name is Leiden Mei Yi. Kyunja waved his hand. It's too complicated, I don't want to remember it. Hey? This guy, Kutfi, Mei, or rather everyone in Teyvat continent has noticed that the current Kyunja is different from before, and seems to be, in a good mood? Kyunja continued, it doesn't matter what your name is, as long as I know I'm calling you. So, come here, I have something to say to you, thunder and lightning. Hairsker. Mei Yi was speechless. He had no choice but to take 2 steps closer and said, it's Raiden Mei. What do you want to tell me? Kyunja said, haven't you always wanted to see the dark side of the fire-chasing moth? You will be able to get your wish soon. Mei asked curiously, if I remember correctly, you were unwilling to mention things about the deepest place before, why this time? Ha ha ha. Kyunja laughed, although that darkness is worthless, at least there is a friend of mine. Now, she left there. Thinking that we can meet again, I am so excited that every nerve is trembling. Then. You have a friend like this, right? You still have friends? To be honest, this is really unbelievable. Compared to the fact that Yingji came out of the deepest place, this kind of thing shocked Mei Yi even more. Kyunja snorted coldly, you think I'm a freak, a beast? Aponia won't mind, she and I are the same kind of people. No, she is crazier and more twisted than me. If I am a freak, then she is an alien. Otherwise, who else would consider the deepest place as their home? Aponia, I've heard this name before. He's a powerful spiritually aware fusion warrior, right? Regarding Mei Yi's question, Kyunja answered directly this time, yes, the spiritual perception type, the disgusting type. He then added, that's why I had to wait so long. But this is the only thing, I'm willing to be patient. One day, I will tear her apart, piece by piece. Those hands that everyone is envious of, I will throw it away in the blood of Aponia and watch it be completely dyed dirty red. I watched Kyunja say these words through gritted teeth. I was a little confused for a while. Confirmed again, you just said, she is your friend. Yes, what's wrong? I asked decisively, let me confirm first. Although I have been here for a while, Kyunja, you have never regarded me as a friend, right? See this scene. Wendy, damn you, even though we have known each other for so long, you have never considered me a friend. Zhongli, drunkard, you are my best friend, and I want to tear you to pieces. Wendy, pound Tez. Paimon, then. Are we friends? Ying, of course. Paimon, ugh help, I'm about to be torn apart. Ying, what are you talking about? I'm not Kyunja. Alaya, don't be afraid Paimon, I'm your good friend too Paimon, I can't tear you apart. Alaya, I'd better watch the exposure. At the same time, Kyunja's disdainful snort came, you can still think about it when you are dreaming, other times. I felt relieved immediately. It's okay, I'm just asking, and. I'm glad you can say that. What else does Kyunja want to say? But after seeing Klein approaching, he turned around and left. Thunder Mei, you came back at the right time. I hope to get your help in some investigation work related to Paradise. It was worried that Mei would be busy now and refused. Don't worry, it's a very simple job. With your efficiency, it can be completed in about 3 hours. Some of the contents overlap with Raven's ongoing investigation. I have marked them for you. You can ignore them for the time being and complete more important things first. Wait. Mei Yi grasped the key point. Raven? She is assisting you in your investigation. Klein nodded. Well, yes. She was very enthusiastic and offered to help me complete the work. I was deeply moved and agreed. It's just that I didn't expect that those errors would be related to the deepest place. It's almost like there is an area separated from the deepest place. Deepest place. Kyunja also mentioned this just now. This is the name of a prison facility in the Fire Moth, and it also exists in the land of things past today, and is known as the dark side of the Fire Moth. The most important thing is, Kevin outside also said, but maybe those are the things I want you to see. That refers to the disgraceful side of Fire Chaser. Klein interrupted her thoughts and said, I know what you are thinking, Raiden Mei, but I suggest you not to do that. The deepest part, it is special, and there is no inheritance of the seal. Any help? So, don't touch it, ever, just leave it there. Mei said, but according to what you said, Raven is probably there now. Klein quickly denied, no, it's not. Although it is not possible to contact Raven yet, it is certain that she is still within the regular area of Paradise. But if you want to know a more specific location, I'm sorry, I can't give you any effective help. It's okay, Klein. You have already helped me a lot. At least, I know where to find her. Is that so? Okay. Klein said hesitantly, then, these tasks that require your assistance. If you come by, I will help you investigate. Seeing Mei's agreement, Klein also told Mei Yi about the problems and places he wanted to deal with. Confirm these. Mei Yi once again entered the paradise of the past. As soon as we entered, something happened again. The familiar starting point completely disappeared and was replaced by a strange place. How did the starting point become here? Alicia is also missing. This is again. Before she could finish speaking, several monsters she had never seen before attacked her. She had no choice but to destroy these monsters in Honkai Iman first. Fighting against the Honkai beast has long been a common occurrence for her. Whoosh! Just when she was about to finish off the last one, Rizzi's pink feather penetrated Honkaimon's body. Alicia. She recognized it instantly. Hi, Mei, I finally found you. Alicia also walked out of the road on the side. Oh, I don't know what happened. The paradise suddenly became a mess. Even our thoughts couldn't let us know each other's direction. In the end, it was thanks to this little thing, I can find your place. She raised the object in her hand. Well, what is it called? Eye of the Awakened? Or armed with Kevin Model 24. In short, it is a device specially used to search and locate the hairsker. I use in exchange for a crystal flower one. Mei Yi was a little surprised that such a useful thing was not as valuable as the previous speaker. Alicia continued, of course, I also brought you another good news, guess who I changed with? Padophiles, she's back. Mei Yi knew it without guessing. Alicia smiled and said, that's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't miss it. I have already opened the road to the store for you, so hurry up. She might it's time to go out again. The words fell. A road appeared in front of Mei Yi. Thank you, Alicia. After thanking him, Yi went directly into the passage. Next moment, she showed up at a very familiar store. Inside the store, there was a girl with cat ears, lying on the table counting silver coins. Her ears twitched slightly, she heard the movement behind her, and looked over curiously, are there guests? Hello, Padophilis. Mei took the initiative to greet her. Hey? How do you know my name? As soon as she asked, she reacted, oh, you are the guest that Sister Ai Li mentioned. She said hello to me. Welcome, welcome. You're welcome, just call me Phyllis, or Pado, whichever you feel comfortable with. You can just pick the treasures on the shelves, and you'll get 10% off if you get a fake one, and there will be no returns or exchanges. The moment she turned her head. Rice wife. Outside Komehi's house. Qi Liang, who was watching the exposure in the sky, was suddenly stunned. Why, this man looks like... etc. Even Lord Thunder God's previous life seemed to be there. So, this is my previous life? She felt that she could no longer dive, and this exposure had something to do with her. He decisively posted in the chat area, so this is my previous life. In my previous life, I actually knew Lord Thor. Wendy, yes, the little kitten girl is so cute, but, she is a memory. Qi Liang, my previous life was a heroic one. He must have been very strong as well. Wendy, hey, will cat girl beat May up next? Qi Liang, that's not possible, how can I hit Lord Thunder God? Zhongli, since it's the previous life, why not? As a god, I will naturally not remember the grudges from the previous life. Qi Liang, well. I still look forward to a wonderful performance in my previous life, Yingji, that's great. Nazada, Yingja, it means you are dead. Qi Liang, then my death must be great. She suddenly felt that these people really didn't know how to chat. It's better to see the exposure yourself. In the picture, Mei Yi also smiled and said, shouldn't your two slogans be connected together? Ah! Pandora Felice suddenly shouted, wait, are you saying that you are Miss Raiden Mei? It's me. Wow! It turned out to be me. Sister Ai Li has told me many stories about you. A successor with horns on his head. Not long after he arrived, he became everyone's favorite. Turning around, for the sake of the peace of the paradise, beat up Sister Snake. Chapter 65. Oh, Sister Snake is Dr. Mebius, that's what I like to call her. You're so awesome. Sister Snake, if you get serious, I can't beat you even if there are 100, no, 200. I was speechless for a moment, and could only say that she was indeed Alicia. Padophelis asked very enthusiastically, so, Sister Yi, what do you want to buy today? Just in time, I just bought a batch of new goods from Sister Velvet's workshop. May also returned to the topic, I want to inquire about someone, Alicia said you can help me. Oh, intelligence business? No problem. Tell me, whose gossip do you want to know? Raven. Padophelis was stunned, who, she had never heard of this name at all. I also realized this and described, well, she is about this tall, her hair is not long, she is wearing black clothes, and she has a red claw knife in her hand. Padophelis scratched her head, black clothes. Red paws? Is there such a person in the paradise? She began to doubt Padophelis's professionalism. Padophelis chuckled and said, but it doesn't matter. Hehe, Sister Yi, you may not know something, but what I am best at is finding things. Whether it's a person or a thing, no matter what you're looking for, as long as the reward is enough, I'll definitely help you get it. I asked, what reward do you want? Padophelis scratched her head and said with some embarrassment, hey, it's very simple. I want to make friends with Sister May. I'm embarrassed to say it. The paradise has been a bit chaotic recently, and it's hard to run. It's dangerous, but at this time, I lost the kin. Without it, I can't live alone. Sister Yi, since you also want to find someone, why not, let's go for a walk together, okay? You're looking for one person, and you're looking for two people. Why don't we go together? I'll help you lead the way, and you keep me safe. In this way, I'll have to go to hell less often, and you'll have less money to spend. Mei Yi was a little surprised, is it that simple? Padophelis nodded, yeah. It's that simple. In business, you don't strive for short-term gains, you have to take a long-term view. And when I was away, the shop was also taken care of by Sister Yi, hey, just think of it as feedback to our regular customers. Now that the matter has come to this, Yi doesn't say much, okay, then I'll trouble you to lead the way. Okay. Padophelis just took 2 steps forward. Suddenly he remembered and ran back, ah, I almost forgot, since I want to make friends, I will also give you my engraving. Although it is of no great use, don't worry, this is free, no money then. Padophelis's words rang in Mei Yi's mind, life in this world is just an empty dream. It comes in a hurry and goes in a hurry. In this case, why not live more freely? It is a dream after all, be bold, so what? Along with the sound, a strange power poured into her body. The engraving of empty dreams, Padophilus. Having been in the paradise for so long, Yi also knows very well that the engraved name has a special meaning for everyone Yingxia. What is hers? Why is it an empty dream? Okay, Sister Yi, don't be in a daze, it's time for us to set off. Padophilus greeted and ran forward first. As a result, before running very far, he ran back again. There is no other reason, there are a large number of Honkai beasts in front. Mei Yi had no choice but to draw her sword and rush forward. With just a few thunders, most of the Honkai beasts died, but then more Honkai beasts appeared. Padophilus saw her fight and exclaimed, "Wow! You really have a lot of skills, no wonder you can beat Sister Snake. Pado, do you plan to just watch from the side?" I also noticed it hiding far away. Padophilus waved her hands quickly, "Oh, Sister Yi, I'm just a shop owner, I'm really not good at fighting." Mei Yi. Although she doesn't need help, she can also deal with these Honkai beasts. It's just that with one more combat power, it can be handled faster. A few minutes later, she had also cleaned up all the Honkai beasts here. "By the way, who is the person you were looking for just now?" Padophilus replied, "Didn't I tell you? It's canned food. I promised to help me look after the store, but I disappeared. It's really worrying." Just as she was speaking, she suddenly looked serious. "Wait a minute, Sister Mei, I can feel the kin is nearby, this way, this way." Padophilus ran towards the right. I followed immediately and couldn't help but murmured, "Canned food? What a strange name." The two passed through a passage and bypassed 2 streets. Finally I saw that familiar figure. Before Mei Yi could get close, she heard the raven talking to someone. I said, "Do you know the way back? We have been around here 10 times, right? Don't look aggrieved, as if I'm bullying you." "Oh, forget it, let's keep going." As she said that, she turned around and saw Mei Yi standing behind her. "Hey, Mei? Why are you here?" Mei Yi was very speechless now and said angrily, "I still want to ask you, Senior. I have been missing for so long, and the end result is here, playing with cats." The raven also looked bitter and helpless. "Can you please spare me, teasing a cat? Being teased by a cat is enough. If it weren't for it, how could I be trapped here and unable to get out?" While these two people were chatting, there was movement not far away, and the cat jumped directly into Padophilus's arms. "Oh, okay, kin, stop making trouble. Sister Mei and her friends are still watching." "Oh, it's so itchy, please stop licking it." Raven. Raven looked at Padophilus and then at Mei, "So this is your new friend?" Mei Yi nodded, "That's right, I met him by chance on the road." Padophilus decisively hugged Kin tightly to prevent it from wandering around, and said at the same time, "Oh, this is the friend that Sister Mei is looking for? I didn't expect to be with Kin. This is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, fate's arrangement. Hello. My name is Padophilus. People generally don't call me by my full name. Some people call me Felice, and some people call me Pado. It doesn't matter, whatever you feel comfortable with. Hear the name." Raven also remembered, "Are you the owner of Paradise Store?" Padophilus nodded, "Yes, the last of the 13 people, the weakest hero in terms of status and strength, the empty dream Padophilus, it's true." Raven looked at her, and it was indeed a bit unexpected. Among Yingji, there were actually people who were completely unlike Yingji. But then she suddenly realized that there weren't many people like Ying. Yi also spoke at this time, "Okay, Pado. The person I am looking for, and the cat you are looking for are both here. Can you think of a way to take us leave here? Want to go out? It's easy." Padophilus said confidently, "After all, we are a business person, and we have a lot of skills in wandering around. But, strictly speaking, this is a business secret. So, can you two please close your eyes, cover your ears, and don't look or listen? It's not that I can't trust you. It's just that, you see, this is the craft I use to make a living. If it is accidentally leaked," Mei Yi said directly, "we just do as you say." The two simply closed their eyes and covered their ears. Okay, thank you for your trust. Then, without further ado, Pado's special service, a strong feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit me, and the somewhat vague voice of Dophilis gradually faded away. Consciousness seems to be struggling, wanting to break away from his body. Want to be one step ahead of it, and go into the distant darkness. Wait until you come to your senses. The two of them had returned to the hall, and Padophilis had also disappeared. Raven told Mei Yi everything that happened to him. Yi frowned slightly. You said, you saw a space like a prison. Raven nodded. Well, how should I put it, it just feels like a prison. I don't know how to describe it, but from the moment I entered, I seemed to have acquiesced that it was a prison. Prison, but in fact, there is nothing there, just darkness, except for that mysterious woman. Mei Yi quickly asked, can you recall more details about that woman? Raven. Raven thought carefully about the situation. Before I completely lost consciousness, she seemed to have said something to me, and handed something to me. Ah! I remembered it. Really, how could I put that? I forgot the pendant. Pendant. Yeah, that's it. Raven touched her chest, but there was nothing there. Hey? Where did the pendant she gave me go? This is bad. The woman gave me a golden pendant with a size inlaid on it. Not a small sapphire. She said it would help me bring the person she is waiting for, although I don't know what that means. Mei thought for a while, as long as we can find the necklace, we will have a chance to visit that prison again. Don't we happen to know a friend who is very good at finding things? Although it's just some conjecture, I think, she may know where the pendant is now. The two looked at each other. They all thought about where to find that friend. The promised land of the past. Phyllis' store. Mei, who had not stayed long after returning to the hall, came here again. Hi, Sister Mei, you're here again. What do you plan to watch today? Phyllis greeted her excitedly. To tell you the truth, I just finished counting the inventory in the store and dug out some orphan items that were sold in the past few years. Now I am planning to sell them at a low price. Do you see any? There is nothing. Don't wait for her to finish speaking. Mei Yi saw a certain item and interrupted her directly. There is indeed something in it that interests me, that golden pendant, it's quite special. Padophilis deliberately made an exaggerated expression. Wow! Sister Yi, you have great taste, right? This pendant was one of the best-selling items that year. I struggled with it for a long time before buying the last one. Mei crossed her arms and asked calmly, oh, really? Padophilis nodded repeatedly, yes, no matter it is Yingji or the successor, everyone has bought something that although it seems useless, but it is inexplicably very kind, right? This is the eye. Yi nodded with a smile, indeed, it's quite cordial. I just promised Raven recently to help her. The lost pendant was recovered. As if she was afraid that Padophilis wouldn't understand, she deliberately emphasized her tone, a golden pendant inlaid with sapphires, exactly like yours. G. Padophilis was a little at a loss. Well, that's a coincidence. I didn't expect Sister Raven to also like such a pendant. What a good eye. What a good eye. Teyvat continent. Liang originally saw that his previous life, which he thought he was Yingji, and he was extremely looking forward to a wonderful performance, with explosive fighting power like 1,000 calamities chasing Mei Yi fiercely and beating him. Or maybe he is like Mebius, hiding in the dark, with unrivaled schemes, calculating everything, and tyrannical strength. Or maybe like Kevin, standing there makes people feel powerful. The more she looked at it, the more she felt something was wrong. The more I looked at it, the more I felt like I was almost out of sight. Is this really my previous life? So embarrassing. I hope the chat area doesn't. She took a cautious look. Then I saw Lord Thunder God's speech. Thunder movie, oh? This is Aranaja Makurareashi's previous life. 0, Liang, well, it's not necessarily the case. It's definitely not the case, it's just a bit similar. Wendy, don't worry. After all, he is a hero. It is normal to have some shortcomings. Which hero has no flaws? Ye Shenzi, of course that is my favorite Alicia. Nisida, Alicia? Although she is very cute, we are still not sure whether her cut is black or not. Don't forget, she is the only betrayer. Zhongli, generally speaking, People with pink hair will be a little bit dark, for example Ye Shenzi. Oh? Who are you hinting at? Zhongli, I'm just talking about universality. Wendy, you'd better leave it alone, now we are discussing Pado. Zhongli, indeed, Padophilus is a little special. Qi Liang, why is it special? Is there any hidden powerful power? Zhongli, among these heroes, she seems to be particularly ordinary. Qi Liang, that's really special. Qi Liang stopped looking at the chat area. Instead, he looked at the exposure picture in the sky, hoping that the embarrassing scene was over. Result. I was looking at Padophilus, well, what a coincidence. This tone and look made Padophilus particularly uncomfortable. Okay, Sister Yi, stop thinking about what is there and what is not. We only have the last pendant left. Well, let's do this, Sister Yi, I'll give you a discount. I'll sell it to you cheaper. Padophilus thrust the pendant into Mei Yi's hand. Yi looked at the pendant in her hand and asked deliberately, this can be considered a forced purchase, right, Yuza? Padophilus said quickly, oh, Sister Yi, don't say that. Look, don't you need this pendant? One wants to buy and the other wants to sell, how can it be? Sudden. Padophilus's voice disappeared. She was obviously still talking, but Mei Yi couldn't hear what she was saying at all. It was replaced by another woman's voice that I had never heard before, it's you. You are finally here. Plus. Mei Yi felt that her body began to become heavier, and her eyelids became too heavy to lift up. Everything in front of her eyes became dim, as if she could see Padophilus still calling her, his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. When consciousness wakes up again. We have arrived at a dark place. It is obviously not a prison, but we feel like we are in a prison. There is no doubt that this is where Chao Qi comes from. She mobilized the power in her body, entered a state of preparation, and explored the depths. Come to me, strange traveler. The answer you seek is right here. The voice sounded again. Who? Mei Yi looked around, but there was no sign of anyone at all. But the voice appeared again, there is no need to rush. Here, no one will rush you forward. You can slowly complete this section of the road you should take. I confirmed this time. That voice came from the deepest part of this darkness. She continued to walk inside and vaguely saw the end of the darkness, where a man and a woman were sitting. Get closer to me. I've been waiting for your arrival. Chapter 66. This voice seemed to have some kind of magic power. Let Mei Yi be willing to get close to her until she is in front of her. Strange traveler, can you tell me your name? Thunder and lightning I just blurted out without thinking. Even Mei Yi was surprised, as her body seemed to answer on its own. Mei Yi, such a warm name, nice to meet you. Who are you? I looked at her warily. Please forgive me, Mei. Right now, I can't answer your question yet. That will cause you to have deeper doubts and even misunderstandings. These are not what I want, so please believe me, neither I nor this prison have any ill intentions towards you. Just think of this as a temporary shelter, or an empty space, just for you and me to meet each other. Mei Yi's doubts deepened, but, for some reason, she couldn't ask these questions. The woman in the darkness sighed quietly, look, there are some doubts between your eyebrows, but more importantly, it is the fatigue that this journey has brought to you. You need a corner where you can take a break, and a friend who can share your sorrows with you. Mei Yi feels very strange. Her intuition told her that the woman in front of her was dangerous, but she couldn't help but want to confirm what she said. What is the reason for this? It's okay, Mei. The woman said again, I can understand that there are still walls standing between you and me. Yi was shocked, this person actually knew what she was thinking? But, as I said, there is no need to rush. Here, no one will rush you forward. The sand of time will naturally make the walls collapse, after that, there will be warm sunshine that will sweep you away. The shadows disperse. The woman's voice remained the same. But 810 Yi felt that his consciousness was gradually getting tired, and this feeling of fatigue was getting deeper and deeper. Ah, sure enough, the burden is still too heavy for you. It's okay, Mei, relax, listen to my words and close your eyes. Imagine, the endless grassland, with the breeze blowing, mixed with the fragrance of soil and grass. Mei Yi closed her eyes very obediently. Let her words reach your ears, no longer resist, no longer think. You can feel the touch of the grass blades being pressed under you, the dew moistens your cheeks and fingertips, just like this, in this let's take a nap on the grassland, completely release your body and mind. When you wake up, you will no longer feel any fatigue and pain. Yes, those fatigues and pains, they never existed. Mei Yi fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept. Her consciousness gradually awakened. She sat up suddenly, looked at the familiar lounge in front of her, and wondered, am I back? What happened just now, was it a dream? No, it's not. The picture in the memory was too clear. I did enter the paradise of the past, and I also met Padu. From her. A cold touch came from her fingertips, and Mei realized that her right hand had been holding the pendant tightly. She suddenly realized, this pendant, is it because of it? Bang! The door to the lounge suddenly opened. Pado walked in anxiously and was stunned for a second when she saw Mei Yi. Then he rushed over directly. Yi, Sister Yi? Is that you? Sister Yi? Is it really you? Pado. Yi didn't know what was wrong with her. Yi quickly asked, Pado, tell me, what happened? Pado rubbed her head in distress, I don't know either. As soon as you took the pendant from me, you fell down and couldn't wake up. I had no choice but to bring you back. Sister Mei, I thought you would never wake up again. When you suddenly passed out, I was so scared that the hair on my tail stood up. Mei gently stroked Pado head, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to fall into a coma. But, thank you for worrying about me, Pado. In this paradise of past events, the one she can trust the most now is Kevin, that is, Pado who is crying because of herself, right? Just thinking about it. Then I heard Pado say, that, of course. You haven't given me the money for the pendant yet. Mei chose to withdraw this idea. He said helplessly and a little funny, so, this is what you are worried about. Pado felt a little embarrassed, actually. I'm also very worried about Sister Yi. You must remember to give me the money. Maybe he was embarrassed, or maybe he saw that Mei Yi was fine. She ran out again. Mei Yi shook her head helplessly. Stand up from the sofa and confirm that there is nothing wrong with your body. Just walked out of the lounge. It's not time to let her rest yet, because what happened just now is too concerning. She needed to find someone to ask. Eden fits this perfectly. Is it pitch black, like a prison-like space? Miss Mei, if I guessed correctly, there should be a gentle and mysterious lady in that prison. Mei Yi nodded, yes. She is indeed a gentle and mysterious woman. It seems, Miss Mei, the area you entered by mistake should be her deepest place. Sure enough, she is a Ponya. Mei Yi had already made some guesses before, many people have mentioned this name to me, but there is a big difference between the one I saw and the Aponia they know. Eden said, Miss Mei, differences are bound to exist. Most of the impressions of other people come from our own memories. And memory is often too subjective. Just like Miss Mei in my eyes, and Miss Mei in Kyunja's eyes, they must be two completely different people. 8973. After all, everyone in Kyunja's eyes. Eden continued, so, what kind of person is Ms. Aponia? I can't give a valuable answer to this question. As I said, she is a gentle, mysterious, and at the same time, somewhat dangerous lady. These completely different profiles do exist in her body. Mei felt the same way, I can understand what you mean, and I did feel her tenderness and danger. And, unlike Mebius, I didn't feel any malice from her, just pure danger. Speaking of this, she became even more curious about Aponia. Especially, she did mention at that time that the answer to the wife she was pursuing was there. Eden, do you know the way to the deepest place? I want to see her again. Eden shook his head gently, I'm sorry, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. In the deepest place, it has always been the residence of Ms. Aponia alone, and only she can enter and exit that area freely. But if you insist on going there, Kyunja and Ali may be able to help you. After all, they are much more familiar with the deep place and Ms. Aponia than I am. Thank you, Eden. Yi thanked her. Just go find Kyunja and Alicia. I searched around the hall and found no trace of these two people. She wanted to go to the paradise of past to look for it, but she saw Sakura who had just returned. Sakura, Do you know the deepest place? Miss May, haven't you already visited there yourself? Yi was a little surprised. I shouldn't have told you about this, right? How did you know? Sakura replied, it's a change in breath. People who have been in contact with Epona will have a unique breath on their body. And now, the same breath is spreading on you since you have already seen Epona. I think you must have reached a deeper place, Miss May. Seeing that May was silent and even kept sniffing, Sakura quickly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that you have any strange smell, breath, it's more of a feeling. May immediately returned to her previous seriousness. You are worrying too much, Sakura. I didn't think so. However, your words reminded me of something. I was recalling when I met Epona. She hasn't finished speaking yet. The familiar feeling came over again, his consciousness began to fall into unconsciousness, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Really? When consciousness wakes up again? Still in the dark cage, she ran straight into the depths. You're here, May. Looking at Epona in front of her, she asked directly, did you bring me here? Epona nodded and said, well, that's true. But, please forgive me. For the time being, we can only communicate and understand each other in this way. Mei Yi stared at her with a somewhat dissatisfied tone, but when we first met, you didn't even tell me your name, Epona. Epona still said in a gentle voice as before, mutual understanding of mood sometimes does not require too many prerequisites. And telling everything you know, may not be the best. Choices, occasionally, backfire. So, May, let's start with some easier questions first, okay? Mei Yi decisively refused, I have no obligation to answer you. Well, you're right. Then, let's start with my self-questions and answers. During this process, Mei Yi can also try to relax, just like me. I remained silent, she still couldn't understand the purpose of texting a woman. As she said, Epona began to talk to herself, okay, let's get started. May, what kind of animal do you like? Yi was silent. Epona herself answered, after all, I like, well, butterflies with bright colors, or, birds with bright feathers. I like that these are always on display, animals with splendid life and beauty. And, as for birds, they are also very suitable to keep as pets. However, for May, I think cats may be more suitable as pets than birds. Teyvat? I was confused. I had already decided not to answer anything, so why did I answer uncontrollably? Without even waiting for her to think, her body answered again. However, the discipline at home was very strict when I was young, I didn't have this opportunity. Epona said, that's it, then maybe you can try a rabbit or a fluffy hamster. They are both very cute and docile pets. Mei Yi can hold them in the palm of her hand at any time. In this way, they won't leave you, right? Yi nodded. Epona showed a satisfied smile, it seems that you are indeed a very gentle person, May. I think those two children, they will definitely like you very much. 37. Well, two very cute and docile children, you will meet them soon. It seems, we can only stop here. Although it is a bit regretful, but, May, I hope you can get along well with those two children. Then, Mei Yi's consciousness fell into coma again. See here. Teyvat continent. Many people were shocked by Epona's ability. Ganyu, fortunately, Zhenjun doesn't have this ability, otherwise it would be too terrifying. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, Ganyu, what are you saying, kid? Do I need such an ability? Only people who can't speak need external help. If it's me, as long as Yi sees me, I will very happy. Ye Shenzi, then help me get my god out and help her get out of the house. Thunder movie, Zhenjun Liu Yun borrows the wind, Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, I live in the mountains and don't like the bustle of the world. Ganyu, what Zhenjun means is, Dao's wife is too far away, so I won't go. Ye Shenzi, I'm really troubled, how should I let the god come out? Nisida, these heroes, are really terrifying. I think they are much more terrifying than the gods. Funina. I really want this ability. This way I can stand on the trial bench and judge the most just and true cases. Wendy, fortunately, we don't have it in this world. Zhongli, yes, otherwise Yuan's Fengshen would be recognized wherever he went. Wendy, that's right. Whether Liu's rock god is dead or not, he will be discovered directly, right? Paimon, ahem, in the screen. Miss May! Miss May! At Sakura's call, May suddenly woke up. What's wrong, Sakura? Sakura breathed a long sigh of relief. That's great. Miss May, you finally woke up. 5:43. I don't know what happened, but, while you were chatting with me, Miss May, you suddenly fainted. Are you too tired recently? May was shocked. I fainted. Sakura, how long have I been unconscious? Sakura replied, about a minute. Is it just 1 minute? Why 4.0 she feels, stayed there for a long time. Seeing that she was silent, Sakura asked with concern, Miss May, are you really okay? Yi shook her head, I'm fine. But then she thought of something again and asked, Sakura, I want to ask you a question. What's wrong? Mei Yi thought about what happened in the deepest place just now and asked, what kind of animal do you like? Sakura just looked at her with confusion. Sakura said instead, speaking of which, when you fainted just now, Ellie came back. Alicia? It just so happened that Mei was looking for her. After saying goodbye to Sakura in a hurry, he rested again and found Alicia. Hey, Mei, I heard that you found Natasha and made friends with Phyllis? Things are going very well. And let me guess, you have already met Aponia. Right. Me, I said, don't tell me you can tell from the breath. How could it be possible? It's Sakura's unique talent to be able to distinguish those extremely small differences through breath. As for me, it probably depends more on the girl's little thoughts. Look at your expression now. I really want to go there and see her again. These complex and intense feelings are almost overflowing. Mei, every time she meets Alicia, she is a little overwhelmed. I had to ask more business, so, what is the deepest place? Is that also Aponia's ability as a fusion warrior? Alicia replied, that's not the case. As I said before, the paradise of the past is a space built by the memories of the heroes. 13 flowing consciousnesses disperse and intersect, weaving such a huge and gorgeous world. But some people, some of their memories are so strong and colorful that they can exist independently without the cognitive integration of others. Chapter 67. And what you see in the deepest part is an example of this. It is a field born solely from the memory of Aponia. Because of this, everything in this realm is created by Aponia's subjectivity, and its appearance is far from the deepest place that actually existed in history. It's not so much a memory, but, the deepest place in the paradise is more like Aponia's inner world. This is the first time Mei has heard of it. Before that, all the clues were that the deepest place was the dark side of the fire chaser moth. Even, Kevin outside specifically pointed out that this was what he wanted Mei Yi to see. Then, we have to go. Mei said to Alicia seriously. Eden said, you can let me go to the deepest place. Alicia deliberately looked surprised and said, oh, yay, what you said is really bold. Mei Yi was confused. Could it be that what she said was something outrageous? I heard Alicia continue, after Mebius and I, do you want to get into Aponia's heart again? I didn't expect you to be such a dangerous girl. That was not what I meant. It doesn't matter even if that's what you mean. I told you when we first met, I don't hate bad girls. But... Alicia glanced at Mei Yi's corner without any trace, and said distressedly, go to the deepest place to pay. Well, even for me, that's considered a journey. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. Maybe, I still need a little help from Mei Yi. Me, I didn't realize anything was wrong. My help? If it's something I can do, of course. Her words stopped abruptly. Because she noticed Alicia's gaze towards her, as usual. Then they slowly go up, and finally stay at just the right angle. There was nothing there except her horns. Mei Yi looked at her in astonishment. Alicia made a cute sound and confirmed her thoughts. VR. Mei Yi never thought that the so-called help could be this kind of thing. Alicia looks cute and successful. 23. Let me think about it. This should be regarded as foreshadowing and recycling. Mei Yi originally wanted to ask, but is it too late to regret now? It seemed that it was completely too late. Alicia has forced her into a corner, and in order to enter the deepest place, she can only sacrifice. She closed her eyes decisively and accepted what was going to happen next. Alicia was carefully touching the corner of her head, and making some sounds of realization from time to time. Mei Yi could only endure and remain silent. Ellie. Wow, this is really, completely different from what I imagined. At this moment, everyone in the entire Teyvat continent watching this exposure was stunned by Alicia's operation. Nazada, ah? So it can still be like this. Funina, as expected of Alicia, she can always do things that we can't even imagine. Arataka Yudu, as a ghost clan, I am really, shy to see such a thing. Ye Shenzi, ah. I wanted to touch it before, but she actually did it. Paimon, this scene is too embarrassing. Ying, ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard. Do May's horns have sensory nerves? Wendy, there must be, look at her blushing. Ganyu, the horns are not allowed to be touched. Yeshenzi, Sister Ganyu, let me touch your horns only, interesting. This Alicia is really interesting, she can think of such a condition. Shenhe, I seem to have fallen in love with Alicia too. Xiaogong, ah ha ha ha. May is so cute like this. Walnut, ha 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 ha, seeing Alicia feel so good when touching her, I also want to touch her horns. Who has horns that I can touch? Wendy, let your guest conjure 2 horns. Zhongli, drunkard. You are looking for death at the same time. Me, I couldn't bear it anymore and stared at her. Have you touched enough? Alicia giggled, okay, okay, that's okay. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity, I can be happy all day long. Me, I took a deep breath. Let your restless emotions calm down. This kind of thing has never happened since becoming the Hersker of Thunder. It was hard to calm down. Then she asked, so, the way to go to the deepest place. Alicia is in a very good mood now. Don't worry, I will work hard and do what I say. Let's go when you are ready. Okay. Mei Yi once again sorted out her emotions. He looked around carefully and then muttered in his heart, just now, no one should have seen it, right? Tao Bai. Just outside the lounge. The raven leaned against the wall and fell into silence. She couldn't believe what she just saw, wrong. It's okay not to believe it, that picture has been engraved in the depths of her mind, and it's completely impossible to forget it. May is actually being fed by Alicia. Sudden. She heard people in the lounge coming out. She hurriedly dodged and left there. And May, who knows nothing about it, is following Alicia into the paradise of the past. After arriving at an anchor point, Alicia said, I have found a way to open the way to the deepest place. After crossing the Golden Forest, you should be able to see the entrance. But, I remember that I only agreed to it for you, right? There will be an additional charge for the second guest. Yi asked doubtfully, the second guest. She followed Alicia's gaze. The raven that had been following them came out from behind the big tree, sorry. Alicia, I don't seem to have any horns for you to try. I wonder if you are interested in my claws, they are also red. Raven? Why are you here? Don't forget, you are not the only one looking for that woman. Listening to the conversation between the two, Alicia sighed with emotion, wow, what did Aponia do? Why does every girl never forget her? I always feel that something very interesting will happen. I'll ask again, are you a little confused? Then let's be more open-minded. I wish you all have fun in the deepest place, Joy. Alicia waved to the two of them and watched them leave. After the distance is far enough. After me, I made sure Alicia couldn't hear her. Then he asked, Raven, at that time, did you see it? Raven asked calmly, what did you see? Mei Yi immediately said, no, it's nothing. Raven obviously knows how to seize this rare opportunity to tease Mei Yi, I just saw the whole process of you being touched, and there is no more. Mei Yi, who was chopping the Honkai beast, stumbled and almost dropped the knife in his hand. After finally regaining his balance, he said, can you please forget about this? Raven said with a smile, no, I won't tell others. Can you please forget about this? With one word, Mei Yi's weapon almost fell on the Raven. Raven didn't panic at all, oh, then I have to think about it. As she said that, she didn't care what Mei Yi's expression was now, and she took the lead in entering the entrance to the deepest place. I also immediately chased after him. Go past the entrance. The whole world changed in an instant. The originally realistic buildings of pre-civilization, at this moment, all turned into very abstract pictures, as if someone had drawn them. Is this, really the deepest place? Raven asked Mei Yi, who was following behind. Mei is not sure either, at least it's different from what I saw. I said. You must not have been deceived by Alicia. Raven bent down and broke off a blade of grass, put it in the palm of his hand and observed carefully, this grass on the ground is so strange. Touch it. It doesn't look real, the color is uneven, it feels like, it's just on the face. Wait, Raven. Yi looked not far away, there is someone here. The Raven also noticed the young man sitting on a stone not far away, playing the harmonium. The two walked over. Hello, my name is Raiden Mei. This is my friend, Raven. The young man looked at them in silence for a long time before speaking, the ninth among the heroes chasing fire, Cosmo. Cosmo? Mei Yi has an impression of this name, as if she has seen it somewhere. But, the feeling of the young man in front of me is very different from the impression of Cosmo. Hello, Cosmo. It may be a bit sudden, do you know where this place is? We were preparing to go to the deepest place, but accidentally entered here by mistake. Hearing Mei Yi's words, Cosmo just looked at her without saying a word. Seeing the Raven beside him, he was speechless. I didn't know what to say for a moment, so she just looked at him. The three of them looked at each other and remained silent. Raven finally noticed the abnormality and whispered to Mei Yi, Hey, Mei Yi, have you noticed? This guy doesn't say a word, but he seems to have a lot of mental activity. His eyes are always on us. His body was swept back and forth, and his expression never stopped finally. Cosmo spoke. Please go back, 7, the deepest place is not the place you should go. Ah, here we go again. Raven was already tired of this rhetoric, I said, the paradise of the past should be a place that provides trials and challenges. How can there be a place where you should go and where you shouldn't go? What's the argument for going? Cosmo, Raven. Cosmo. Raven said helplessly, it's over, he started again. Mei knew she could not remain silent, sorry, Cosmo, if you don't want to talk about this topic, we will find the answer ourselves. Cosmo did not remain silent, please come back, you two. It's not too late to stop now. Raven and Mei looked at each other. Raven was completely confused by Monk Jean and could only ask Mei Yi, he left without looking back, does this mean we have met another Yingji? Did he agree with us to continue moving forward? Already? Or, does he mean for us to follow him? Mei Yi shook her head, no, I'm afraid it's not, the monster next to him. It's coming towards us. Both of them have rich combat experience. After noticing this, they took the initiative to attack. Mei opened the way with thunder, followed closely by Raven's wings. It's just that, this first wave of attacks hit. The monster was not harmed at all, and its offensive was not reduced at all. What's going on? Our attacks are ineffective. The moment the Raven asked, Mei Yi had already slashed several times. The feedback of the slash is also very strange, as if, it is not a living thing, but a creature in the painting like the grass. See this? Mei Yi didn't intend to hold back either. Prepare to transform into full hairsker form. At this time, the monster suddenly stopped. Then came Cosmo's voice, why are you still here? Mei Yi noticed this and expressed her guess, if I guessed correctly, this monster is under your command, right? In this case, this grassland should also be related to you. In Lan's opinion, this is also part of the trial. If the premise of the inquiry is to prove yourself first, then I am happy. As I said just now, Cosmo, we have a reason to move forward. Cosmo. Cosmo, Cosmo, obviously, there are many small activities in his heart. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he said, okay. Raven breathed a sigh of relief, it's not easy, he finally understood what you said. The words 817 were just spoken. Then I heard the second half of Cosmo's words, I will give it to you, the seal of Sugwang. DG. The Raven was confused. After working on it for a long time, didn't he still understand it? Mei Yi quickly said, no, Cosmo. Cosmo, who was originally reticent, interrupted her directly, the battle just now, just treat it as you passed the trial and obtained the qualification to obtain the seal next moment. A voice appeared in their minds at the same time, I can't give you guidance. This road is just a path out of countless dead ends, an insignificant ray of salvation in the dawn. The so-called rising light is nothing more than that. Mei Yi. Raven, the two of them felt the power from the Sugwang seal in their bodies. All were speechless. Seeing the expressions of the two of them, Cosmo said nothing and just looked at them. Until Mei was embarrassed. Thank you. Cosmo then spoke, the seal has been handed over to you, go back. The raven was about to collapse. I said, are you not listening to us at all? We are not here for your engraving. Cosmo, you are the ones who don't listen to what others say. I have said it many times, the deepest place is not where you should go. After speaking, he gently put down the harmonica. The air fell into silence again. However, this time I can feel that the current silence is not to calm down, but to prepare. I sighed, sure enough. Is there still no way to avoid a battle? Cosmo. The three of them are at war with each other, waiting for an opportunity before they take action. Bo. Boj. A voice broke the atmosphere. All three people looked in the direction of the sound. Pado. Podophilus came out embarrassedly, this, that, ahahaha, Sister Yi, you guys good. Cosmo immediately asked, Phyllis, why are you here? Podophilus said quickly, I smelled the smell of gunpowder from all the way away, and I was ready to come over and spot the opportunity. No. I am say, break up the fight, yes, prepare to come over and break up the fight. Who knows you haven't started fighting yet, no, this is the blessing in misfortune, never mind. Phyllis, you came just in time. Please find a way to take them away, please. Cosmo left these words and turned around and left. Hey, wait. Raven was still shouting from behind and completely ignored him when he saw the other party. He said to Mei Yi, this guy, what's going on with him? He refuses to speak, and he refuses to listen to others. He's so rude. Podophilus quickly explained for him, you misunderstood Amo. Even though he is like that, he actually doesn't have any bad intentions. Just get used to it and get used to it. But then again, why are you here? Are you here to see little gratitude? Gradius? I have never heard of this name Yi. Could it be that he is another? Yingzha. Chapter 68. The raven answered her, you have to ask Alicia about this. She promised to open the entrance to the deepest place for us, but in the end, the door was connected to such a place. The deepest part. Podophilus thought for a moment, I probably understand. What did you think of? Faced with Mei Yi's question, Podophilus rarely dared to give the answer, well, there is something about this, but... I'm sorry, Mei Yi. Sister, it doesn't matter how much money you pay for this. I really don't want to cause so much trouble at once. Amo, Sister Snake, Sister Ying, Brother G, Sister Nia, and maybe Boss Kevin, will die. You will really die. Absolutely not. I think, let's listen to Amo this time and go back first. You might as well go find Sister Ai Li and ask her what happened, right? This way, even if Amo is really angry, Sister Ai Li will be there to support her, so she won't be able to blame me. No, what I mean is... Mei Yi also saw that she was really scared. He did not continue to ask, I still won't embarrass you. That's right, I should really go and have a good chat with Alicia. With the help of Podophilus. The three of them returned directly to the hall. So, Pado, what was that different place just now? After leaving, Mei Yi thought of asking this. Podophilus asked, what's different? Sister Yi, which one are you talking about? Sister Snake's operating room? Brother Su's vegetable garden? Or, Brother G's wardrobe? DB. Mei Yi didn't expect that there were so many unique places in this paradise of the past. However, what she wanted to ask about was the grassland where she had just been, the world like a scroll. Hearing her description, Podophilus understood, there. Well, if I remember correctly, its name in the paradise should be called the dreamland of the painter of the world. It's like a dream, full of weird things that would never appear in reality. And the person who created them and painted them is naturally the little painter everyone likes, Gratitude. But Sister Mei, you haven't met her yet, right? The three of them walked towards the lounge. While continuing to chat about this issue, although I have never seen it, I have heard you mention this name more than once. A painter. Presumably that Greek Xiu is also a member of the 13 Heroes. But if that was her studio, then why did Cosmo show up? Amo. I think he just doesn't want others to disturb little Gracie. After all, she is a child who likes to be quiet, especially when she is drawing. Mei Yi said, Raven and I didn't have that kind of plan. He didn't have any explanation for this. Potophilus explained again, so I say Amo is not a bad person. He really just doesn't like to talk. He always thinks about very many things in his heart until the end. Maybe I don't know where to start, so I just don't say it anymore, so it's often misunderstood. Sometimes I don't understand it. Anyway, that's what it says in Sister Ai Lee's book. Just saying. Then he saw Alicia in the lounge. Potophilus wisely sat aside so that the two of them could talk. Alicia also took the initiative to greet her as always. May, you are back? How is it? Are you having a good time getting along with Eponia? Do you have any stories you can share with me? Number 0. Alicia continued, you don't look very happy. Your corners are red with anger. Is there something wrong? Mei was still a little angry. Yes, something went wrong Raven and I didn't reach the deepest place at all. How could be? Mei continued, we passed through that door and arrived at the world in October. The dreamland of the world painter, even the name was told to me by Patuo. Alicia took a long breath. He gently stroked his chest with his hand. Hey. I just said it was a misunderstanding. It's so good, I almost thought that my image in Mei's heart was going to plummet, the dream of the world painter that is the only way to go to the deepest place. Well, how should I describe it to you? It's like, the winding mountain road leading to Yunding Palace. Then, judging from your expression, you must have met Cosma, right? Alicia seemed to always know everything about Mei. Nothing that happened was hidden from her. Mei nodded, yes. According to you, is he still there? Of course. Cosmo has his own life too. But as long as Gracie wants to concentrate on painting, he will get serious and play the role of the knight guarding the mountain road. This time, it should be considered a bit of an accident. However, this is also a common little surprise during the journey. You see, you have met another Yingji, made new friends, and have the seal of Sugwang. Not many people can accept his inheritance. Mentioning him, Mei and Raven couldn't help but feel a little headache. In order to prevent cross-server chat behavior from occurring later, Mei asked, is there anything else you can tell me about Cosmo? Alicia said, you asked the right person. He is a very gentle and interesting boy. Although he doesn't talk much, his thoughts are extremely delicate. Actually, I can see through his thoughts at a glance, but I still like to deliberately not answer. Watching him blush and consider his words is really a wonderful enjoyment. In order to let Mei also experience this kind of happiness. Chiang. Alicia suddenly took out a book from somewhere with 100 questions of a silent boy written on it. This is the same series as the previous one called Mask of Thousand Tribulations. This one is even more popular. Here, I'll give it to you. Mei decisively refused, no. That book 100 questions on the Mask of Thousand Tribulations. I'd better finish reading it first. Sister Yi. Padofelis waved at her from the side, this way. Yi walked over curiously, what's wrong, Pado? Padofelis whispered, Sister Yi, you still have to go to the deepest place, right? Mei Yi nodded, yes. I have some reasons why I have to go. Then I think, you will definitely need someone like me who is very familiar with the paradise and speaks well to be your guide. Padofelis looked at Mei Yi with shining eyes, expecting her to agree. Weren't you unwilling just now? Before was before, and now is now. Who knew whether the demon had left at that time? If I were on your side and he found out, then I and the canned food would have to walk around without being able to eat. Yes. Mei asked, aren't you afraid of bumping into him again this time? Padofelis waved her hand, it's okay, I'll take you on a different path this time. You don't know something, but there are actually many invisible paths in the paradise that no one takes at all. But to me and the kin, they are the only way to make every purchase. I'm thinking of a way to help you get around AMO, it's just a joke. Mei Yi stared at her, then why don't you just take me to the deepest place? It can't be that there isn't the path you mentioned, right? Dib. X. BB. 8. Potophilus hesitated for a long time, if only AMO knew about it, he would at most be unable to eat and walk around, but if I took you to the deepest place, Brother G and Sister Nia knew about it. Then I will really be split into Pado and Felice. Mei Yi also understood. The most she could do was take herself to the end of the studio. Potophilus added, but after passing the studio, you will reach the real deepest place, and it's not too far away, right? Moreover, if something unexpected happens and you really bump into AMO, I can also be a translator for you. I have memorized all the books written by Sister Ai Li. Anyway, don't worry. Let's negotiate the price first, and the rest won't matter. Mei Yi suddenly realized, so there is a fee. Okay, I think so. Speaking of which, I haven't given you the money for the pendant before. A Yingji who is greedy for money like Potophilus actually looks like she doesn't care at all. He said loudly, it doesn't matter. Sister Yi is a special case. It doesn't matter if I write a few ES. Here, just sign here. Special case. Mei doesn't know about this kind of thing. Potophilus said, yes, I heard from Sister Ailey that Sister Yi is a very trustworthy person and will do what she says. Of course I can rest assured with Sister Ailey as a guarantee. Mei Yi suddenly had a bad feeling. This premonition, so far, it seems that I haven't missed it. Just in case, let me confirm, Ai Xianxia, what did she say to you? You promised to touch the horn for her. What's wrong? She keeps talking about it with a loudspeaker. Mei was stunned. Really? It is as expected. She turned around and looked at Alicia, who was trying her best to adjust her speaker. Alicia. Hearing the sound of Mei Yi gritting her teeth, she immediately realized something and decisively disappeared into the hall, running directly into the paradise of the past. Mei wanted to find her in the paradise of the past, but it was almost impossible. I can only write down this grudge for the time being. Potophilus also consoled her, it's okay, Sister Yi, for us, this is proof of your trustworthiness. Yi didn't want to mention this matter again. Pato, you'd better take me to the gallery first. No problem. Potophilus and Mei also entered the past time again. Mei followed her, passed through several special roads, passed through several anchor points, and returned to the Lord of the Corridor again. Hey Amo, are you there? Hello. As soon as she entered, Potophilus shouted at the top of her lungs. What are you doing? Mei asked her quickly. Potophilus explained, it's better to take precautions before they happen. If we really bump into the demon, it will always be quite troublesome. So I will try to shout a few times first. If he shows up, just say that we are walking and chatting, be careful when you come here. You are really well prepared, Pato. Potophilus said hee, be prepared and be prepared. Seeing that Cosmo was not there, she became bolder. Taking Mei with me, I went deeper. After a while, it will be time to draw the big man to the finish line. We're almost here, and we haven't met either the devil or the soldiers that Little Grey repaired. The words are not finished yet. Potophilus let out a horrified cry and ran away like a cat with exploding hair. Yi looked at the monster that just appeared. Pato, aren't you Yingxia? Just get rid of it. Seeing the monster chasing her, Potophilus kept running and shouting, I told you before, I'm not good at fighting but... Mei Yi had no intention of taking action. She always felt that Potophilus was hiding her strength. What is Yingji? Even if he is not as powerful as Kevin or as violent as Kyunja, at least he must have strong fighting power like Sakura. After all, even Mebius, a researcher, has such strong strength. This Potophilus? Mei was just distracted for a while. Why was she knocked out by the monster, and she kept shouting and running away desperately? If you still hide your strength, it would be too, no. Gotta take action. Mei Yi pulled out her weapon and roared, surprise wind, surrender. Countless thunder and lightning swept away, completely annihilating the monster chasing Potophilus. Pound. Potophilus sat down on the ground, gasping for air. Watch this scene. On the continent of Teyvat. Countless people were dumbfounded. Nisida, is this also Yingji's? Why is it so weak? Could it be that you are here to make up for the numbers? Dadalia, frankly speaking, after witnessing Kevin's strength, I can't imagine that there was such a weak Yingji in the previous civilization. Wendy, it's really unexpected. We are also Yingxia. Although the other people have strange personalities, there is no doubt about their fighting ability. Why is Potophilus so weak? Arataka Yudu, this little kitten can be Yingji, so in that world, wouldn't I be super strong? Zhongli, although she is immortal among Yingxia, she is too ordinary and is a bit strange. Wendy, ask Lord Lin Hao, can you always tell me this? Narukami Taisha Shrine. Ye Shenzi has been asking for a long time. Lin Hao. Please answer me, why did she become Yingji? She is obviously so timid and has such weak combat power. She doesn't deserve to be Yingji at all, right? Lin Hao carefully recalled the little remaining memories in his mind. Said, that's not the case. Although my memory is not complete, I can be sure that Padophiles deserves the name of Yingji. You only need to know one thing. As long as you are in the paradise of the past, Ying, Qian Zhao, Ji will be the real one. Well deserved. Why? Ye Shenzi asked. Lin Hao looked at the sky, you ask it. Ye Shenzi had no choice but to send Lin Hao's words in the chat area. Nisida, hey? Worthy of the name of heroic hero? Can she really do it? Paimon, that's right, that's right. She's just a little better than me, right? Zhongli, did Master Lin Hao really say that? Son of Ye, yes, this is his previous life after all. It's normal to not remember it clearly. No, it's abnormal to remember it. Thunder movie, since he said so, just believe him and continue watching. Wendy, hey? Does Lay movie treat God Lin Hao differently? Thunder movie, drunkard. Shut your mouth and watch the exposure, in the exposure screen. Looking at Padophiles like this, Mei Yi was also full of apologies. I'm sorry, Pado. I didn't expect, you really. Padophiles was still frightened. Sister Yi, you don't think I'm hiding my strength? In order to compensate her, Mei Yi added, the next battle will be fought by me alone. The words are so. But the two of them didn't encounter a single monster on their next journey. On the contrary, at the end, a little girl who looked about 10 years old was drawing. Padophiles went up to greet her. Hi, little Gradius, long time no see. The paintbrush in Graciu's hand paused. The two looked a little restrained. Padophiles quickly reminded Yi in a low voice, Sister Yi, I forgot to tell you. This child is a little shy, don't scare her. Compared to her words. At this moment, Mei was even more surprised, this little girl turned out to be Yingji too? Although she expected that Gracie would be very young, she didn't expect that she would be so young, and such a young child would go to the battlefield and become a hero? Chapter 69. Gracie looked at Padophiles and then at Mei. Sister Padu, and who? Looking at such a cute and small girl, especially when thinking that she is also Yingji, who once went to the battlefield to face Honkai. Mei Yi's tone couldn't help but become extra gentle. Hello, Gradius, my name is Leiden Mei Yi. Color, favorite color. Are you asking me about my favorite color? Let me think about it, it should be orange and red. Mei Na answered her unsuspectingly. Graciu looked at the drawing board, orange, red, sky, crab, sea, coral. Padophiles is very familiar with this scene. Oh, little Gradius seems to be immersed in the painting again. Don't worry, it's a common thing. Just in time, let's take advantage of this opportunity and sneak past her. She pulled Mei Yi and tiptoed inside. Sister Mei. Why are you sad? Graciu suddenly asked. What? Yi was also confused by this question. Graciu seemed to be able to see through her heart, it's like a bird falling into the lake. Who is there? Cosmo's voice came suddenly. The interruption, Mei Yi's thinking, also frightened Padophiles to the point where her tail stood up. With respect, with my head, with respect, with my eyes, Cosmo. Mei Yi faced him calmly. Hello, Cosmo. Cosmo. Padophiles, Mei, it looks like this endless silence will continue. Mei Yi said to Padophiles, Pado, can you help me? Oh, yes, I almost forgot. She cleared her throat and began to translate Cosmo's words. Thunder Mei? Why is she here? Oh, it's Padu. Mei, she looked at Padophiles who had finished translating seriously in shock. I couldn't help but think, is that book written by Alicia really useful? It can even translate silence? Cosmo, Graciu also said, it's okay, Cosmo, I like the new color. Cosmo. Potophilus seized the opportunity to translate, I can't say anything in front of Gradius, so I'll just turn a blind eye. But... Graciu added, come with me to the lobby, Cosmo. I seem to have some new inspiration. So, I want to go back to 340 once. Cosmo will accompany me. Cosmo. Potophilus continued her task as a translator. Gradio, she actually said that? What happened just now? Cosmo. He looked at Mei Yi. It was also the first time that my own voice came out from the exposure system, allowing everyone in the entire Teyvat continent to hear it. Thunder Mei. She has been looking for a way to enter the deepest place. What is the purpose? Aponia? Should I remind her that she has been targeted by the other party for a long time? But if all this from what Aponia saw, the vigilance was meaningless. If she didn't do anything unnecessary and just let it go, she might have given up. This would be best for her. 1. Forget it, just don't say anything. Cosmo, in the end, he fell silent. This moment. The people in Teyvat continent also fell silent. Paimon, no. None of these heroes are normal, right? Funina, I really admire Alicia, how on earth she managed to make these weird people like her. Nisida, indeed, only Alicia can write these 100 questions of a silent boy. Zhongli, behind the seemingly interesting scene, there is sadness hidden. What kind of despair and doomsday would cause such children and teenagers to go to the battlefield? You know, in Liu, in the era of the demon god war. In order to protect their people, these demon gods stand at the forefront to protect the weak people. It is simply unimaginable for them to let such a young child go on the battlefield. Unless their demon god dies and all the immortals die, otherwise, it will never happen. It is precisely because of this that their feelings are the deepest. Zhenjun Liu Yunjifeng, indeed, if I were here, I would not let Graciu participate in the war even if I die. Wendy, I also started to wonder what the final battle was like. Thunder movie, during the Demon War, I did not let children participate in the war. I can't imagine how tragic this former civilization turned out to be. Paimon, but, they are already dead, these are memories, there is nothing to worry about. Thunder movie, Zhenjun Liu Yun borrows the wind. Wendy, different from the beginning, as the paradise of the past is exposed, there are more and more pictures. Countless people on the continent of Teyvat already have a deep understanding of these heroes, and their feelings for them are also deeper. Grandma Ping, you should say something else. Nazita, speaking of which, there should be only one left among the 13 heroes. If I guess correctly, the final battle will be revealed after the last hero appears. Zhongli, it should be so in the screen. Padophelis's translation suddenly got stuck. This, that. Mei looked at her doubtfully. Don't wait to ask. Graciu said, Sister Mei. What's wrong? Thank you for bringing new colors here. I like your colors very much. So, I want to give you a gift. The words fell. A voice also appeared in Mei Yi's mind, let me draw a picture for you, using my favorite colors. The blue of the sea, the green of the cypress trees, and the grey on you and me. Just use them to paint a starry night sky for you. The imprint of the stars. Feeling the power engraved in her body, Mei Yi also completely confirmed that this little girl is also a Yingxia. Graciu nodded, yes, my seal. From now on, the door of the studio will be opened for you at any time. She looked at Cosmo again, okay, let's go, Cosmo. There should be more colors in the hall. Watch them leave. Mei Yi also started thinking. This is the 11th seal she has obtained, so apart from Aponia, there is only one Yingji left that she has not seen yet. The last Yingji should be the magician they once talked about. Moreover, the chaos that appeared in the paradise before seemed to disappear after seeing Aponia. The answer she is looking for should be in this deep place. It seems that I have to go in there. While thinking about it, she noticed from the corner of her eye that Petrophilus was searching around the area with cans. What's wrong, Pado? What are you looking for? Petrophilus replied, of course it's the entrance to the deepest place. It's strange. It should be nearby, there's a portal popping up, or a small crack that can be drilled through. Sister Mei, don't worry, it will be ready soon. Kin, move quickly. After some time, Padophelis and Kinkin were both exhausted and panting. Mei Yi. Padophelis was also embarrassed, Sister Yi, you must think that I have led you the wrong way, right? But I promise with my canned reputation that we have definitely not gone the wrong way. It's right here, just look carefully. Meowkin barked. Podophilus understood what it said. Hey, stop talking nonsense. That's Sister Nia's territory, how could it be closed? Wait, that's right. How can I didn't expect it, Kin, you are such a genius. She quickly said to Mei, Sister Mei, we may have been discovered by Sister Nia. The entrance is here, but if she is determined not to open the door, then there is no point in taking any road. We are under her surveillance in every move. If so, she doesn't need to look for the deepest place anymore, Abonia will naturally take the initiative to find her. Podophilus continued, anyway, with the imprint of the stars, you can come to the studio at any time in the future. There is no need to stay here today. Maybe one day Sister Nia will change her mind? Things are unpredictable. Mei agreed, well, you are right. Take me back, Pado. Under Podophilus's special ability. The two also returned directly to the hall. As consciousness returned, the voice of Raven came over, she was chatting with Graciu over there. Oh, I see. You like jellyfish, don't you? Gresh nodded, yeah, I like flying ones. Raven said gently, flying jellyfish, that's really amazing. She noticed the two people who returned to the hall. Hey, look who's back. Mei asked, what are you doing? Just chatting to kill time. Mei looked at her and Gresh, you are really good at getting along with children. Speaking of this. Raven was a little helpless, not really, that one over there, I can't handle it at all. Cosmo, everyone knew she was talking about Cosmo. Raven spread his hands, look what I said. Cosmo, Gresh could hear what he meant, and immediately said, Cosmo, don't be angry. Cosmo. Obviously, he was communicating with Gresh in this way. Gresho said again, Sister Natasha is not a bad person, you can't be angry. Cosmo, who had been silent all the time. After a sigh, he spoke, Gresho, they should not continue to search for the deepest place. The secrets there are very dangerous for the successors. They are dancing on the edge of a knife. Gresho said, no, the knife is very dangerous. So, there is no knife in the studio. Cosmo. Cosmo. Forget it. Mei watched the exchange between the two with interest. Especially after seeing that Cosmo was a little bit unable to deal with Gresho, her mood was also much better. Suddenly. Aponia's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. It seems that you have seen those two children. Mei is almost used to this kind of thing. Let her consciousness faint and let her body fall down. After waking up again, she looked at Aponia in the darkness in front of her calmly. Waiting for the other party to speak first. Mei, you did better than I expected, and you really brought changes to this paradise that shouldn't have happened. Change. You made the two children leave the dream. Since the past paradise was built, they rarely made such a decision. I think that Graciu must have seen something in you, that's why she wanted to leave there. Mei thought for a while and said, new color. I don't know what she means. And. I don't understand, Aponia, is there any connection between this and the conversations between you and me? Aponia sighed, alas,